Belk insisted the discussion of his objection be held away from the press, so the judge called a hearing in his chambers. The group, Judge, Chandler, Belk, Bosch, the court reporter, and the clerk crowded around the judge's massive mahogany desk, which was large enough to ship a compact car. Chairs were brought in from the courtroom. The judge lit a cigarette first, and Bosch noticed Chandler doing the same before he followed suit. An ashtray was pushed to the center of the desk. "All right, mister." "Belk, you called this meeting?" the judge began. "Your Honor, I'm deeply concerned about the direction Miss Chandler's questioning is taking." "Miss Chandler, please. And how can you determine her direction from a single question?" Bosch could see Belk had likely objected prematurely. It was unclear how much Chandler truly knew beyond the note she possessed. He decided to cut through the dance. "Your Honor," Bosch interjected. Answering that last question would compromise an active investigation. The judge leaned back in his leather chair. "Explain." "We believe there is another killer," Bosch stated. "The victim found this week was identified yesterday. She was alive until 2 years ago, which means Church couldn't have killed her." Belk jumped in. "The method was identical to the dollmaker's signature. We believe a follower is at large, someone who knew Church's patterns and replicated them. There is evidence suggesting this follower is responsible for victims 7 and 11, previously attributed to Church." Bosch added, "This follower would have to be someone with intimate knowledge of the original investigation details." Belk concluded, "If this line of questioning is allowed to continue in open court, the media will report it and risk alerting the follower. It could drive him deeper underground. He'll realize just how near he is to exposure." The judge took a long moment to weigh everything. "That's certainly compelling, and I genuinely hope you succeed in finding this so-called follower," he said at last. "But your issue, Mr. Belk, is that you haven't provided a legal basis for me to prevent your client from responding to Miss Chandler's question. Nobody wants to undermine an active investigation. However, you chose to place your client on the witness stand. That's assuming a second killer even exists," Chandler cut in. "It's clear there was only one perpetrator, and it wasn't Church. They've constructed this entire convoluted—" "Miss Chandler," the judge interrupted. "That's a determination for the jury. Save your arguments for them, Mr. Belk. The core problem is that this is your witness. You called him, and in doing so, you've exposed him to this line of inquiry. I'm not sure what you expect from me. I am certainly not going to clear the courtroom of the press. Off the record, Miss Penny." The judge waited as the court reporter lifted her hands from the stenotype machine. "Mr. Belk, you're in deep trouble. Pardon my language. He's going to answer that question, and the next one, and the one after that." "All right, we're back on." The reporter's fingers returned to the keys. "Your Honor, this simply can't." "My ruling stands, Mr. Belk. Is there anything further?" Belk's next move caught Bosch off guard. "We request a continuance." "A what?"
"Your Honor, the plaintiff strongly opposes," Chandler stated immediately. "I'm sure you do," the judge replied. "What are you proposing, Mr. Belk?" "Your Honor, you must pause this trial. At least until next week it would grant the investigation time to potentially yield results." "Yield results out of the question, Belk? You're in the thick of a trial, Counselor." Belk rose and leaned over the broad desk, his knuckles white. "Your Honor, I formally request an emergency stay of proceedings while we appeal this matter to the Ninth Circuit. You may appeal anything you wish, Mr. Belk, but there will be no stay. We are in session." A heavy silence fell as all eyes turned to Belk. "What if I refuse to answer?" Bosch asked. Judge Keyes fixed him with a steady gaze. "Then I will hold you in contempt. I will then order you to answer again, and if you refuse a second time, I will remand you to custody." "When your attorney here inevitably requests bail pending appeal, I will deny it. All of this will unfold in open court before the jury and the media. I will also place no restrictions on what Miss Chandler chooses to share with reporters in the hallway. So,
While you could attempt some misguided act of defiance, the story will reach the press regardless. It's as I indicated to Mr. Belk moments ago when we were off the wreck." "You can't do this," Belk suddenly exploded, his composure shattering. It's not just. You have a duty to protect this investigation, you." "Son, don't you ever tell me what my duties are," the judge said, his voice dropping to a low, stern register that seemed to make him physically expand while Belk shrunk back. "My only duty is to ensure a fair trial. You're asking me to suppress information potentially critical to the plaintiff's case. You are also attempting to intimidate this court, which I do not tolerate. I am not some county judge who needs your endorsement come election time. I have a lifetime appointment. We're off again." Miss Penny stopped typing. Bosch almost couldn't bear to witness the dismantling that followed. The deputy city attorney's head was bowed, his posture that of a condemned man offering his neck for the blade. "So my advice, for what it's worth," the judge continued, the sarcasm now thick and cutting, "is that you get your backside out there and start figuring out how on earth you plan to salvage this mess on redirect. Because in 5 minutes, Detective Bosch is either going to answer that question or he's going to be surrendering his weapon, his badge, his belt and his shoelaces to a marshal. We're back on. This hearing is adjourned." Judge Keyes brought his gavel down with a sharp crack, simultaneously grinding his cigarette into the ashtray. He never once looked away from Belk. As the group returned to the courtroom, Bosch closed the distance behind Chandler. He checked to ensure the judge was moving toward the bench, then leaned in, his voice a low murmur. "If you have a source inside the department feeding you information, I will find them and end their career." She didn't break her stride or look back.
"You should be more worried about your own career going up in flames first," she replied coolly. Bosch took his seat in the witness stand, and the jury filed back in. Judge Keyes instructed Chandler to proceed. "Let's simplify the last question," she began. "Following your fatal encounter with Norman Church, did the series of murders known as the Dollmaker killings cease?" Bosch paused, his gaze drifting over the spectator section. The press contingent had grown, a cluster of unfamiliar faces he assumed were reporters. Then he spotted Sylvia, alone in the back row. She gave him a faint, encouraging smile that he did not reciprocate, wondering how much of the testimony she had heard. "Detective Bosch," the judge prompted, his tone impatient. "I cannot answer without jeopardizing an active investigation," Bosch stated. "Detective, we have already addressed this," Judge Keyes said, his anger evident. "You will answer the question." Bosch knew that being held in contempt and jailed wouldn't stop the story. Chandler had the judge's permission to brief the press. His incarceration would only handcuff him, preventing him from pursuing the real threat. He decided to comply. Buying time with a slow sip of water from a paper cup, he carefully formulated his response. Norman Church stopped killing people when he died. That is a fact. However, there remains another individual at large, a killer who employs the same methodology as Church. "Thank you." "When did you arrive at this conclusion?" Chandler asked. "This week, following the discovery of another victim." Who was that victim? A woman named Rebecca Kaminsky. She had been missing for 2 years. The circumstances of her death matched the prior dollmaker victims. They were identical, with one significant exception. And what was that? She had been encased in concrete, concealed. Norman Church always left his victims in public view. No other discrepancies. None that are currently apparent. Yet, because she died 2 years after you killed Norman Church, it is impossible for him to be responsible. That is correct. In death, he possesses the perfect alibi, doesn't he? Correct. How was the body discovered? As I said, it was buried in concrete. What led the police to that specific location? We received an anonymous note containing directions. Chandler then submitted a copy of the note as a plaintiff's exhibit, which Judge Keyes accepted over Belk's objection. She handed a copy to Bosch. "Read it aloud this time," she instructed,
before he could begin. For the jury, a strange chill settled over Bosch as he read the follower's words into the quiet of the courtroom. In the silence that followed, Chandler resumed. He writes, "I'm still in the game. What does that mean to you? It means he is seeking credit for all the murders. He craves the attention. Could that be because he is, in fact, responsible for all of them? No. Norman Church committed 9 of those murders. The evidence recovered from his apartment provides an irrefutable link to those 9. There is no doubt. Who discovered this evidence?"
"I did," Bosch said.
"Then isn't there considerable doubt, Detective? Isn't the notion of a second killer with an identical method utterly preposterous?" "No, it is not preposterous. It is the reality we are facing. I did not kill an innocent man. Isn't the truth that this follower narrative is an elaborate fabrication? A charade designed to cover the fact that you shot and killed the wrong man, an unarmed individual whose only transgression was hiring a companion with his wife's quiet consent? No, that is not the truth. The accusation hung in the air, sharp and unfinished. Norman Church killed." "Thank you, Mr.
Bosch," Chandler interjected, a practiced calm in her voice. He pushed through the interruption, the words tasting like ash. "A lot of women. He was a monster, like the one who killed your mother." His gaze flickered involuntarily toward the gallery, finding Sylvia for a fleeting, painful second before he wrenched it away. He focused on his breathing, on the solid wood of the witness stand. She would not get inside his head. I would say yes. They were probably cut from the same cloth.
"Both monsters. That's why you killed him, wasn't it?" Her tone was deceptively soft. "The toupee wasn't under the pillow. You executed him in cold blood because you saw your mother's killer staring back at you." "No, you're wrong." A dry, humorless sound escaped him. "Don't you think if I was going to fabricate a story, I could invent something more convincing than a hairpiece? The place had a kitchenette, knives in the drawer. Why on earth would I plant?" "Hold it. Hold it, hold it." Judge Keyes's voice cut through, a gavel without the wood. "We've gone completely off the rails, Miss Chandler. You began making accusations instead of posing questions, and Detective Bosch, you followed suit instead of providing answers. Let's start this line over from the beginning, of course, Your Honor." Chandler offered a slight deferential nod. "Isn't it true, Detective Bosch, that this entire narrative pinning every one of those murders on Norman Church was an elaborate cover-up that is finally coming apart at the seams with the discovery of that woman in the concrete this week?" "No, it is not true. Nothing is coming apart. Church was a killer. He got exactly what was coming to him." The moment the words left his mouth, Bosch felt a cold internal flinch. She had led him right to the edge. He opened his eyes and met her gaze. Her expression was a placid mask, utterly devoid of feeling. In a voice barely above a whisper, she asked, "He got what was coming to him. When precisely were you appointed judge, jury, and executioner?" Bosch reached for the water cup, buying a second. "What I meant was that he set the events in motion. Whatever happened to him, he bore the ultimate responsibility. You put that kind of violence into the world. You have to be prepared for the consequences." "Like Rodney King deserved what he got," she shot back. "Objection. Belk was on his feet, like Andre Galton deserved what he got." Chandler pressed, not missing a beat. "Objection. Sustained. Sustained," the judge declared, his patience visibly thinning. "All right now, Miss Chandler, you will." "They are not the same thing," Bosch stated flatly. "Detective Bosch," the judge warned, "I sustained the objections. That means you do not answer." Chandler offered a thin, satisfied smile. "No further questions at this time, Your Honor." Bosch watched her walk back to the plaintiff's table, the deliberate drop of her legal pad onto the wood echoing in the silent room. That single loose strand of hair at the nape of her neck now seemed less like a frazzled detail and more like a calculated part of her costume, a piece of the character she was playing. After she sat, Deborah Church reached over and squeezed her arm. Chandler didn't acknowledge it, her face a study in detached professionalism. Belk did his best on redirect, painstakingly revisiting the gruesome details of the crimes and the chaotic scene of Church's shooting, but the air had been sucked from the courtroom. Chandler's performance had created a vacuum, and Belk's words just seemed to vanish into it. His efforts were so ineffective that Chandler didn't even bother with a recross, and Bosch was finally excused. The walk back to the defense table felt endless, a humiliating trek across a vast, silent expanse. "Next witness, Mr. Belk?" the judge inquired. "Your Honor, might I have a brief moment?" "Certainly." Belk leaned close, his voice a hushed whisper. "We're going to rest our case. Do you have an issue with that?" "I'm not sure," Bosch murmured back, his mind racing. "There's no one else to call, unless you want to drag other task force members up here. They'll just parrot your testimony and get the same surgical dismantling from Chandler. I'd rather not give her the opportunity." "What about bringing Dr. Locke back?" "He'd corroborate everything I said about the follower theory." "Too dangerous. He's a psychologist. For every point we get him to affirm as a possibility, she'll get him to concede it's equally possible it's not. He hasn't been deposed on this specific angle. It's a complete unknown. More importantly, I think we need to drop the whole second killer thread. It's muddying the waters for the jury. And we—" "Mr. Belk," the judge's voice interrupted, a clear signal their time was up. "We're waiting." Belk rose from his seat. "Your Honor, the defense rests." The judge fixed his gaze on Belk for an extended moment, then addressed the jury, dismissing them for the day. He explained the lawyers required the afternoon to craft their final arguments, and he needed time to prepare his instructions. Once the jury had departed, Chandler approached the lectern, requesting a directed verdict for the plaintiff, a motion the judge promptly denied. Belk then made a similar plea for the defendant, only to be met with a dismissively sarcastic tone from the bench as he was told to sit down. In the hallway outside, the courtroom emptied slowly. Bosch found Sylvia waiting amidst the lingering crowd, a cluster of reporters swarming the attorneys. Taking her arm, he guided her away. "I asked you not to come." "I know," she said, "but I needed to be here. I needed you to see that I'm with you, completely. Harry, I know parts of you the jury will never see. No matter how she paints you on that stand, I know the man you are. Remember that." She wore a simple black dress with a delicate silver thread pattern he found striking. She looked radiant. "How long were you watching?" "Most of the session. I'm glad I came. It was brutal, but I saw your decency shine through all that harshness the job requires." He was silent, just looking at her. "Stay hopeful, Harry. The things she said about my mother. I heard it hurt that I had to learn it there in a courtroom. What does it say about us, holding on to secrets like that? How many times must I tell you it's poisoning what we're trying to build?" "Look," he said, his voice strained. "I can't do this now, dealing with this. With us, it's too much, and this is the wrong place." "We'll talk later, you're right, Sylvia. I can't find the words right now." She reached up, straightened his tie, and smoothed it against his chest. "It's all right," she said softly. "What will you do now?" "Stay with the case, officially or not. I have to see it through. I have to find that second man, the other killer." She studied him, and he knew she'd hoped for a different answer, something about going home, leaving it all behind. "I'm sorry, I can't walk away. Things are in motion. I should get to campus then, salvage the day. Will you come by the house tonight?" "I'll try." "Okay. See you, Harry. Stay hopeful." He managed a faint smile. She leaned in, kissed his cheek, and then walked toward the escalator. Bosch watched her go until Bremer approached. "Care to comment?" "That was quite a show in there. I said everything I'm going to say on the stand. Nothing more? Nope. What about her theory that the so-called second killer is actually the first and Church was innocent? What do you expect her to say? It's nonsense. Just remember my words in there were under oath. Hers out here aren't. Don't buy into it, Bremer. Harry, I have to write the story. It's my job. We okay? No hard feelings. No hard feelings. Everyone's got a job. Now I need to go do mine. He walked to the escalator. Outside by the courthouse statue, he lit a cigarette and offered one to Tommy Faraway, who was sifting through an ash can. "What's the word, Lieutenant?" the homeless man asked. "Justice," Bosch replied, the word tasting bitter. "Justice is happening." Chapter 18. Bosch drove to Central Division and found a spot right at the front curb. For a long while, he just sat in the car, watching two trustees from the lock-up hose down the large painted mural that spanned the front of the bunker-like station. It depicted a utopian scene, children of every race playing together, smiling up at benevolent police officers. It was a portrait of a place where hope hadn't yet been extinguished, a stark and almost cruel contrast to the gritty reality of the streets just beyond its frame. The cheerful washed colours seemed to mock the very building they adorned in angry black spray paint across the base of the mural. Someone had scrawled, "This is a damnable lie." Bosch considered whether it was the work of a local resident or a fellow officer. He lit 2 cigarettes, using the smoke to try and push the courtroom from his mind. There was an odd sense of relief in having some of his secrets laid bare, yet he held almost no hope for the trial's verdict. A heavy resignation had settled over him, a certainty that the jury would rule against him. The warped presentation of evidence would convince them he had acted, if not as the monster Chandler painted, then at least with a reckless disregard. They could never understand what it was like to make those split-second decisions. It was the eternal police paradox. The public demands protection, a shield from the chaos at their doorstep. Yet those very same citizens are the first to gawk in horror and cry foul when they get a close look at the brutal, messy work required to provide that shield. Bosch wasn't an apologist. He didn't excuse the actions in the Andre Galton or Rodney King incidents. But he understood them, recognizing a shared origin with his own choices. Decades of political maneuvering and sheer incompetence had left the department a starved, poorly equipped paramilitary force. Rotten from the top with bureaucracy. It was bloated with managers while the street ranks were stretched so thin that the patrol officers, the dog soldiers, rarely left the safety of their cars to connect with the community. They only emerged to handle the worst elements. The result, Bosch knew, was a corrosive culture where anyone not wearing the uniform was viewed as a potential threat, treated with automatic suspicion. You ended up with your Galton and King tragedies. You ended up with riots that overwhelmed those same soldiers. You ended up with a pretty picture on a station house wall that was nothing but a damnable lie. He flashed his badge at the front desk and took the stairs up to administrative vice. Pausing at the squad room door, he watched Ray Mora for 30 seconds from across the room. Mora appeared to be handwriting a report, likely a perfunctory daily activity log not worth the hunt for a working typewriter. Bosch noted Mora used his right hand, but that didn't rule him out as the follower. The copycat knew the details, the left side ligature pull, the white cross on the toe intimately. Mora glanced up. "You planning to come in, Harry? Didn't want to interrupt your flow?" Bosch walked over. "Interrupt what? My thrilling account of how I managed to stay awake today?" Looked important. "It's important for getting my paycheck. That's the high point." Bosch pulled a chair from a vacant desk and sat down. He saw the Infant of Prague statue had been pivoted, its gaze no longer fixed on the porn calendar's nude actress. Facing Mora now, Bosch felt uncertain how to begin. "You called me last night?" "Yeah, I had a thought about what." "We know Church didn't kill Maggie Come Loudly. The timing's off. He was already dead when she was encased." "Correct?"
So we have a copycat. Right again.
Okay, so what if our copycat started earlier? Mora asked, his tone casual. A tightness gripped Bosch's throat. He worked to keep his expression neutral, giving nothing away. Bosch just stared at him, expressionless. Earlier? Right. What if the other two victims were actually the copycat's work? Who says he had to wait until Church was gone? The idea sent a cold wave through Bosch. If Mora was the follower, was he really this brazen, laying out the entire theory right in front of him? Or was Bosch's own hunch, and it was still just a hunch, completely off the mark? Either way, the atmosphere in the room felt charged and unsettling. Sitting across from Mora, with his desk littered with magazines showcasing explicit acts and that calendar girl smirking from the file cabinet, was deeply unnerving. The clay statue seemed to avert its gaze. Bosch noticed that Delta Bush, the actress on Mora's calendar, was blonde and full-figured. She fit the victim profile perfectly. Was that calendar choice a deliberate taunting display? You know, Ray, Bosch said, keeping his voice deliberately flat. I've been considering that same angle. It actually makes more sense of the evidence if the follower is responsible for all three. What brought you to that conclusion? Mora slid the report he'd been reviewing into a desk drawer and leaned forward, resting his weight on the desktop. Almost without thinking, his left hand came up and he pulled a Holy Spirit medal from inside his open collar. He rubbed it between his thumb and forefinger as he settled back into his chair, elbows propped on the armrests. He let the medal drop against his chest. Well, I remembered something is what happened. It was a tip that came in just before you took Church down. I shelved it when you closed the Church case. That was 4 years ago. Exactly. We all thought that was the end of it once. You got Church. Cut to the chase, Ray. What did you remember?
Right, okay.
So, a few days, maybe a week, before you got Church, I was assigned one of the call-in tips. It came to me because I was the go-to guy for the adult industry stuff. The caller was a performer who used the name Gallery. Just Gallery. She was working the lower-tier scene back then. Loops, live shows, peep booths, those 900-number phone lines. She was just starting to climb, getting her name on some video boxes. She called the task force hotline and said there was a Tom making the rounds on sets up in the valley. You know, watching the filming, hanging around with the producers. But he wasn't like the others. I'm not following. Toms. It's shorthand for peeping Tom. That's what the performers call the guys who linger on sets. Usually they're buddies with the producer, or they've chipped in some cash for the budget. They hand over $1,000, and the producer lets them stick around to watch the shoot. It's pretty standard. These productions attract a certain crowd for whom watching the finished video isn't enough. They need the live experience. All right, so what was different about this one? Here's the thing, Harry. There's really only one reason those guys hang around. They're trying to pick up performers between scenes. They want to get laid, or maybe they're hoping to break into directing themselves. But this guy, he wasn't hitting on anyone. He was just there, Gallery said. She never saw him make a move on anybody. He'd talked to some of the women, but never left with any of them. And that made him suspicious, because he didn't try to get laid. Mora raised his hands in a shrug, acknowledging how it might sound. Basically, yeah. But listen, Gallery worked on shoots with both Heather Come Hither and Holly Lear, the two dollmaker victims, and she said it was on those specific sets that she saw this Tom. That's why she called it in. Now Bosch was fully engaged, though a part of him wondered if this was just an elaborate misdirection, a trail Mora was laying to send him off course. She didn't have a name for this guy. No, and that was the whole problem. That's why I didn't pursue it aggressively at the time. I had a stack of assigned tips, and she calls in with this vague story and no name to go on. I would have gotten around to it eventually, but a few days later you put Church in the ground, and that was the end of it. You let it go. Yeah, dropped it like a hot rock. Bosch waited. He knew Mora wasn't finished. There had to be more. So here's the thing. When I pulled the card on Magna Cum Loudly for you yesterday, some of her early titles looked familiar. She did some work with Gallery back at the start. That's what jogged my memory about the old tip. Just following a hunch, I started asking around with some contacts in the business, and it turns out Gallery vanished from the scene 3 years ago, just like that. I know a top producer with the Adult Film Association, and he told me she walked off right in the middle of one of his shoots. No explanation to anyone, and nobody's heard a peep from her since. The producer remembered it vividly because it cost him a fortune to reshoot the whole project. He couldn't just slot in another actress. There would have been no continuity. Bosch was mildly surprised continuity was even a concern in that line of work. Both men fell silent for a moment, absorbing the story before Bosch finally spoke. So you're thinking she might be buried somewhere, Gallery, I mean, in concrete, like our case this week. That's exactly what I'm thinking. People in that industry. They're not your mainstream crowd, so disappearances happen. I remember one woman who dropped out, and the next thing I know, I see her in People magazine at some celebrity fundraiser on the arm of that guy with the TV show about the dog hotel. Noah's Bark. I can't remember his. Ray. I don't really... Okay, my point is, these women drift in and out of the business all the time. It's not unusual. They aren't exactly strategic thinkers. They just get a notion to do something else. Maybe they meet some guy they think will keep them in champagne and designer clothes, be their sugar daddy, like that Noah's Bark jerk, and they never show up for work again until reality hits. As a group, they don't tend to look much further than the next party. If you ask me, what they're all really searching for is a father figure. They all got roughed up as kids, and this is their twisted way of proving they're worth something to Daddy. At least, that's what I read somewhere. Probably a load of nonsense like most of that psychobabble. Bosch didn't need the amateur analysis. Come on, Ray, I'm tied up with court and trying to move this case along. Get to the point. What about Gallery? What I'm saying is, Gallery's situation is different because it's been almost 3 years and she never resurfaced. See, they always come back. Even if they've burned a producer so badly he had to redo everything, they always slink back. They start at the bottom, loops, fluffing, and climb their way back up. Fluffing? A fluffer is off-camera support, you could say. They keep the talent motivated and ready during technical delays, setting up shots, adjusting lights. You get the idea. Yeah, I get the idea. Just 10 minutes of hearing about this world left Bosch feeling grim. He looked at Mora, who had been in advice for as long as Bosch could remember. What about the survivor from the original tip? Did you ever follow up with her? Never got the chance. Like I said, I dropped it when you closed the book on Church. Thought we were done with the whole mess. Yes, so did I. Bosch pulled out a small pocket notebook and jotted down a few key points from their talk. Did you keep any notes from back then? Any paperwork? Nope, it's all gone. The original tip sheet is probably buried in the main task force archives, but it won't have any more than what I just told you. Bosch nodded. Mora was probably right. What did this Gallery look like? Blonde, well-built, definitely the Beverly Hills plastic surgery type. She had this very specific, almost fragile beauty, like she'd break if you looked at her too hard. It was memorable. I think I've got something here. He wheeled his chair over to the file cabinets behind him, rummaged through a drawer, and returned with a folder. From it, he pulled out an 8x10 color publicity photograph. It showed a blonde woman posed at the ocean's edge, completely nude, and with her pubic area shaved. Bosch handed the photo back to Mora, feeling a sudden, awkward embarrassment, as if they were two kids on a playground sharing a secret about a girl. He thought he detected a faint smirk on Mora's face and wondered if the vice cop was amused by his discomfort, or if it meant something more. Quite a job you have. Somebody's got to do it, Mora replied with a shrug. Bosch studied him for a moment, deciding to take a chance. Sure, but why you, Ray? You've been at this a long time. I guess I'm the watchdog, Bosch. The Supreme Court says this material is legal up to a point. That makes me one of the pointmen. It has to be monitored. It has to be kept clean. No pun intended. That means these people need to be licensed of legal age, and nobody gets forced into anything they don't want. I spend my days sifting through this garbage, looking for the stuff even the Supreme Court wouldn't tolerate. The trouble is community standards. Los Angeles doesn't really have any. There hasn't been a successful obscenity prosecution here in years. I've made some cases involving underage performers, but I'm still waiting for my first real obscenity conviction. He paused briefly before continuing. Most cops do a year in advice and then transfer out. That's all they can stomach. This is my 7th year. I can't really tell you why. I guess there's never a shortage of surprises. Yeah, but year after year of this stuff. How do you handle it? Mora's gaze dropped to the small statue on his desk. I'm provided for. Don't worry about me. He waited a beat. No family, no wife anymore. Who's going to complain about what I do anyway?
Bosch remembered from their time on the task force that Mora had volunteered for the night shift. The B squad, right after his wife left him, he'd told Bosch the nights were the hardest to get through. Now Bosch found himself wondering if Mora's ex-wife had been blonde and what that might imply. Look, Ray, I've been turning the same things over in my head about this follower. And she fits, you know, Gallery. The 3 victims and the survivor were all blondes. Church wasn't picky, but his follower apparently is. Hey, you're right, Mora said, looking back at the photo of Gallery. I hadn't connected that. Anyway, this 4-year-old tip is as good a place to start as any. There could be other women, other victims out there. What have you got on your plate? Mora smiled. Harry, it doesn't matter what I've got going. It's all trivial compared to this. I've got a vacation starting next Monday, but until then, I'm on it. You mentioned the Adult Association. Is that the Adult Film Association? Yeah. It's run out of a lawyer's office in Sherman Oaks. Are you tight with anyone there? I know the chief counsel. He's interested in keeping the business clean, so he's usually cooperative. Can you talk to him, ask around, try to find out if anyone else dropped out like Gallery did? They'd need to be blonde and with a similar build. You want to know how many other potential victims we might be dealing with? Exactly. I'll get on it. What about the agents and the Performers Guild? Bosch nodded toward the calendar featuring Delta Bush. I'll hit them too. 2 agents handle about 90% of the casting in this business. They'd be the best place to start. What about outcall services? Do all the women do that? Not the top-tier performers. But the ones below that level, yeah. They pretty much all go the outcall route. See, the top performers spend maybe 10% of their time making films, and the rest on the road, dancing. They go from strip club to strip club and can make a lot of money. $100 grand a year or more. Most people think they're getting a fortune to do the explicit scenes on video. They're wrong. The real money is in the dancing. Moving down a level, you find performers on the rise or in decline who often supplement their film and dancing gigs with outcall services. There's serious money in that as well. These women can easily make $1,000 in a single night through outcalls. When asked if they work with pimps, the answer is mixed. Some have management, but it isn't a necessity like it is on the street, where a pimp might protect a woman from dangerous clients or rival workers. In the outcall world, all you really need is a reliable answering service. A woman places her ad and photo in the adult press, and the calls start coming in. Most set clear rules. No private residences, only hotel visits. By choosing upscale hotels, they can effectively screen their clientele and keep out the undesirable types. Harry Bosch considered Rebecca Kaminsky, who had gone to the Hyatt on Sunset, a nice hotel, yet trouble still found its way in. Mora seemed to be thinking the same thing, adding dryly, "Doesn't always work out that neatly, though." "Clearly not,"
Bosch replied. Mora promised to look into things, but admitted that offhand he didn't expect to find many similar cases. If a string of women had vanished suddenly and permanently like Gallery had, word would likely have reached him. After exchanging contact information, Bosch left the office. He was crossing the lobby near the front desk when his pager buzzed. Recognizing a 485 exchange, he assumed Mora had forgotten to mention something. He took the stairs back up to the second floor and stepped into the advice squad room again. Mora was there, holding the photo of Gallery and studying it thoughtfully. He glanced up as Bosch entered. "Did you just page me?" "Not me," Bosch said. "Oh, I figured you were trying to catch me before I left. Mind if I use a phone?" "Help yourself, Harry." Bosch moved to an empty desk and dialed the number from his pager. He noticed Mora slide the photo back into the file and place it into a briefcase beside his chair. After 2 rings, a male voice answered. "Chief Irvin Irving's office. This is Lieutenant Felder. How can I help you?" Chapter 19. Like each of the department's assistant chiefs, Irving had a private conference room at Parker Center. It was outfitted with a large, round Formica table surrounded by 6 chairs, a potted plant in one corner, and a counter along the back wall. Windowless and quiet, the room could be entered either from Irving's adjutant's office or from the main hallway on the 6th floor. Bosch was the last to arrive for the meeting Irving had called, taking the remaining seat. Around the table sat the assistant chief, then moving counterclockwise Edgar and 3 men from Robbery Homicide Division. 2 of them Bosch knew well, detectives Frankie Sheehan and Mike Opelt, both of whom had worked alongside him on the Dollmaker task force years before. The 3rd man from RHD he knew only by name and reputation, Lieutenant Hans Rollenberger. Rollenberger had been promoted into RHD sometime after Bosch was transferred out. Through friends like Sheehan, Bosch had heard the stories. Rollenberger was another cautious bureaucrat, the type who sidestepped controversial decisions the way pedestrians ignore street solicitors, pretending not to see or hear them. Ambitious and untrustworthy, he was already nicknamed Hands-Off among the rank and file for his hands-off leadership style. Morale in RHD, the unit every detective dreamed of joining, had arguably sunk to its lowest point since the Rodney King footage first aired.
"Have a seat, Detective Bosch," Irving said pleasantly. "I believe you know everyone here." Before Bosch could respond, Rollenberger stood and extended his hand. Lieutenant Hans Rollenberger. Bosch shook it briefly, and both men sat back down. Bosch's eyes went straight to the thick pile of files stacked in the middle of the conference table. He knew exactly what they were, the complete Dollmaker task force records pulled from the archives.
His own murder books were just personal copies. This was the official case file, and seeing it laid out like that meant business. Deputy Chief Irving didn't waste any time. "We're here to address the situation that's developed around the Dollmaker investigation," he began. "As Detective Edgar has likely informed you, I'm transferring primary responsibility to Robbery Homicide Division. Lieutenant Rollenberger will allocate whatever personnel are necessary. I've also arranged for Detective Edgar to be assigned. And you, Bosch, once you're clear of the trial. We need results, and we need them fast. What came out in court today is already shaping up to be a public relations disaster." "Yeah, well, I was under oath," Bosch replied flatly. "I'm aware," Irving said. "The issue is you testified to information known only to you. My adjutant was in the courtroom and briefed me on your theory regarding this new development. I decided last night to have RHD take over. After hearing the direction of your testimony today, I want to form a task force and move immediately. Start from the beginning," Irving continued. "Tell us what's happening, what you think, what you know, then we'll make a plan." For a moment, Bosch just sat there, uncertain where to start. Then Sheehan jumped in with a question, a subtle signal that Irving was being straight with them, that Bosch could speak freely. Edgar mentioned it's a copycat, that there's no issue with Church himself. That's correct, Bosch said. Church was the doll-maker, but he was responsible for 9 victims, not 11. Somewhere in the middle of his spree, he inspired a follower, and we missed it. Walk us through it, Irving said. And he did. It took the better part of an hour. Sheehan and Opelt chimed in with questions along the way. Bosch left out any mention of Mora entirely. When he finished, Irving asked, "When you presented this follower theory to Dr. Locke, did he consider it plausible?" He did. With Locke, I think everything's possible. But he was helpful, clarified things for me. I'd like to keep him in the loop. He's a good sounding board. There's a leak, Irving stated. Could it be Locke? Bosch shook his head. I didn't go to him until last night. Chandler's known details from the very start. She knew I was at the crime scene on day 1. Today, she seemed aware of the direction we're heading, that we're looking for a follower. She has a solid source feeding her information, and Bremer at the Times, who knows? He's got plenty of sources too. All right, Irving said. Aside from Dr. Locke, nothing discussed in this room leaves it. No one speaks to anyone. You two, he said, looking at Bosch and Edgar. Don't even inform your supervisors at Hollywood Division what you're working on. Without naming Pounds, Irving made his suspicion clear that Pounds could be the leak. Both detectives nodded in agreement. So, Irving said, turning back to Bosch, where do we go from here? Without missing a beat, Bosch answered, we retrace the entire original investigation. Like I said, Locke believes it's someone with intimate access to the case details, someone who knew every move and copied them. It was a perfect cover for a while anyway.
You're talking about a police officer, Rollenberger said, speaking for the first time since the briefing started. Maybe, Bosch conceded, but there are other possibilities. The suspect pool is actually pretty wide. You've got officers, the people who discovered the bodies, coroner's office staff, bystanders at the scenes, reporters, a lot of people. Hell, Opelt muttered. We're going to need more bodies. Don't worry about that, Irving cut in. I'll get you more.
How do we narrow it down?
Bosch leaned forward. When we look at the victims, we learn about the killer. The victims and the one who survived generally fit the same profile. Blonde, physically fit, worked in the adult film industry and did outcall work on the side. He paused, letting the grim reality of the pattern sink in. It was a type, a target, and now someone else was hunting it. Locke believes the follower selected his targets by watching their videos, then using the contact details listed in the outcall advertisements found in local adult publications. It's almost like he was browsing a catalogue for victims, Sheehan remarked. Exactly, Bosch agreed. What more do we have? Irving pressed. Not much else. Locke describes the follower as highly intelligent, far more so than Church ever was, but he might be unravelling. That's the term Locke uses. Coming apart at the seams, that note he sent. That was a mistake. Without it, we might never have connected him. He's entered a stage where he craves the spotlight the doll-maker once held. He grew envious when the trial shifted all the attention back to Church. Sheehan leaned forward. What about other victims? It's been 4 years. There have to be more we haven't found. I'm on it, Bosch confirmed. Locke agrees there are almost certainly others. Damn, Opelt muttered. We're stretched too thin as it is. A heavy silence settled over the room. Rollenberger broke it. Shouldn't we bring in the FBI's behavioral unit? All eyes turned to him, some with looks of mild disbelief. Forget them, Sheehan said dismissively. We're managing this just fine on our own for now, Irving added, his tone measured. Let's stay focused. What else do we know about this follower? Rollenberger, trying to recover, shifted gears. Do we have any physical evidence that could point to who he is? We need to locate the survivor, Bosch stated. She provided a composite sketch that everyone ignored after I closed the Church case. Now we know it was likely the follower. We find her and see if she remembers anything else. Maybe a mannerism, a specific phrase that could tell us if we're looking for a cop. Sheehan shuffled through the files and pulled out the composite. It was vague, not matching anyone Bosch knew, especially not Mora. We should assume he used disguises, just like Church, so the sketch might be useless. But she could recall other details also, Bosch continued. I've asked Amadou at the coroner's office to compare the rape kits from the two victims we now attribute to the follower. There's a real chance he slipped up. Explain, Irving said. The follower copied everything the dollmaker did, correct? Rollenberger asked.
Only what was public knowledge at the time, Bosch corrected. What we didn't know until after Church's death was that he shaved his entire body to avoid leaving hair evidence. The follower wouldn't have known that detail when he attacked those first two victims. So those kits might contain trace evidence that belongs to our guy, Irving concluded. Right? Amado is running the comparison. We should have results by Monday. That's solid work, Detective Bosch.
Irving held Bosch's gaze for a moment, a silent exchange passing between them. We'll see, Bosch replied. Is that everything? Rollenberger asked. Not quite. It was Edgar who had been quiet until now. Everyone turned to him. In the concrete, Harry found it, there was a cigarette pack. It was embedded while the concrete was still wet, so it probably belonged to the follower. Marlboro regulars, soft pack. Couldn't it have been the victims? Rollenberger questioned. No, Bosch said. I spoke with her manager last night. She didn't smoke. Those cigarettes are almost certainly the followers. A grin spread across Sheehan's face. He held his hands together as if awaiting cuffs. Well, here I am, gentlemen. That's my brand. Mine too, Bosch said, matching his tone. But I've got you beat. I'm left-handed as well. Better start working on my alibi. Light laughter rippled around the table. Bosch's own smile faded as a sudden, troubling thought occurred to him, one he knew he couldn't voice just yet. His gaze settled on the files piled in the middle of the table. Hell, every officer in this building smokes Marlboros or Camels, Opelt remarked. It's a filthy habit, Irving stated. Absolutely, Rollenberger chimed in a bit too eagerly, which dropped a heavy silence back over the room. So, who's your suspect? It was Irving who posed the question, his eyes locked on Bosch with an intensity Harry couldn't quite interpret. The directness of it startled Bosch. Irving knew. Somehow he already knew. Harry stayed quiet. Detective, you've clearly been ahead of this for a day. You've also been on the case since the beginning. I believe you have someone in mind. Tell us. We need a starting point. Bosch hesitated, then finally spoke. I'm not certain, and I don't want to. To wreck an innocent man's career, to unleash the hounds on the wrong person. We understand that, but we can't have you running a solo investigation. Didn't you learn anything from this trial? I believe the term Money Chandler used was cowboying. All eyes were on him. He thought of Mora. The vice cop was odd, but was he that kind of odd? Over the years, Bosch had been on the receiving end of enough internal affairs probes. He had no desire to bring that crushing weight down on someone undeserving. Detective, Irving pressed. Even if it's just a gut feeling you have to tell us. Investigations often start with hunches. You want to protect one person, but what's our alternative? We're about to investigate cops. Does it matter if we start with this name or come across it later? We'll get to him either way. Give us the name. Bosch considered everything Irving had said. He questioned his own motive. Was he protecting Mora, or was he just hoarding the lead for himself? After a long moment, he said, Give me 5 minutes alone in here with the files. If I see what I think I might see, then I'll tell you. Gentlemen, Irving announced, let's go get some coffee. Once the room was empty, Bosch stared at the files for almost a full minute without moving. A wave of confusion washed over him. He wasn't sure if he wanted to find something that would point to Mora as the follower, or something that would definitively clear him. He recalled Chandler's words to the jury about monsters and the dark void they inhabit. Whoever chooses to fight monsters, he thought, shouldn't overthink the abyss. He lit a cigarette, dragged the stack closer, and began searching for two specific files. The chronologies file was near the top. It was slim, essentially a quick reference guide to key dates in the investigation. He found the thicker task force personnel file at the bottom of the pile. It contained the weekly shift schedules for the assigned detectives and all the overtime authorization forms. As the Detective 3 in charge of B Squad, keeping this file updated had been one of his responsibilities. From the chronologies file, Bosch quickly noted the times and dates for the first two murdered adult film actresses, along with details about how they were lured. He did the same for the sole survivor. He transcribed it all in order onto a page in his pocket notebook. June 17th, 11 p.m. Georgia Stern, known as Velvet Box survivor. July 6th, 11:30 p.m. Nicole Knapp, known as Holly Lear, West Hollywood. Sept 28, 4 a.m. Charlene Kemp, known as Heather Cumhither, Malibu. He then opened the personnel file and pulled the shift schedules for the weeks the women were attacked. June 17th, the night Georgia Stern was assaulted, was a Sunday B Squad's scheduled night off. Mora could have done it, but so could anyone else on the squad. When he checked the schedule for the week of July 1st, concerning the Knapp case, he got a hit. His fingers trembled slightly as he held the paper, his adrenaline beginning to surge. The evening of July 6th was a Friday when Knapp was dispatched on a call at 9 and discovered deceased on the Sweetser Avenue sidewalk in West Hollywood by 11:30. According to the schedule, Mora was assigned to the 3 to midnight shift with B Squad that night, but Bosch's own handwritten note beside his name simply read, "sick." Bosch immediately retrieved the roster for the week of September 22nd. Charlene Kemp's nude body had been located beside the Pacific Coast Highway in Malibu at 4 in the morning on Friday, September 28th. Realizing he needed more detail, he located the file on her death. A quick review revealed that Kemp's phone service had logged a request for her services at the Malibu Inn at 12:55 a.m. Investigators had determined that call originated from room 3111. The front desk staff could offer only a vague description of the man in that room, and the identification he provided was fraudulent. He had paid in cash. The one precise detail the clerks could confirm was his check-in time, 12:35 a.m., stamped automatically on the registration card. The client had called for an escort just 20 minutes after arriving. Bosch cross-referenced the work schedule. Mora had been on duty the Thursday night before Kemp's murder. Records showed he signed in at 2:40 p.m. and signed out at 11:45 p.m., leaving early. That gave him a 50-minute window to travel from the Hollywood station to the Malibu Inn and check into room 311 by 12:35 a.m. on Friday. Bosch knew the drive was feasible. Traffic on the PCH would be minimal at that hour. It could have been Mora. He noticed the cigarette he'd left, balancing on the table's edge, had burned down to the filter, scorching the formica. He quickly flicked the butt into a ficus plant pot in the corner, then rotated the table to position the burn mark where Rollenberger had been sitting. Waving a file folder to clear the smoke, he finally opened the door to Irving's office. Raymond Mora. Irving spoke the name aloud, as if testing its sound. He fell silent after Bosch finished laying out the facts. Bosch waited, but the assistant chief only sniffed the air, detected the cigarette smoke, and frowned. "There's more," Bosch added. "Locke wasn't the only one I discussed the follower with. Mora knows nearly everything I just told you. He was on the task force, and we consulted him this week for help identifying the concrete blonde. I was over at Advice when you paged me. He called me last night." "What did he want?" Irving asked. "He wanted to suggest that the follower might have killed the 2 adult film actresses from the original 11 cases. He said it just occurred to him that the follower's spree could have started that far back." "Damn," Sheehan muttered. "This guy is toying with us. If he—" "What did you tell him?" Irving cut in. "I told him I was considering the same possibility. Then I asked him to check with his contacts to see if other women in that line of work had vanished or dropped out, similar to Becky Kaminsky. You asked him to investigate this?" Rollenberger said, his eyebrows shooting up in a mix of shock and indignation. "I had to. It was the logical request. If I hadn't, he would have sensed my suspicion." "He's right," Irving stated. Rollenberger's chest seemed to sink slightly. Nothing was going his way. "Yes, I see that now," he conceded dutifully. "Good work. We'll need more personnel," Opelt chimed in, sensing the cooperative mood. "I want surveillance on him starting tomorrow morning," Irving declared. "We'll require at least 3 teams. Sheehan and Opelt, you'll be one of them. Bosch, you're tied up with the court, and Edgar, I need you focused on finding the survivor, so that takes you both off the board. Lieutenant Rollenberger, who else can you assign?" "Well, Yiddy is available since Buchert is on leave. Mayfield and Rutherford are both in court on the same case, but I can free one of them up to partner with Wyde." "That's all I have right now, unless you want to reassign someone from an active investigation." "No, I don't want to do that. Get Eade and Mayfield on this. I'll check with Lieutenant Hilliard to see what she can spare from the Valley Division. She's had 3 teams on that catering truck case for a month, and they've hit a dead end. I'll pull one of those teams over." "Sounds good, sir," Rollenberger replied. Sheehan shot Harry a look that screamed his utter disdain for the man now calling the shots. Bosch suppressed a grin. There was always that electric buzz among detectives when the hunt was officially on and they were about to hit the streets. "Opelt, Sheehan, I want you on Mora starting at 8 tomorrow morning," Irving continued. "The lieutenant, set up a briefing for the new people tomorrow. Bring them up to speed and have one team relieve Opelt and Sheehan at 4 p.m. They stick with Mora until he's confirmed down for the night. If overtime is required, I'm authorizing it. The other pair takes the morning shift at 8 on Saturday, and Opelt and Sheehan pick it back up at 4. Rotate on that schedule. The night team stays on him until they are absolutely certain he's home and in bed, no mistakes. If this guy pulls anything while we're watching him, our careers are finished." "Chief?" Bosch interjected. "Yes, Bosch." "There's no guarantee he'll act. Locke's profile suggests the follower has significant control. He doesn't believe he's hunting every night. The theory is he manages the urge, lives a relatively normal life, and strikes at irregular, unpredictable intervals. Detective Bosch, there's also no guarantee we're even watching the right man, but we watch him regardless. I'm sitting here hoping we're completely wrong about Detective Mora. Yet the points you've raised are compelling in a circumstantial way, nowhere near enough for a courtroom. So we watch, and we hope that if it is him, we'll see the signs before he hurts anyone else." "My! I agree, sir." Rollenberger chimed in. "Don't interrupt me, Lieutenant," Irving said sharply, a palpable tension settling over the room. Rollenberger looked suitably chastised. "My expertise isn't in detective work or psychoanalysis, but my gut tells me whoever this follower is, he's feeling the heat. Sure, he brought it on himself with that note. He might even think this is a game of cat and mouse he can win. But the pressure is on him now. And one thing I know from being a cop is that when pressure mounts on these people, the edge dwellers, as I call them, they react. Sometimes they crack, sometimes they act out. So what I'm saying is, with what we know, I want Mora covered if he so much as steps outside to check his mailbox." A heavy silence filled the room. Even Rollenberger seemed subdued after his misstep. "All right then. Assignments are set. Sheehan, Opelt, you're on surveillance. Bosch, you're freelance until the trial wraps up. Edgar, you've got the survivor, and when you can dig into Mora's background, do it quietly, nothing that gets back to him." "He's divorced," Bosch offered. The divorce was finalized right before the Dollmaker task force was assembled. "Good. That's a starting point. Go to the courthouse, pull his divorce records. Who knows? We might get lucky. Maybe his wife left him because he enjoyed making her up like one of his dolls. This case has been tough enough. We could use a break like that. Irving scanned the faces around the table. The potential for departmental embarrassment here is enormous, but I don't want anyone holding back. Let the chips fall where they may. All right, everyone knows their jobs. Get to it. Everyone was dismissed except for Detective Bosch. As the others left, Bosch noticed the flicker of disappointment on Rollenberger's face. He'd clearly been hoping for a private moment to curry favor with Irving. Once the door clicked shut, Irving took his time, gathering his thoughts. For most of Bosch's career, Irving had been a constant adversary, always pushing to rein him in and make him toe the line. Bosch had pushed back every time. It wasn't personal, it just wasn't his style. But lately Bosch had sensed a shift in the man, in how he'd handled him during the meeting, even in his testimony earlier that week. Irving could have thrown him to the wolves, but he hadn't. Bosch wouldn't bring it up, though. He just waited in silence. You did solid work on this, Detective, especially with the trial hanging over everything. Bosch gave a nod, knowing that wasn't the real reason he'd been kept behind. That's actually why I asked you to stay. About the trial. Irving paused, searching for the right words. Let me put it this way, and pardon my French, but I don't give a damn what that jury decides, or how much money they award those people. They have no clue what it's like out there on the edge, having to make a split-second call that could mean life or death. You can't spend a week dissecting a decision you had to make in a heartbeat. Bosch struggled to find a reply, and the silence stretched a beat too long. Anyway, Irving finally continued. I guess it took me 4 years to get to that point. Better late than never. You'd be handy for closing arguments tomorrow. Irving's face tightened, his jaw working as if he'd bitten into something sour. Don't even get me started on that. What is this city thinking? The city attorney's office is basically a training ground, a law school on the taxpayer's dime. We get these fresh-faced rookies who don't know the first thing about trial work. They learn by making mistakes in real cases with our necks on the line. And once they finally know what they're doing, they quit and turn around to sue us. Bosch had never seen Irving so fired up. It was like he'd shed the stiff, official persona he always wore. Harry was captivated. Sorry about that, Irving said, reining himself in. I get carried away. Look, good luck with the jury, but don't let it eat at you. Bosch stayed quiet. You know, Bosch, sometimes a half hour in a room with Lieutenant Rollenberger makes me take a hard look at myself and this department where it's headed. He's not the kind of cop I signed up to be, or you either. Sure, he's a good manager, and I like to think I am too. But we can't forget we're police officers first. Bosch wasn't sure how to respond, or if he should. Irving seemed to be meandering now, as if circling something he wanted to say but couldn't quite land on. Hans Rollenberger, what a name, right? Bet the detectives in his unit call him Hands Off. Am I wrong? Sometimes. Yeah, figures. Irving shifted in his chair. Listen, Harry, I've got 38 years in this department. Bosch just nodded. It was getting strange. Irving had never used his first name before. I worked Hollywood patrols straight out of the academy. Put in a lot of years there, that question. Money Chandler asked me about your mother. It came out of nowhere, and I'm sorry about that, Harry. Truly sorry for your loss. It was a long time ago. Bosch waited. Irving was staring down at his clasped hands on the table. If that's all, I should probably. That's most of it. But what I need to tell you is that I was there that day.
What day? The day your mother died. I was the reporting officer. You found her? Yes, I was the one who found her. I was walking my foot patrol along the boulevard and slipped into that alley off Gower. I checked it daily, and that's where I came across her. When Chandler handed me those reports, the case came right back to me. She never knew my badge number. It was right there in the paperwork, or she would have realized I was the one who found her.
Chandler would have had a real party with that information. I suppose it was difficult for Bosch to listen. He was almost relieved Irving wasn't looking directly at him. He understood, or believed he did, what Irving was leaving unsaid. If Irving had walked that boulevard beat, then he had known Bosch's mother before she died. Irving glanced up briefly, then turned his gaze toward the corner of the room, his eyes settling on the ficus plant.
"Somebody left a cigarette butt in my pot," he remarked. "That yours, Harry?" Bosch was lighting a cigarette as he pushed through the glass doors at Parker Center's entrance. Irving's small world story had shaken him. He'd always assumed he might eventually meet someone in the department who knew about his mother or the case, but he never pictured Irving in that role. Crossing the south lot toward his caprice, he spotted Jerry Edgar waiting at the corner of Los Angeles and First for the walk signal. A glance at his watch showed 5:10 quitting time. Edgar was probably heading to the Code 7 or the Red Wind for a beer before battling the freeway. Not a bad idea, Bosch thought. Sheehan and Opelt were likely already on bar stools somewhere. By the time Bosch reached the corner, Edgar had a solid lead and was walking up first toward the 7. Bosch quickened his pace. For the first time in ages, he felt a genuine mental thirst for a drink. He wanted to forget about Church Mora, Chandler, his own buried secrets, and what Irving had just revealed, but then Edgar walked right past the billy club that served as the door handle at the 7 without a second look. He crossed Spring and continued alongside the Times building toward Broadway. So it's the Red Wind, Bosch figured. The Wind was an acceptable spot. They served Winehards by the bottle, though they lost points for not having it on draft. Another downside was the crowd. Yuppies from the Times newsroom favored the place, so it was often packed with more reporters than cops. The big draw, though, was the live music on Thursdays and Fridays, a quartet of retired club players who, while not exactly flawless, provided a decent soundtrack for avoiding rush hour. He watched Edgar cross Broadway and stay on First instead of turning left toward the Wind. Bosch slowed slightly, allowing Edgar to renew his lead. Lighting another cigarette, he felt a growing unease about tailing the other detective, but he kept going. A bad feeling was starting to gnaw at him. Edgar turned left on Hill and slipped through the first door on the east side, across from the new subway entrance. It was the entrance to the Hung Jury, a bar located in the lobby of the Fuentes Legal Center, an 8-story office building entirely occupied by attorneys. Most tenants were defense and litigation lawyers who chose the plain, even ugly, building for one key reason. It was just half a block from the county courts, a block from the criminal courts, and a block and a half from the federal building. Bosch knew all this because Belk had explained it when they came to the Fuentes Center to find Honey Chandler's office for a deposition in the Norman Church case. That uneasy feeling solidified into a hollow pit in his stomach as he passed the hung jury's door and stepped into the main lobby of the Fuentes Center. He was familiar with the bar's setup, having stopped in for a drink after his earlier meeting with Chandler. He remembered an entrance from the building's lobby, and he used it now, stepping into a small alcove with 2 payphones and restroom doors. Peering carefully around the corner into the bar area, he took in the scene. Frank Sinatra's Summer Wind played from a jukebox he couldn't see. A waitress with an elaborate wig, cash threaded between her fingers, delivered a tray of martinis to a table of lawyers near the front. The bartender, leaning under the low light with a cigarette and a copy of the Hollywood Reporter, looked like every other aspiring actor or writer in this city, maybe even a part-time talent scout. When the bartender moved to put out his cigarette, Bosch finally spotted Edgar at the far end of the bar, a draft beer in front of him. A match flared in the dimness beside him, and Bosch watched as Honey Chandler lit a cigarette before dropping the match into an ashtray next to what appeared to be a Bloody Mary. Bosch retreated back into the alcove, out of view. He waited beside a shuttered plywood newsstand on the corner, its windows boarded for the night. As darkness settled and the streetlights flickered on, he spent the time brushing off panhandlers and ignoring the propositions from streetwalkers making their final rounds downtown before heading to Hollywood for the night's more demanding clientele.
By the time Edgar finally emerged from the hung jury, a small mound of cigarette butts had accumulated at Bosch's feet. He tossed his last one into the gutter and shifted back alongside the newsstand to avoid being seen. There was no sign of Chandler. She had likely left through the other exit to the garage. Edgar, wisely, had probably turned down a ride to the Parker Center lot. As Edgar passed by, Bosch stepped out behind him. "Jerry, how's it going?" Edgar jumped as if startled, spinning around. "Harry, what are you? Hey, you want to get a drink?" "I was just thinking about that." Bosch let him stand there, uncomfortable, for a long moment before replying. "You already had your drink."
What are you talking about?
Bosch moved a step closer. Edgar looked genuinely nervous. "You know exactly what I mean. A beer for you, right? And a Bloody Mary for the lady." "Listen, Harry, look, don't call me that. Don't ever call me Harry again. You understand? If you want to talk to me, you call me Bosch. That's what people who aren't my friends call me, the people I don't trust. So you call me that. Can I explain, Ha? I mean, I'd like a chance to explain."
What's there to explain? You sold me out. That's pretty straightforward. What did you tell her tonight? Just run down everything we discussed in Irving's office. She probably didn't even need it. The damage is already done. No, she left a while ago. I was in there alone most of the time, just trying to figure a way out of this mess. I didn't tell her a thing about today's meeting.
"Harry, I didn't." In a swift motion, Bosch stepped forward and shoved Edgar hard in the chest, sending him stumbling back. "I said, don't call me that," he shouted. "You bastard! We worked together. I taught you everything, and I'm in that courtroom getting torn apart, and I find out you're the leak. You're the one." "I'm sorry, what about Bremer? Did you tell him about the note? Is that where you're headed now? Going to meet Bremer for a drink? Well, don't let me stop you."
No, man. I haven't spoken to Bremer. Look, I made a mistake. Okay? I'm sorry. She got to me too. It was like blackmail. I couldn't get out of it. She had me cornered. You have to believe me, man. Bosch studied him in the deepening night, the streetlights casting a pale glow that made Edgar's eyes look wet. Was he fighting back tears? And if so, were they for their shattered partnership or just plain fear?
Harry felt the weight of his leverage, a tangible force in the space between them. And Edgar felt it too. Keeping his voice low and controlled, Bosch said, "Start talking. You're going to tell me everything. The band at the Wind was between sets." They found a table in the back, a dim wood-panelled room that could have been any of 1,000 anonymous bars in the city. A worn red leatherette trim lined the cigarette-burned bar where barmaids in black dresses and white aprons moved. Their thin lips painted a severe shade of red. Bosch ordered a double Jack Black, neat, and a bottle of Winehards, sliding cash across for a pack of cigarettes. Edgar, who looked like a man who'd just heard his own death sentence, asked for Jack Black with a water chaser. "It's this damn economy," Edgar blurted out before Harry could even speak. "The real estate work dried up. The mortgage is hanging over us. And Brenda, she got accustomed to a certain... Save it. You think I care that your wife might have to trade in her fancy car? You sold me out. That's all that matters here. It wasn't like that, Just stop. You don't get to talk until I say so." They fell silent as the barmaid delivered the drinks and smokes. Bosch tossed a 20 on her tray, his gaze never leaving Edgar, dark and simmering. "Now cut the excuses. Tell me what you did." Edgar knocked back his whiskey, chasing it with water. "Okay, it was late Monday, after we'd been out to the scene. I was back at the office. Chandler called. She already knew something was up about the note, the body. She must have gotten a tip, maybe from Bremer. She started pressing, 'Is it confirmed?' as the doll maker. I brushed her off, said no comment, and then Bosch prompted, his voice flat. Then she made an offer. I'm 2 months behind on the house, Harry. Brenda has no idea.
I told you. I don't want to hear your sob story. It just makes this worse. What did you do? She offered money. I said I'd think about it. She told me to meet her at the hung jury that night if I wanted to deal. I had my reasons, so I went. Yeah, I went. And you walked right into it, Bosch said, aiming to deflate the faint defiance he heard. He finished his drink and tried to catch the barmaid's eye, but she was turned away.
The musicians were returning to the stand, a saxophonist fronting the quartet. Under different circumstances, Harry would have enjoyed this. What did you give her? Just what we knew that day, but she had most of it already. I confirmed you thought it looked like the doll-maker's work. It wasn't much, Harry. Most of it was in the paper the next morning anyway, and I wasn't Bremer's source on that. You gotta believe me. You told her I was at the scene. Yeah, I told her.
What was the big secret there?
Bosch let that hang in the air for a long minute, listening as the band eased into a slow, mournful version of Lush Life. Their table was far enough back that the music was just a backdrop. His eyes travelled the room and landed on Bremer at the bar, sipping a beer surrounded by what looked like other reporters. One of them even had the telltale skinny notebook jutting from his back pocket. The whole scene felt like a trap he'd walked into with his eyes wide open. Speaking of Bremer, look who just walked in. He probably wants to go over a few things with you once we're finished here. Harry, it wasn't me. Bosch let the casual use of his first name slide this time. The whole situation was draining him, pulling him into a familiar, heavy gloom. He just wanted it to be over so he could leave, so he could go see Sylvia. How many conversations did you have with her? Every single night. She flipped it on you, didn't she? You had to keep going back. I was an idiot. I needed the cash. After that first meeting, she had me trapped. She demanded updates on the investigation and threatened to report me to IAD as the leak if I didn't comply. The worst part, she never even paid me. What changed tonight that made her cut out early? She said, the case was wrapping up. Closing arguments are tomorrow, so the details didn't matter to her anymore. She cut me loose. And you think that's the end of it? You know better. Any time she needs a license plate run, an address from the DMV, an unlisted number, your phone will ring. She owns you now. I know I'll have to handle it. All for what? What was the price tag that first night? I just wanted to make one damn mortgage payment. I can't sell the house. I can't keep up with the payments. I don't know what I'm going to do. What about me? Aren't you worried about what I'm going to do? Yes, I am. Bosch's gaze drifted back to the quartet. They had moved into a Strayhorn piece, Blood Count. The saxophonist played with a steady, workmanlike precision, his phrasing clean and controlled. So what are you going to do? Edgar asked. Bosch didn't need to think. The decision was already made. He kept his eyes on the musician as he spoke. Nothing. Nothing. It's about what you are going to do.
I can't partner with you anymore. I know we have this situation with Irving to finish, but that's it. After that, you go to Pounds and request a transfer out of Hollywood division. But there are no openings in Homicide anywhere. You know how rare those postings are. I didn't say Homicide, I said a transfer. You take the first opening available. I don't care if it's auto theft in the 77th, you take it. Now, he finally looked at Edgar, whose mouth had gone slack. That's the price you pay.
But Homicide is what I do. It's everything. And you're done with it. This isn't a discussion. Your other option is taking your chances with internal affairs. Either you go to Pounds or I go to them. I can't work with you. That's final. He turned back to the band. Edgar was silent. After a long moment, Bosch told him to leave. You go first. I'm not walking back to Parker Center with you. Edgar stood, lingering by the table. Someday, you're going to need every friend you can get. You'll remember doing this to me. Without looking up, Bosch said, I know, after Edgar had left.
Bosch caught the bartender's eye and ordered another drink. The quartet launched into rain check, weaving in improvisational riffs that Bosch appreciated. The whiskey began to spread a slow warmth through him. He sat back, smoked, and listened, trying to force all thoughts of cops and killers from his mind.
Soon, however, he sensed someone nearby and turned to see Bremer standing there with a bottle of beer. Judging by the look on Edgar's face when he stormed out, "I'm guessing he won't be rejoining you. Mind if I sit?" "No, he won't be back. You can do what you want, but I'm off duty, off the record and off the clock. In other words, you're not saying a word. You got it?" The reporter sat down and lit a cigarette. His sharp green eyes narrowed slightly through the haze. "It's fine. I'm not working either, for what it's worth. Bremer, you're always working. Even right now, if I slip up and say the wrong thing, you'll file it away for later. Maybe. But you seem to forget the times we've helped each other. The stories that worked in your favor, Harry. I write a single story that doesn't go your way, and suddenly everything else is erased. Now I'm just that damn reporter who... I haven't forgotten a thing. You're sitting right here, aren't you? I remember what you did for me, and I'll remember what you did against me. It all balances out eventually." They sat quietly for a moment, letting the music fill the space between them. The set finished just as the bartender placed Bosch's third double bourbon on the table. "I'm not saying I'd ever reveal it," Bremer said, leaning forward. "But why was my source on the note story such a big deal to you back then? It's not a big deal now. At the time, I just wanted to know who was trying to pin something on me. You said that before, that someone was setting you up. You really believe that? Doesn't matter anymore. What kind of story did you write for tomorrow?" The reporter straightened up, a spark of professional pride lighting his eyes. "You'll see it. Pretty much a straightforward court piece. Your testimony about someone else carrying on the killings. It's going on the front page. It's a major story. That's why I'm here. I always stop in for a drink after I land the front page. Celebration time, huh? What about the stuff with my mother? Did you include any of that? Harry, if that's what's worrying you, don't. I didn't even mention it. Honestly, it's obviously deeply personal for you, but from a newspaper angle, I thought it was too much of an insider detail. I left it out. Insider detail. Too obscure, like the statistics those sports commentators rattle off on TV. You know, like how many curveballs some pitcher threw in the third inning of a game back in 1956. I thought the material about your mother, Chandler's attempt to use it as your motive for taking down this guy, was diving too deep into the weeds. Bosch simply nodded. He was relieved that part of his life wouldn't be in the hands of 1 million readers tomorrow, but he kept his reaction casual. But, Bremer continued, I have to tell you, if a verdict comes back against you and the jurors start saying they believed you did it to avenge your mother, then that becomes usable information, and I won't have a choice. Bosch nodded again. It seemed fair. He checked his watch and saw it was almost 10. He knew he should call Sylvia, and he knew he should leave before the next set started and the music pulled him back in. He finished his drink and said, I'm going to head out.
Yeah, me too, Bremer said. I'll walk out with you. Outside, the crisp night air sliced through Bosch's bourbon haze. He said goodbye to Bremer and shoved his hands into his pockets, starting down the sidewalk. Harry, you walking all the way back to Parker Center. Get in. My car's right here. Bosch watched Bremer unlock the passenger door of his sedan, which was parked at the curb right in front of the bar. Bosch got in without a word of thanks, leaning over to unlock the driver's side. When he was drunk, he often hit a stage where he said almost nothing, just stewing in his own thoughts and listening. Bremer started talking during the short drive. That money Chandler is something else, isn't she? She really knows how to work a jury. You think she's got this, don't you? It's going to be close, Harry, I think. But even if it's one of those symbolic verdicts that are popular these days against the police department, she'll come out rich. What do you mean?
You haven't been in federal court before, have you? No. I try to avoid making it a habit. Well, in a civil rights case, if the plaintiff wins, in this case Chandler, then the defendant, which is the city paying your legal bills, has to cover the lawyer's fees. I guarantee you, Harry, in her closing argument tomorrow, money will tell that jury all they need to do is make a statement that you acted improperly. Even awarding just $1 in damages makes that statement. The jury will see that as the easy way out. They can say you were wrong and only hand over a single dollar. They won't find out because Belk can't tell them that even if the plaintiff gets a single cent, Chandler sends the bill to the city, and it won't be a cent. Try a few $100,000. It's a racket. Damn. Welcome to the justice system. Bremer turned into the parking lot, and Bosch indicated his caprice parked near the front. You sure you're okay to drive? Bremer asked. I'm fine. As Bosch started to shut the door, Bremer stopped him. Listen, Harry, you know I can't name my source, but I can tell you who it isn't, and it's not someone you'd ever see coming. Edgar and Pounds, if that's where your head's at, forget it. You wouldn't believe me if I told you, so don't waste your energy. Got it? Bosch gave a silent nod and closed the door. After a moment of searching his pockets, Bosch slid the key into the ignition, but didn't turn it. He debated whether to attempt the drive or to head to the cafeteria for some coffee first. He stared through the windshield at the imposing grey structure of Parker Center. Most of the windows were lit, but he knew the offices were empty. The squad room lights were always left burning, a feeble attempt to project the illusion that the battle against crime never paused. It was all a facade. He thought about the old couch in one of the RHD interrogation rooms. That was another option, unless, of course, it was already occupied. But then his mind turned to Sylvia, and how she had shown up at the courthouse despite him asking her not to. He wanted to get back to her. Home, he thought. The word felt foreign yet comforting. He placed his hand on the key, then let it fall back into his lap. He rubbed his tired eyes. His mind was foggy with whiskey and crowded with too many thoughts. The mournful sound of a tenor sax seemed to echo in the haze. His own private, melancholy soundtrack. He tried to focus on what Bremer had just implied, that Bosch would never guess the source. Why phrase it like that? The mystery of the why was somehow more intriguing than the identity itself. It doesn't matter, he told himself. It'll all be over soon. He rested his head against the cool window glass, replaying the trial and his testimony. He wondered how he had appeared up there, under the scrutiny of the entire room. He never wanted to be in that position again, to have Honey Chandler backing him into a corner with nothing but words. Whoever fights monsters. What was it she had told the jury? Something about the abyss. Yes, the place where monsters live. Is that where I live, in that dark place? The Black Heart, he remembered. Locke had used that term. The Black Heart does not beat alone in his mind's eye. He saw Norman Church again, jolted upright by the bullet before collapsing, naked and helpless, onto the bed. The look in the dying man's eyes was etched into his memory. 4 years later, the image was as sharp as if it had happened yesterday. Why was that? Why could he recall Norman Church's face with perfect clarity, but his own mother's features were just a blur?
Do I have the Black Heart? Bosch asked himself. Do I? A wave of darkness suddenly rose and pulled him under. He was there among the monsters. A sharp rap on the glass jolted him awake. Bosch's eyes snapped open to see a patrolman standing beside the car, baton in one hand, flashlight in the other. Harry instinctively grabbed the steering wheel and slammed his foot on the brake pedal. He didn't think he'd been driving poorly, then he realized he hadn't been driving at all. He was still parked at Parker Center. He rolled down the window. The young officer was the lot guard, a tradition where the lowest-ranked cadet from each academy class pulled the evening shift, watching the headquarters parking lot. It was a rite of passage, but it also made a point: if the police couldn't prevent break-ins in their own lot,
Where could they? "Detective, are you all right?" the officer asked, sliding his baton back onto his belt.
"I saw you get dropped off and get in your car a while ago."
He waited until the officer had moved off before starting the engine. Checking his watch, Bosch estimated he'd only been out for about half an hour. Still, the short rest and the jolt of being woken had cleared his head. He lit a cigarette, pulled onto Los Angeles Street, and headed for the Hollywood freeway on-ramp. Driving north, he rolled the window down, letting the cool night air keep him sharp. The sky was clear. Up ahead, the lights of the Hollywood Hills climbed toward the darkness, pierced by crossing spotlights from somewhere behind the ridges. It was a striking view, yet it left him with a hollow feeling. L.A. kept changing. That was nothing new, and honestly, it was part of why he loved the place. But the riots and the hard times had carved something deeper into the city's face and into its memory. He knew he'd never shake the image of that smoke hanging over everything, a grimy blanket the night breeze couldn't lift. The TV footage of buildings burning, looters moving freely, while the police stood by. It had been the department's lowest point, and the scars were still there. The city hadn't healed either. So many of the raw problems that sparked that explosion were still just sitting there untouched. This place could show you breathtaking beauty and then turn around and show you pure danger and spite. It was a town running on shaky confidence, surviving on whatever hope it had left in the tank. In his mind, the split between the haves and have-nots played out like a crowded ferry pulling away from the dock. Too many people both on the boat and on the pier, with some stuck in between, 1 foot on each, straining as the gap widened. It was only a matter of time before those in the middle fell into the drink, and the ferry was so overloaded it would tip at the first real wave. Funny thing, the folks left on the dock would probably cheer if it did. They'd be praying for that wave. He thought about Edgar and what he'd pulled. Edgar was one of those about to slip into the water. There was no saving him now. He hadn't even been able to tell his wife how close they were to the edge. Bosch questioned whether he'd handled it right. Edgar had mentioned a time coming when Bosch would need every ally he could find. Would it have been smarter to save that favor, to let it slide? He wasn't sure, but the clock was still ticking. He'd have to make a choice. As he drove through the Coanga Pass, he rolled the window back up. The air was turning cold. He glanced west into the hills, trying to pick out the dark patch where his own house stood. He was glad he wasn't heading up there tonight. He was going to Sylvia. He arrived just after 11:30, using his key to let himself in. A kitchen light was on, but the rest of the apartment was dark. Sylvia was already asleep. Too late for the news, and the late-night talk shows never held his attention. He slipped his shoes off in the living room to stay quiet and walked down the hall to her bedroom. He stood still in the total dark, letting his eyes adjust. "Hi." Her voice came from the bed, though he couldn't see her yet. "Hey, where have you been, Harry?" She said it softly, her voice still thick with sleep. It wasn't an accusation, just a question. Had some things to take care of. Stopped for a couple drinks after. "Hear any good music?" "Yeah, actually, a quartet was playing. Not bad. Did a lot of Billy Strayhorn tunes. You want me to make you something to eat?" "Nah. Go back to sleep. You've got school tomorrow? I'm not really hungry anyway. I can grab something if I need it. Come here." He felt his way to the bed and crawled across the down comforter. Her hand came up, her arm curling around his neck, and she pulled him down into a kiss. "You did have a few drinks, you know," he chuckled, and she couldn't help but laugh along. "Let me go brush my teeth," she said, starting to rise. "Hold on a second," he murmured, gently pulling her back down. He kissed her softly, first on the lips, then along her neck, breathing in the warm, sweet scent of sleep and perfume that clung to her skin. He realized she wasn't wearing her usual nightgown. His hand slipped beneath the covers, tracing the smooth plane of her stomach before moving up to gently caress her breast, then the curve of her neck. He kissed her once more, burying his face in her hair. "Sylvia, thank you," he whispered into the quiet. "For what?" she asked, softly. "For being there today? I know what I said earlier, but seeing you in that crowd, it meant something. It meant a lot to me." That was all he could manage to say. He got up and walked into the bathroom, stripping off his clothes and hanging them carefully on the hooks behind the door. He'd need them again in the morning. After a quick shower, he shaved and brushed his teeth with the spare toiletries he kept in her cabinet. Catching his reflection in the mirror, he ran his hands through his damp hair and smiled. Maybe it was the lingering buzz from the whiskey and beer, but he doubted it. He just felt lucky. He wasn't stuck on that chaotic ferry with the frantic crowd, nor was he left behind on the dock with the bitter and resentful. He was in his own boat, and Sylvia was right there with him. They made love with the quiet, earnest intensity of two people who have been alone for too long, each trying so hard to please the other in the dark that their movements became almost awkward. Yet for him, there was a deep sense of healing in it. Afterward, she lay beside him, her finger lightly tracing the edges of his tattoo. "What's on your mind?" she asked. "Nothing, just thinking," he replied. "Tell me," she insisted gently. He was quiet for a long moment. "Tonight I found out someone close to me betrayed me, and I was just thinking maybe I had it wrong. Maybe it wasn't me who was betrayed. Maybe he betrayed himself. And living with that might be punishment enough. I don't think I need to add anything to it." He remembered his conversation earlier at the Red Wind and knew he'd have to stop his partner from going to the captain about a transfer. "Betrayed how?" she asked. "Consorting with the enemy, I guess you'd call it," he said.
Honey Chandler? Yeah. How bad is it? Not too bad in the grand scheme. It's just that he did it. That's what hurts. Is there anything you can do to limit the damage? No. Whatever damage is done, it's done. I only figured out it was him tonight, and that was by accident. Otherwise, I probably never would have suspected him. Anyway, don't worry about it. She gently ran her fingernails over his chest. If you're not worried, then I'm not either.
He loved that she instinctively knew the boundaries, that she didn't press him for a name with her. He felt completely at ease, no worries, no anxieties. This was home. He was just drifting off when her voice pulled him back. "Harry? Are you worried about the trial? About how the closing arguments will go?" "Not really. I don't enjoy being in that fishbowl, sitting at the table while everyone gets their turn to dissect what I did or didn't do, but I'm not worried about the outcome. It doesn't mean anything. I just want it to be over. No jury can really sanction what happened that night. No jury can tell me I was right or wrong. This trial could go on for a year and they still wouldn't know the whole story. What about the department? Will they care?" He told her what the assistant chief had said earlier about the trial's likely impact. He didn't mention the part about his mother, but the memory of that conversation drifted through his mind, and for the first time since getting into bed, he felt a sharp craving for a cigarette. He stayed where he was. He pushed the impulse aside, and they rested in silence for a long moment. Bosch stared into the darkness, his thoughts drifting from Edgar to Mora. He pictured the vice cop somewhere in the city, alone in the shadows, or perhaps still out hunting. "I was serious this afternoon, Harry," Sylvia's voice cut through the quiet. "About what?" he asked. "About needing to know you, all of you, the history, the rough parts and the smooth, and I want you to know mine. Please don't brush this aside. It matters." Her tone had shed its drowsy softness. He stayed quiet, shutting his eyes. He understood this wasn't just a request. It was essential to her, a lesson carved from a previous love where hidden pasts had eroded any chance of a future. He lifted his hand, his thumb tracing the line of her neck. She carried a faint powdery scent afterward. He noticed, though she hadn't left the bed, a small, pleasant mystery. It took him time to find his reply. "You have to take me as I am now. I've left my past behind. I don't want to dig it up, narrate it, or even dwell on it. My whole life has been about moving forward from it. Just because some attorney can drag it into a courtroom doesn't mean I have to— Have to what, Harry? Tell me. He didn't answer with words. Instead, he turned into her, kissing her, pulling her close as if stepping back from a ledge. I love you, she whispered. I love you, he said, the phrase unfamiliar on his tongue. It was the first time he'd spoken those words to her, perhaps to anyone in his adult memory. The admission felt solid, almost physical, a deep crimson warmth blooming inside his chest, and with it came a flicker of fear, as though by saying it he'd shouldered a tremendous weight. It was terrifying and thrilling all at once. He imagined his own reflection smiling back at him. She pressed closer, her breath warm against his neck, and soon her breathing steadied into the rhythm of sleep. Bosch held her awake for hours. Sleep refused to come, and with the wakefulness crept in realities that stripped away the warmth he'd felt only moments before. Her words about betrayal and trust echoed. He knew any promise they made tonight would crumble if built on lies. What she said was true. If his words were to hold any meaning, he would have to show her exactly who he was. He recalled Judge Keyes talking about words, how they could be either beautiful or ugly all on their own. Bosch had spoken the word love. Now he had to decide which it would be. The bedroom faced east, and a pale hint of dawn was just catching the slats of the blinds when he finally closed his eyes.
Chapter 22. Bosch walked into the courtroom Friday morning, looking like he'd been through a ringer. Belk was already at the defense table, scratching notes on a legal pad. He glanced up, his eyes scanning Bosch critically as he sat down. You look terrible and you smell like a cigar lounge. Not to mention, the jury will notice you're wearing the exact same suit and tie as yesterday. A sure sign of my guilt, then. Don't get cute. You never know what tiny thing might sway a juror.
Honestly, I'm not worried. Besides, you're the one who needs to impress today, right, Belk? That wasn't the most reassuring thing to say to a man carrying at least 80 extra pounds who broke into a nervous sweat every time the judge glanced his way. What do you mean you're not worried? Everything hinges on today and you stroll in looking like you slept in your car saying you don't care. I'm just relaxed, Belk. I call it Zen and the art of not giving a damn, Bosch said. Why now, Bosch? 2 weeks ago, I could have settled this for 5 figures. Because I finally understand some things matter more than what 12 strangers think of me, even if those same people wouldn't bother to look my way on the sidewalk. Belk glanced at his watch. Leave me alone, Bosch. We start in 10 minutes and I need to prepare. I'm still polishing my closing. I'm going even shorter than Judge Keyes insisted. Earlier, the judge had ruled closing arguments would be limited to 30 minutes per side. The plaintiff's attorney, Chandler, would speak for 20 minutes. Then Belk would have his full 30. Chandler would then get the final 10. First and last word, another sign to Bosch that the system was tilted against him. He looked across the courtroom. Deborah Church sat alone at the plaintiff's table, her gaze fixed ahead. Her 2 daughters were in the front row of the gallery. Chandler wasn't at her table, but files and legal pads were spread out. She was nearby. You work on your speech, Bosch told Belk. I'll leave you alone. Don't be late coming back. Please, not again. As he'd hoped, Chandler was outside by the statue smoking. She gave him a frosty look, said nothing, and took a few steps away from the ash can, clearly intending to ignore him. She wore her blue suit, probably her lucky one, and a strand of blonde hair had escaped her braid. Rehearsing? Bosch asked. I don't rehearse. This is the easy part, I suppose. What's that supposed to mean? I don't know. I guess you're freer from the legal constraints during arguments. Fewer rules about what you can say. I figure that's when you're really in your element. Very perceptive. That was all she offered. There was no hint she knew her arrangement with Edgar had been uncovered. Bosch had counted on that when he planned what to say. After a brief nap, He'd reviewed the previous night's events with a clearer mind and noticed something he'd missed before. Now he intended to play her. He'd thrown a soft pitch. Now came the curveball. When this is over, he said, "I want the note." "What note?" "The note the follower sent you." A flash of shock crossed her face, quickly replaced by her usual indifferent mask. But she hadn't been fast enough. He'd seen it in her eyes. She sensed danger. He knew he had her.
"It's evidence," he said. "I don't know what you're talking about, Detective Bosch. I need to get back inside." She stubbed out a half-smoked cigarette, its filter marked with lipstick, and took 2 steps toward the door. "I know about Edgar. I saw you with him last night." That stopped her. She turned back. The hung jury, a Bloody Mary at the bar. She weighed her response. "Whatever he told you, I'm sure it was designed to put him in the best light. I'd be careful if you're planning to go public with it." "I'm not going public with anything unless you don't give me the note. Withholding evidence of a crime is a crime itself. But I don't need to tell you that. Whatever Edgar said about a note is a lie. I told him noth, and he told me nothing about a note. He didn't have to. I figured it out. You called him Monday after the body was found because you already knew about it and knew it was connected to the doll maker. I wondered how, and then it was obvious. We got a note, but that was kept secret until the next day. The only reporter who found out was Bremer, and his story said you couldn't be reached for comment. That was because you were out meeting Edgar. He mentioned you phoned that afternoon inquiring about the remains. You specifically asked if we had received a note. That's because you received one yourself, Counselor, and I need to see it. If yours differs from the one we have, it could change things." She glanced at her watch and swiftly lit another cigarette. "I can always obtain a warrant," he stated. She let out a hollow, unconvincing laugh. "I'd love to see you try. Find me a judge in this city willing to sign a warrant letting the LAPD search my home while this case is splashed across the headlines. Judges are political creatures. Detective, no one is going to put their name on that and risk ending up on the losing side. Actually, I was considering your office. But thank you for letting me know where it is." For just an instant, that familiar, sharp expression flashed across her face. She'd made a slip, and the realization seemed to hit her as hard as anything he'd said. After only 2 drags, she stubbed the cigarette into the sand. Tommy Faraway would treasure it when he stumbled upon it later. "We reconvene in 1 minute. Detective, I know nothing about a note. Is that clear? Absolutely nothing."
"There is no note. If you attempt to cause trouble over this, I promise you the trouble I return will be far greater. I haven't mentioned it to Belk, and I don't intend to. I just want the note. It has no bearing on the trial. That's easy for you too. For me to say because I haven't read it? You're getting careless, Counselor. You might want to watch your step." She brushed the comment aside and shifted gears.
"Another point. If you believe my arrangement with Edgar is grounds for a mistrial or a misconduct complaint, you are completely mistaken. Edgar agreed to our relationship entirely on his own. In fact, he was the one who suggested it. If you file any complaint, I will sue you for slander and issue a press release the moment I do." He seriously doubted anything had been Edgar's idea, but he let it pass. She fixed him with her most chilling, dead-eyed stare, then opened the door and vanished. Bosch finished his own cigarette, hoping his maneuver might at least rattle her focus during her closing statement. But more than anything, he felt a quiet satisfaction. He had just gotten the unspoken confirmation he needed. The follower had sent her a note. A heavy, expectant silence settled over the courtroom as Chandler approached the lectern. It was the kind of tense quiet that hangs in the air right before a verdict is delivered. Bosch sensed that, for many in the room, the outcome already seemed decided, and Chandler's words now would serve as the final decisive blow. She began with the customary pleasantries, thanking the jury for their patience and attention. She expressed her full confidence that they would deliberate fairly. Having sat through many trials as an investigator, Bosch had always considered this sort of speech to be pure nonsense. Most juries included people who were just happy to skip a day at the office or the factory. Once seated, they often found the proceedings too complex, too unsettling, or too dull, spending their days simply trying to stay awake between breaks where they could recharge with sugar, caffeine, and nicotine. After those opening formalities, Chandler got straight to the point. "You'll remember that on Monday I stood before you and provided a roadmap," she began. "I told you what I intended to prove, what I needed to prove. Now it is your duty to decide if I have succeeded. When you review this week's testimony, I believe you will find there is no doubt that I have. And speaking of doubt," she continued, "the judge will provide instructions, but I want to take a moment to reiterate, this is a civil matter, not a criminal case. This isn't Perry Mason, and it isn't like anything you've seen on television or in the movies. In a civil trial, for you to rule in favor of the plaintiff, it only requires that the preponderance of the evidence supports the plaintiff's position. What exactly does preponderance mean? It signifies that the evidence supporting the plaintiff's position carries more weight than the evidence opposing it. Think of it as a majority. It could be a slim majority, just over 50%. She dedicated considerable time to this concept, knowing the entire case hinged on it. Her task was to guide 12 individuals, deliberately chosen for their lack of legal expertise, away from the television-fueled notion that cases are decided by beyond a reasonable doubt. That standard is for criminal trials. This is a civil matter, where the defendant loses the protective edge a criminal proceeding provides. Picture the scales of justice, she instructed. Each piece of evidence or testimony adds a certain weight, depending on how credible you find it. One side holds the plaintiff's case, the other the defendant's. I am confident that once you deliberate and properly weigh everything presented, you will see those scales tipping decisively toward Mrs. Church. If you reach that conclusion, your verdict must be in her favor." With the foundational principles established, Bosch understood she now had to navigate the core of their dual-pronged strategy. The plaintiff's case presented two possible narratives, aiming to secure a victory on at least one. The first argued that even if Norman Church was the monstrous doll-maker, Bosch's actions as an officer were equally reprehensible and unforgivable. The second, far more damaging if the jury believed it, claimed Church was entirely innocent, a loving family man cut down in cold blood, with his death bringing untold devastation. "The evidence leads you to two possible conclusions," Chandler told the jurors. "Your most difficult duty will be determining the extent of Detective Bosch's blame. It is undeniable that he acted rashly and with a reckless disregard for safety the night Norman Church died. His conduct was indefensible, and a man paid with his life. A family lost a husband and father. But you must look past that at the man who was killed," she continued. "The evidence, from a videotape providing a clear alibi for at least one murder, to the heartfelt testimony of those who loved him, should convince you the police targeted the wrong man. And if it doesn't, then Detective Bosch's own admissions on the stand make it clear the killings did not stop, proving he killed an innocent person." Bosch noticed Belk scribbling furiously on his notepad, hopefully cataloguing all the exclusions and omissions in Chandler's selective summary. "Finally," she said, "you must look beyond the victim and examine the killer." The word killer echoed in Bosch's mind, a stark, brutal label that felt alien when applied to himself. He had killed, yes, both before and after Church, but to be stripped of context and branded simply a killer was a horrifying simplification. In that quiet, tense moment, a realization cut through his earlier defiance. He did care. Despite his claims to Belk, he desperately wanted the jury's approval, a sanction that he had done the right thing. "You have before you a man," Chandler stated, "with a demonstrated appetite for violence, a cowboy who has killed both before and since his encounter with the unarmed Mr. Church, a man who shoots first and hunts for justification later. You have a man driven by a deep personal motive to kill someone he believed was a serial murderer of women from the margins, women not unlike his own mother. She let that implication hang heavily in the air, pausing to glance at her notes as if checking a minor detail. When you retire to deliberate, you must decide if this is the type of officer you want serving your city. A police force should reflect the community it is sworn to protect. The men and women who wear the badge should represent the very best of who we are. As you consider your decision, I want you to ask yourselves, who does Harry Bosch truly represent? What part of our community does he hold a mirror up to? If those answers don't give you pause, then your path is clear. Return a verdict for the defendant. But if they do unsettle you, if you believe we should expect more from those sworn to protect us than the calculated shooting of a man who was only a person of interest, then your duty is equally clear. You must find for the plaintiff. Chandler stepped away from the jury box to take a sip of water from the table. Belk shifted in his seat, leaning toward Bosch. It's a solid performance, but I've seen her deliver stronger. Then again, I've also seen her stumble. On the day she stumbled, Bosch murmured, not taking his eyes off the attorney. Did she still win? Belk simply looked down at his legal pad, which was answer enough. As Chandler moved back to the lectern, he leaned back again. Watch! This is her pattern. Now comes the part about the money. After the water break, money always talks about money. Clearing her throat, Chandler resumed. The 12 of you hold a rare power, the ability to enact real change. Few ever get such an opportunity. If you believe Detective Bosch acted wrongly in any measure and you find for the plaintiff, you will be catalysts for that change. You will send an unmistakable message to every officer in this city, from the chief in Parker Center, just 2 blocks from this courthouse, to the newest recruit walking a beat. The message will be, we do not condone this conduct. We will not tolerate it. Should you reach such a verdict, you must also determine monetary damages. That is the simpler task. The hard part is the first decision, judging right from wrong. The amount can be symbolic, a single dollar, or it can be substantial. The figure itself is secondary. What matters is the statement you make. With that statement, you deliver justice for Norman Church. You deliver justice to his family. Bosch glanced over his shoulder into the public gallery, catching sight of Bremer among the reporters. Bremer offered a knowing, almost smug smile, and Bosch turned back, acknowledging the reporter had called it perfectly about Chandler's tactics. The attorney then walked to her table, picked up a worn book, and carried it back. Its green cloth cover was frayed, the spine cracked. Bosch thought he could make out the faded impression of a library stamp on the page edges. In these final moments, she said, I want to address a concern you may harbor. It's one I would certainly have in your position. How is it that we come to have individuals like Detective Bosch serving as police? We may never fully answer that, and it isn't directly before you today. But recall, at the start of this trial, I referenced the philosopher Nietzsche and his warnings about the abyss. He cautioned that we must be careful, lest those who battle monsters for us become monsters themselves. In our world today, it's not difficult to accept that monsters exist. There are far too many, and so it becomes tragically easy to see how an officer could cross that line and become one. After we adjourned yesterday, I spent my evening in the library. She let her gaze drift toward Bosch as she said it, a deliberate and theatrical flourish. He met her eyes steadily, refusing to look away. I'd like to conclude by sharing a passage I found from Nathaniel Hawthorne, who wrote about this very precipice, that dark chasm where a person can so easily step over to the wrong side. In his novel The Marble Faun, Hawthorne wrote, the chasm was merely one of the openings into that black pit which lies beneath us everywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, I urge you to be thoughtful in your deliberations and to remain true to your own convictions. Thank you. A profound silence filled the room, broken only by the soft sound of her heels on the carpet as she returned to her seat. "All right, everyone," Judge Keyes announced. "We'll take a 15-minute recess before Mr. Belk presents his closing statement." As the courtroom rose for the jury's exit, Belk leaned in close to Bosch. "Did you hear that? She actually used the word orifice in her final argument." Bosch glanced at him, recognizing the forced enthusiasm. Belk was just grabbing at anything to psych himself up for his own turn at the lectern. Bosch knew Chandler had been incredibly effective, regardless of her word choice. Looking at the perspiring attorney beside him, Bosch felt a complete lack of confidence. During the break, Bosch stepped outside to the Statue of Justice and smoked 2 cigarettes. Honey Chandler never appeared, but Tommy Faraway did, ambling past. Spotting the nearly whole cigarette she had discarded in the sand urn earlier, he clicked his tongue in approval before moving on without a word. It struck Bosch then that he had never actually seen Tommy smoke any of the salvaged butts he collected. Belk's closing argument took Bosch by surprise. It wasn't terrible. It just wasn't in Chandler's league. His statement felt more like a direct rebuttal to hers than a powerful, independent defense of Bosch's innocence. He made points like, in all her talk about the 2 possible conclusions, Miss Chandler conveniently ignored a third, that Detective Bosch acted properly, wisely, and correctly. It scored some defensive points, but it also subtly confirmed the plaintiff's core argument that there were 2 possible findings against Bosch. Belk missed this nuance entirely. He was now offering the jury 3 choices instead of 2, yet only one of them fully cleared Bosch. There were moments Bosch desperately wanted to pull him aside and rewrite the entire speech, but he couldn't. He had to hunker down, much like he had in the tunnels of Vietnam during bombardments, and simply hope the structure above him wouldn't collapse. The core of Belk's argument focused heavily on the evidence tying Church to the 9 murders. He relentlessly emphasized that Church was the true monster of this story, not Bosch, and that the evidence overwhelmingly supported that. He cautioned the jury that the fact similar murders seemed to continue was irrelevant to Church's actions and Bosch's response in the Hyperion apartment. Belk finally seemed to find his footing near the end. A genuine edge of anger entered his voice as he challenged Chandler's portrayal of Bosch as reckless and showing a wanton disregard for life. The truth is, saving a life was the only thing on Detective Bosch's mind when he entered that apartment. His actions were based on the belief that another potential victim was inside. He had one choice: go through that door, secure the scene, and handle the consequences. Norman Church was killed because he refused repeated police commands and reached for that pillow. It was a move he made, not Bosch, and he paid the ultimate price. But consider Bosch in that moment, Belk continued, his tone shifting to one of almost sarcastic awe. Can you even imagine it, alone, afraid? It takes a rare individual to face that without hesitation. That's what our society calls a hero, I believe. When you retire to deliberate and carefully weigh the actual facts of this case, not the accusations, you will reach that same conclusion. Thank you. Bosch was stunned Belk had used the word hero in a closing argument, but decided not to mention it as the lawyer returned, puffing slightly to the defense table. Instead, he whispered, "You did well. Thank you." Chandler approached the lectern for her final rebuttal, promising to be brief. She was. The disparity in the beliefs held by the attorneys in this case is clear. It mirrors the disparity between the words hero and monster. I suspect, like many of us, that the real story of this case and Detective Bosch lies somewhere in the middle. Before you begin your deliberations, I have 2 final points. First, remember that both sides had every chance to present their complete stories. For Norman Church, we heard from his wife, a co-worker, and a friend, all speaking to his character and the man he was. Yet the defense chose to call only one witness to speak for Detective Bosch. No one else came forward to stand up for him. "Objection!" Belk shouted. Judge Keyes's voice thundered through the courtroom. "Stop right there, Miss Chandler." His face flushed a deep red as he weighed his next move.
I should send the jury out before I address this. But if you're going to play with fire, you must accept the burns, Miss Chandler. I'm holding you in contempt of court for that egregious lapse in judgment. We will discuss sanctions later, and I assure you it will not be a meeting you look forward to. The judge then turned his chair toward the jury, leaning in with a stern expression. Ladies and gentlemen, what she just said was completely improper.
The defense is under no obligation to call any witnesses, and whether they do or not cannot be used to infer guilt or innocence. Miss Chandler knows this perfectly well. She's an experienced attorney. The fact that she said it anyway, knowing Mr. Belk and I would react strongly, shows a cunning that I find deeply troubling in a court of law. I intend to report this to the State Bar, but— Your Honor, Chandler interjected, I object to you telling the jury. Do not interrupt, Counselor. You will stand there quietly until I'm finished. Yes, Your Honor, I said. Keep quiet. He turned back to the jury. As I was saying, what happens to Miss Chandler is not your concern. She's gambling that, no matter what I say now, you will still dwell on her comment about Detective Bosch having no supporters. I instruct you with the utmost seriousness. Disregard that entirely. It means nothing. In fact, if they wished Detective Bosch and Miss Belk could likely line up fellow officers ready to testify, a line stretching out the door and down to Parker Center, but they didn't. That was their strategic choice, and it is not your place to question it. Not in any way. Are there any questions? The jury remained perfectly still. Judge Keyes swiveled back to Belk. Anything to add, Mr. Belk? One moment, Your Honor. Belk leaned toward Bosch and whispered, What's your take? He's practically offering a mistrial. I've never seen him this furious. We could get a new trial. Maybe by then this copycat situation will be resolved. Bosch considered it briefly. The thought of enduring another trial with Chandler was exhausting. He wanted this over. Mr. Belk, the judge prompted, I think we stick with what we have. Bosch whispered back. What's your call? Belk gave a slight nod. I believe he might have just handed us the verdict. He then rose and addressed the court. Nothing further at this time, Your Honor. You're certain? Yes, Your Honor. Very well, Miss Chandler. As I said, we will address this later, but we will address it. You may proceed with extreme caution. Thank you, Your Honor. Before I continue, I apologize for my line of argument. I meant no disrespect to the court. I was speaking off the cuff and got carried away. Indeed you did. Apology accepted. But the contempt order stands. Let's move forward. I want the jury to begin deliberations right after lunch. Chandler adjusted her stance at the lectern, her eyes meeting the jurors. Ladies and gentlemen, you heard Detective Bosch testify for yourselves. I ask you to consider one final thing, the words Detective Bosch himself used. He declared that Norman Church got exactly what he deserved. Pause for a moment and reflect on what that statement means, especially coming from a sworn officer of the law. Norman Church got what he deserved. We have spent this week observing the justice system in action, the careful procedures, the judge as an impartial referee, the jury of citizens entrusted with the solemn duty of deciding guilt or innocence. Detective Bosch, by his own admission, decided that system was unnecessary. He appointed himself judge. He appointed himself jury. In doing so, he stole Norman Church's right to justice, and in the end, he robbed you, the community, of that same right. Please hold that thought. She gathered her notes from the podium and returned to her seat. Chapter 23 began with the jury retiring to deliberate at 11:15. Judge Keyes instructed the federal marshals to arrange for lunch to be delivered, informing everyone the 12 would not be disturbed until 4:30, unless they reached a verdict sooner. Once the jury had left, the judge ordered all parties to be ready to return to court within 15 minutes of a notification from the clerk. This allowed Chandler and Belk to retreat to their offices to wait. Norman Church's family, who had travelled from Burbank, chose to wait in Chandler's office. For Bosch, getting to the Hollywood station would take too long, but Parker Center was only a short walk away. He left his pager number with the clerk and said he'd be close by. The judge's final matter was scheduling a hearing on the contempt order against Chandler for 2 weeks later, after which he brought his gavel down. Before departing, Belk pulled Bosch aside. "I think our position is solid, but I'm still anxious. Want to roll the dice?" "What do you mean?" "I could make one last low settlement offer to Chandler." "You want to settle now?" "Exactly. I have full authority from the city for anything up to 50,000. Beyond that, I'd need approval, but I could drop the 50 on her table and see if they'd take it to walk away immediately." "What about her legal fees?" "In a settlement, she'd have to take her cut from that 50. A lawyer like her probably works on a 40% contingency. That's 20 grand for a week of trial and a week of jury selection. Not a bad payday. You think we're going to lose? I don't know. I'm just covering every possibility. You can never predict a jury. 50,000 could be a cheap escape. She might accept it, especially after the way the judge came down on her at the end. She's probably the one who's nervous about losing now." Bosch knew Belk didn't understand. Maybe the maneuver had been too subtle for him. The entire contempt incident had been Chandler's final strategic play. She had deliberately provoked the judge so the jury would witness her being formally reprimanded. She was demonstrating the justice system at work, a transgression met with immediate and stern consequences. She was silently asking the jury, "Do you see?" This is the accountability Bosch avoided. This is what Norman Church was denied because Bosch took the law into his own hands. It was clever, perhaps overly so. The more Bosch considered it, the more he questioned how much Judge Keyes had been a willing participant in the theatre. He looked at Belk and saw a young attorney who suspected none of this, instead viewing the contempt citation as a point in his favour. Bosch figured Belk would only understand in 2 weeks, when Keyes inevitably let Chandler off with a $100 fine and a stern lecture. "Do whatever you think is best," Bosch told him, "but she won't take it. She's committed to seeing this through to the verdict at Parker Center." Bosch entered Assistant Chief Irving's conference room through the hallway door. Irving had decided the previous day that the newly designated follower task force would operate from this room, allowing him to receive updates on developments instantly. The space was now cluttered with files and whiteboards, a stark contrast to its usual orderly silence. The unspoken reason for relocating the team was clear. Keeping them out of a main squad room helped ensure their operations stayed under wraps, at least for a little while. When Bosch entered, only Lieutenant Rollenberger and Edgar were inside. 4 new phones sat on the round table alongside 6 Motorola two-way radios and a central communications console, all set for action. Edgar glanced up, saw Bosch, and immediately looked down, picking up a receiver to make a call. "Bosch." Rollenberger greeted him. "Welcome to our little command post. Are you clear from the trial? And just so you know, no smoking in here. I'm free until there's a verdict, but I'm on a 15-minute tether. Any movement?" "What's Mora been up to?" "Things have been quiet. Mora was in the valley this morning. He visited a lawyer's office in Sherman Oaks, then hit a couple of casting agencies in the same area. Rollenberger consulted a logbook open on the table. After that, he made stops at 2 houses in Studio City. Sheehan and Opelt reported vans parked outside and guessed they might be filming something. He didn't linger at either spot. Right now, he's back at Advice. Sheehan checked in just a few minutes ago. Did we get the additional personnel? Yeah. Mayfield and Yeed will relieve the first team at 4. Then we have 2 more teams lined up after them. 2 teams. Chief Irving had a change of heart. He wants 24-hour surveillance now, so we'll be on him through the night, even if he's just home sleeping. Personally, I think going round the clock is the right call. Bosch thought, yeah, especially since Irving decided it, but kept that to himself. He eyed the radios. What frequency are we using? We're on, let me see, frequency 5, simplex 5. It's a Department of Water and Power channel. They only activate during public emergencies, earthquakes, major floods, that kind of thing. The chief figured it was best to stay off our own bands. If Mora is our guy, he might have a scanner tuned to police traffic. Rollenberger probably thought it was a brilliant idea, but Bosch didn't ask. Playing it safe this way makes sense, the lieutenant added. Right. Anything else I should be aware of? He glanced at Edgar, who was still on the phone. What's Edgar working on? He's still trying to track down the survivor from 4 years ago. He already pulled Mora's divorce file. It was uncontested. No fight there. Edgar hung up, finished jotting a note, and stood without making eye contact.
I'm going downstairs for a cup.
Sounds good, Rollenberger said. We should have our own coffee maker in here by this afternoon. I discussed it with the chief, and he's putting in the requisition. Good idea, Bosch said. I think I'll head down with Edgar. Edgar moved briskly down the hall, staying ahead of Bosch. He pushed the elevator button, but then, without stopping, walked past it and into the stairwell. Bosch followed. After descending one flight, Edgar suddenly stopped and turned around. Why are you tailing me? Coffee. Oh, come on, don't give me that. Did you? No, I haven't talked to Pounds yet. I've been busy, remember? Good, then don't. What are you talking about? If you haven't spoken to Pounds about it, then let it go. Forget the whole thing. You're serious? Yeah. Edgar stood there, skepticism etched on his face. Learn from it. So will I. I already have, all right. Thanks, Harry. No, don't thanks, Harry, me. Just say okay. Okay. They continued down to the next floor and entered the cafeteria. Instead of returning to sit under Rollenberger's gaze, Bosch suggested they take their coffee to one of the tables. Hands off. What a character, Edgar said, shaking his head. I keep imagining this cuckoo clock, but instead of a bird, it's him that pops out to chime. Great idea, Chief. Great thinking, Chief. Edgar's laugh was genuine, and Bosch could see the relief washing over him. It was a good feeling, knowing he'd helped lift that weight. So, we're still looking for the survivor? Harry asked, steering them back. She's out there, but the last 4 years haven't been kind to Georgia Stern since she got away from the follower. What's the story? Putting her record together with some street vice intel. It looks like she got hooked. After that, she probably became too rough for the film industry. I mean, who wants to watch a scene where the performer has needle tracks running up her arms, her thighs, even her neck? That's the harsh reality of that business for an addict. You're exposed, there's nowhere to hide that damage. I checked in with Mora this morning, just a routine touch base to let him know I was asking around for her, Edgar continued. He echoed that about the track marks being a career ender. But he had nothing else. You think that was the right move, talking to him? Bosch thought it over. Yeah, I do. The best way to keep him from getting suspicious is to act like he's in the loop. If we hadn't asked, and he later heard from a vice contact that we were looking, he'd start putting pieces together. That's exactly how I saw it. As far as he knows, it's just you and me on a standard follow-up. He's unaware of the task force for now. The only downside to asking him is that if he knows we're looking, he might start looking for her himself, Bosch noted. We'll need to be careful, make sure the surveillance teams are aware. Will do. Maybe Hands Off can relay that. You should hear this guy on the radio, total by the book, like a damn scout leader. Bosch allowed himself a small smile, picturing it. So, that explains her exit from the industry, Edgar said, returning to Stern. The last 3 years are a mess. Bad checks, possession charges, a few prostitution stops, and a long list of public intoxication arrests. She's been in and out of lockup, but never for long, just a couple days here and there, never enough time to actually get clean. Where's she working now? The Valley. I've been on the phone with Valley Vice all morning. They say she usually works the Sepulveda strip with the other street-level workers. Bosch remembered the young women he'd seen while tracking down Cerrone, Rebecca Kaminsky's manager. He wondered if he'd passed Georgia Stern on the street without even knowing it. What is it? Nothing. I was just out there recently, and it crossed my mind that I might have seen her. Did Vice mention if she has anyone looking out for her? No. No known pimp. I got the sense she's pretty far down the ladder. Most managers have, let's say, higher quality talent. Is Vice up there actively looking for her?
Not yet, Edgar said. They've got a training day today, but they'll be patrolling Sepulveda tomorrow night. Any recent pictures?
Yeah. Edgar reached into his jacket and pulled out a stack of photocopied booking photos. Georgia Stern looked utterly worn down. Her bleached blonde hair showed a stark inch of dark roots. The hollows under her eyes were so deep they seemed carved into her face. Her cheeks were sunken, her gaze distant and glassy. At least she'd gotten her fix before the arrest. It meant less time in a cell, sick and desperate for the next one. This is from 3 months ago. Public intoxication. She did 2 days at Sybil Brand and was released. Sybil Brand Institute was the county's holding facility for women, with a dedicated wing for addicts. Here's something, Edgar added, as if just remembering. I almost forgot about this part. Dean from Valley Vice was the one who arrested her, and during booking he found a bottle of powder. He was ready to charge her with possession until he realized it was a legitimate prescription. The powder was AZT for AIDS. She's infected, and she's still out there working Sepulveda. When he asked if she makes her clients use protection, she said not if they don't want to. Bosch simply nodded. Stories like this weren't rare. In his experience, many prostitutes held a deep contempt for the men they serviced. Those who got sick usually contracted it from clients or from dirty needles, often supplied by those same clients. Part of the psychology, he believed, was a kind of grim indifference. If the world gave you the virus, why worry about passing it back? What goes around comes around. Edgar shook his head, repeating her words. Man, that's cold. Bosch finished his coffee and pushed back his chair. Smoking wasn't allowed in the cafeteria, so he planned to head down to the lobby near the fallen officer's memorial. With Rollenberger camped in the conference room, that spot was off limits. Just as he started to speak, his pager buzzed, making him flinch. He'd always believed a quick verdict was a bad one. Had the jury really considered everything? He checked the display and relaxed. It was an LAPD number, probably Mora, he said. Watch your back, Edgar replied. What were you going to say? Right. I was wondering if Stern will be any use to us after all this time. It's been 4 years. She's using, she's sick. Will she even remember the follower? I've been thinking the same thing. But my other options are reporting back to Pounds in Hollywood or pulling surveillance on Mora. I'm sticking with this. I'm heading up to Sepulveda tonight. Bosch nodded. Hans-Off mentioned you pulled the divorce file. Anything useful? Not much. She filed. He didn't contest. The whole thing's about 10 pages. One detail stood out, though I'm not sure it means anything. What? She cited the usual grounds, irreconcilable differences, mental cruelty. But she also listed loss of consortium. You know what that means? No sex. Exactly. What do you make of it? Bosch thought for a moment. I'm not sure. They split right before the dollmaker case. Maybe he was into something strange, building up to the killings. I can ask Locke. That's what I figured. Anyway, DMV shows she's still alive, but we shouldn't approach her. Too risky. She might tip him off. Agreed. Keep your distance. Did DMV fax her license? Yeah, blonde, 5'4", 110 pounds. It's just a face shot, but I'd say she fits the description. Bosch stood up after grabbing a rover from the conference room. He drove to Central Division and parked in the back lot, still within 15 minutes of the federal courthouse. He left the car and walked around to the public entrance, scanning for Sheehan and Opelt. He assumed they'd be parked somewhere with a view of the lot exit, but he didn't spot them or any suspicious vehicle. Then, from a parking lot behind an old gas station, turned taco stand, now advertising the home of the kosher burrito, pastrami. A pair of headlights flashed briefly. He saw two figures in a grey Eldorado and looked away. Inside, Mora was at his desk eating a burrito that looked downright unappetizing to Bosch, stuffed as it was with pastrami. It just looked wrong. Harry spoke with his mouth full. "How's the sandwich?" "It's all right. I'll stick to regular roast beef next time. I only tried it because I spotted a few guys from RHD across the street. One of them mentioned they drive all the way from Parker Center just for these kosher sandwiches. Figured I'd see what the fuss was about."
Yeah, I think I've heard of that deli. Honestly, in my opinion, it's not worth the trip from Parker Center. He wrapped the remainder in its greasy paper, stood up and left the squad room. Bosch heard the soft thud of the package hitting the bottom of a hallway trash can before Mora returned. "Didn't want it stinking up my own trash," he explained. "So you were the one who paged me." "Yeah, that was me. How's the trial going?" "Just waiting for the jury to come back."
Man, that's nerve-wracking. Bosch knew from experience that if Mora had something to say, he'd get to it in his own time. Pestering the vice cop about why he'd been paged wouldn't speed things up. Mora swiveled his chair back toward the filing cabinets behind him and started opening drawers. "Hang on a second, Harry," he said over his shoulder. "I need to pull a few things together for you." The process took about 2 minutes. Bosch watched him open several different files, extract photographs, and assemble a small stack. Then he turned back around. "4," Mora announced. "I've identified 4 more actresses who dropped out under what you might call suspicious circumstances." "Only 4, yeah. Actually, people mentioned more women than that, but only these 4 fit the specific profile we discussed, blonde and well-built. That's in addition to Gallery, who we already knew about, and your concrete blonde. So that makes 6 total. Here are the new ones." He passed the stack of photos across the desk. Harry took his time looking through them. They were color publicity shots, each with the woman's name printed in the white border at the bottom. 2 of the women were nude, posed indoors on chairs with their legs apart. The other 2 were photographed on a beach, wearing bikinis so skimpy they'd likely be banned on most public shores. To Bosch, the women in the photos seemed almost interchangeable. Their bodies were similarly proportioned. Their faces wore identical, contrived pouts meant to suggest both mystery and sexual availability. Each had hair so blonde it was nearly white. "All Snow Whites," Mora commented, an unnecessary observation that made Bosch look up from the photos. The vice cop met his gaze and continued, "You know the hair? That's what a producer calls them when he's casting. He'll say he needs a Snow White for a part because he already has a redhead or whatever." Snow White. It's like a model name. These women are all basically the same. Bosch looked back down at the photographs, not trusting his eyes to conceal his growing suspicions. He had to admit, though, that much of what Mora said was accurate. The primary physical distinctions between the women were their tattoos and where they were placed. Each had a small tattoo, a heart, a rose, or a cartoon character. Candy Cummings had a heart just to the left of her carefully groomed pubic hair. Mood Indigo had some kind of cartoon figure just above her left ankle, though Bosch couldn't make it out clearly due to the photograph's angle. Ann Dozit sported a heart entwined with barbed wire about 6 inches above her left nipple, which was pierced with a gold ring, and Tex Exus Rose had a red rose tattooed on the soft webbing between the thumb and forefinger of her right hand. A cold realization settled over Bosch. These women might all be dead now. No one's heard from them, he asked. Not anyone in the business, at least. You're right, physically they match the profile. Yeah, they did outcall work. I assume so, but I can't confirm it yet. The people I spoke to only knew them from the film industry. They claimed they didn't know what these girls did when the cameras weren't rolling, or so they said. My next move was to track down old issues of adult magazines and scan the advertisements. Any specific dates? Like when they went missing, that kind of detail. Just broad strokes. The agents and producers in that world don't keep precise calendars. We're working with memories here, so I've only got a rough outline. If I confirm they placed outcall ads, I can pinpoint things much closer once I find the last run dates. Here's what I have so far. You got your notepad ready? Mora laid out the timeline he'd pieced together. No exact days, just months and years. Factoring in the approximate disappearance windows for Rebecca Kaminsky, the concrete blonde Constance Calvin, who later became gallery on screen, along with the 7th and 11th victims originally pinned on Church, a loose rhythm emerged, adult film actresses vanishing roughly every 6 to 7 months. The most recent was Mood Indigo, 8 months back. See the cycle. He's overdue. He's out there right now, looking. Bosch nodded, glancing up from his notes. For a split second, he caught a glint in Mora's dark eyes, a flicker that seemed to open into a hollow, pitch-black space inside the man. It was a jarring, icy moment where Bosch felt he was staring straight at something deeply wrong, as if Mora were silently daring him to step further into the shadows. Chapter 24. Bosch knew he was pushing his limits by driving down to USC, but it was 2 in the afternoon. His options were to kill time in the conference room with Rollenberger, waiting for a verdict, or to actually do something productive. He chose the latter and merged onto the southbound Harbor Freeway. If a verdict came in, he could potentially make it back downtown in 15 minutes, traffic permitting. Finding parking at Parker Center and hustling over to the courthouse would be another headache entirely. The University of Southern California sat nestled in the rough neighborhoods around the Coliseum. But once past the gates, the campus felt almost tranquil, like a quiet island getaway, though Bosch knew that peace had been shattered more and more often lately. Not even Trojan football practice was safe these days. A couple seasons back, a stray bullet from a nearby drive-by had struck a promising freshman linebacker right on the practice field. It was incidents like that which had administrators routinely complaining to the LAPD and students wistfully eyeing UCLA cheaper and tucked into the relatively calm suburban setting of Westwood. With a campus map from the entry gate, Bosch easily located the psychology building inside the 4-story brick structure. However, there was no directory to help him find Dr. John Locke or the Psychohormonal Studies lab. He wandered down one long hallway, took the stairs to the 2nd floor, and asked the first student he saw for directions. She just laughed, apparently thinking he was hitting on her, and walked off without a word. Eventually, he was pointed toward the basement. The hallway downstairs was dimly lit. Bosch read the signs on the doors as he went, finally spotting the lab second from the end. A blonde student sat behind a desk in the entryway, absorbed in a thick textbook. She looked up with a polite smile, and Bosch asked for Locke. "I'll call him. Was he expecting you?" With a shrink, you never really know. He offered a slight smile, but she didn't catch the humor, if it even was funny. "No, I didn't announce I was coming. Well, Dr. Locke has student labs running all day. I shouldn't disturb him unless—" Then she noticed the badge in his hand. "I'll call right away." "Just tell him it's Bosch. I only need a few minutes if he can spare them." She spoke briefly into the phone, repeated what Bosch had said, waited in silence for a moment, then said, "Okay," and hung up. The graduate assistant informed him that Dr. Locke would be out shortly. Harry thanked her and took a seat near the entrance, glancing around the small lobby. A bulletin board was crowded with handwritten flyers, mostly ads for roommates, and one promoting a psychology department party that weekend. Besides the desk where the student worked, there was another one sitting empty. "Is this part of your coursework?" he asked. "Do they make you work the front desk?" She looked up from her textbook. "No, it's just a job. I'm focusing on child psychology, but positions in those labs are scarce. Nobody really wants to work down in the basement, so this one was available." "Why's that? All the creepier psychology fields are down here. Psycho-hormonal studies are at this end." "There's—" The door across the room opened and Locke entered. He was dressed in blue jeans and a tie-dyed T-shirt, extending a hand to Harry, who noticed the leather bracelet around his wrist. "Harry, how are things going?" "All right. Sorry to drop in unannounced, but I was hoping you had a few minutes. There's been some movement on that matter I brought up the other night." "Not a problem at all. Honestly, it's a welcome break from student labs. They can get pretty dull." Locke gestured for him to follow, leading him down a hallway into a suite of offices. His own office was at the back, shelves lined with textbooks and what Harry assumed were bound theses. Locke sank into a padded chair and propped a foot on the desk. The only illumination came from a green banker's lamp and a small, high casement window to the right. Every so often, the light from the window would dim briefly as someone walked by overhead, a fleeting human eclipse. Gazing up, Locke remarked, "Sometimes I feel like I'm working in a dungeon down here." "I think the student out front shares that sentiment, Melissa. Well, what can you expect? She's set on child psychology, and I haven't managed to lure her over to my side of the fence. But I doubt you came to campus to discuss the preferences of undergraduates, though I suppose it never hurts to talk about pretty students." "Maybe another time," Harry replied. He caught a faint scent of old smoke in the room, though no ashtray was in sight. He took out his cigarettes without asking, "You know, Harry, I could hypnotize you and help you kick that habit." "No thanks, Doc. I tried hypnotizing myself once, and it didn't take." "Really? Are you one of the last of the LAPD's hypnotists? I heard about that program. The courts rejected it, didn't they?" "Yeah, they wouldn't allow testimony from hypnotized witnesses. I think I'm the last one they trained who's still with the department. Fascinating. Anyway, there have been some developments since we last spoke, and I wanted to get your take. Your suggestion about the pornography angle was on point, and I'm hoping you might have some fresh insight now. What have you found?" Harry began, but Locke interrupted. "First, would you like some coffee? Are you having any?" "I never touch the stuff." "Then I'm fine. We've identified a suspect."
Really?
Locke dropped his foot from the desk and leaned forward, his interest clearly piqued.
"And he fits the profile, involved with both the task force and the adult industry."
"Exactly. He was on the task force, and his area of focus is the pornography business. I shouldn't name him at this stage because, of course I understand, he's a suspect, not charged. Detective, don't worry, this is entirely off the record. Speak freely." Harry used a small trash can beside the desk as an ashtray. "I appreciate that. So we're keeping an eye on him, monitoring his movements. But things get complicated here. Since he's likely the department's leading expert on the adult entertainment industry, it makes perfect sense for us to approach him for guidance and details. Naturally, if we didn't, he'd almost certainly grow suspicious that we're suspicious of him. Oh, the intricate webs we find ourselves in." Harry. Tangled. What? Never mind. Locke rose and began to pace the room. His hands went into his pockets, then came out again. He stared blankly at the wall, lost in thought the entire time. "Keep going. This is fantastic. What did I tell you? Two separate individuals performing the same part. The dark heart never beats in isolation. Continue, as I mentioned. It was logical to go to him, and we did. We had a suspicion that,
with the body discovered this week, and based on what you said, there might be more. Other women who vanished who were connected to that line of work. So you requested he look into it? Brilliant. Yes, I asked him yesterday. Today he provided 4 additional names. We already had the name of the woman found in the concrete this week, and another the suspect gave up previously. So adding the initial 2 victims, 7 and 11 from the dollmaker case, that brings the total to 8. The suspect was under surveillance all day, so we know he did the necessary groundwork to produce these new leads. He didn't just hand over 4 names, he went through the motions. Of course he would. He'd maintain the facade of a normal routine, whether he knew he was being watched or not. He would already know these names, you understand, but he'd still go out and gather them through standard investigative legwork. It's a clear indicator of just how clever he. He stopped, shoved his hands back into his pockets, and frowned, appearing to study the floor between his feet. You said 6 new names, plus the first 2. Correct. 8 kills in nearly 5 years. Any possibility there are more? I was going to ask you the same thing. This information originates from the suspect? Would he lie? Would he give us fewer names than actually exist to toy with us, to disrupt the investigation? Ah. He resumed pacing but remained silent for half a minute. My instinct is to say no. No, he would not mess with you, as you put it. He would perform his duties with earnest dedication. I believe if all he has provided are 5 new names, then that is all there are. You must remember this man considers himself superior to you, to the police, in every conceivable way. It wouldn't be out of character for him to be completely truthful about certain elements of the case. We have a rough timeline for the killings. The pattern suggests he slowed his pace after the dollmaker was killed. Once he began hiding the bodies, burying them because he could no longer blend his crimes with the dollmakers. The intervals grew longer. It appears he went from less than 2 months between kills during the dollmaker period to about 7 months, possibly even longer. The most recent disappearance was almost 8 months ago. Locke looked up from the floor at Bosch. And with all this recent activity, he said, the trial coverage in the papers, his sending the note, his direct involvement as a detective on the case. This heightened activity will accelerate the end of his cycle. Don't lose him, Harry. It could be time. He turned and looked at the calendar hanging on the wall beside the door. There was some kind of intricate, maze-like design above the grid of days for the month. Locke began to laugh. Bosch didn't understand. What? He asked. Good grief! This weekend is a full moon, too. He spun around to face Bosch. Can you take me on the surveillance? What? Take me along? It would be an extraordinarily rare opportunity in the field of psychosexual studies, to observe the stalking pattern of a sexual sadist as it is actually happening. Unbelievable. Harry, this could secure me a grant from Johns Hopkins. It could. His eyes brightened as he glanced at the casement window. Get me out of this godforsaken dungeon. Bosch stood up. He was thinking he had made a serious mistake. Locke's preoccupation with his own legacy was clouding his judgment. He had sought assistance, not a chance to become Locke's project of the year. We're dealing with a murderer here. Actual victims, actual violence. I won't take any action that could jeopardize this case. Surveillance is a precise tool. When the subject is a police officer, the difficulty multiplies. I cannot bring you with me. Don't even suggest it. I can share information here and update you when possible, but neither I nor the officer in charge would ever authorize a civilian on an operation like this. Locke's gaze fell to the floor, his expression that of a scolded child. He stole another look out the window before circling the desk to sink into his chair, his posture deflating. Yes, of course, he murmured. I understand completely, Harry. I let my enthusiasm run away with me. Stopping this individual is what matters. We can analyze his pathology later. A 7-month pattern that is significant.
Bosch tapped his cigarette ash and settled back into his seat. We can't be certain, given where the information came from. There might be other victims we don't know about. I highly doubt that. Locke pressed his fingers to the bridge of his nose, leaning back and closing his eyes. He remained perfectly still for a long moment. Harry, I'm not asleep. Just focusing, just thinking. Bosch studied him, finding the silence odd. His eyes drifted to the shelf directly above Locke's head, lined with multiple copies of the psychologist's own books. He spotted 5 copies of Black Hearts, the volume Locke had referenced in court, and 3 of a title called The Private Sex Life of the Public Pawned Princess. You wrote about the adult film industry. Locke opened his eyes. Why? Yes, that was my work prior to Black Hearts. Have you read it? No. He closed his eyes again, a faint, knowing smile touching his lips. Of course not. Despite the provocative title, it's essentially an academic text, used in university courses. Last I heard from my publisher, it was stocked in bookstores at 146 colleges, including Johns Hopkins. It's been out for 2 years, is in its 4th printing, and I've yet to see a royalty check. Would you like to read it?
I would.
Well, if you stop by the Student Union on your way out, they sell it there. It's pricey, I should warn you. $30, but I'm sure you can expense it. I should also warn you, the content is quite graphic. Bosch felt a flicker of irritation that Locke didn't simply offer him one of the spare copies on the shelf. Maybe it was a petty, almost childish retaliation for denying him the ride-along. He wondered what Melissa, the child psychology major, would diagnose in such behavior. There's another detail about this suspect. I'm not sure what to make of it. Locke opened his eyes, but didn't shift. He was divorced about a year before the dollmaker killings started. The divorce records include a mention by the wife of a loss of consortium. Does that still fit your profile? They stopped having relations, I take it. So it appears. It's in the court file. It could fit. But let's be honest. In my field, we can twist almost any fact to support whatever theory we're pushing. That's the game. But in this case, it might simply mean your suspect became impotent with his wife. He was progressing into an erotic fixation where she had no place. In essence, he was leaving her behind. So you don't see this as a reason to reconsider our suspicions about him. On the contrary, I view it as further evidence of a significant psychological shift. His sexual identity was undergoing a transformation. Bosch considered this, trying to picture Mora. The vice cop was immersed daily in the seedy world of pornography. After a while, perhaps he couldn't perform with his own wife. It was a sad, ironic twist that spoke volumes about the man's inner corrosion. Is there anything else you can tell me? Anything about this type of suspect that might help? We have nothing concrete on him, no probable cause for an arrest. All we can do is watch. And that's when things get risky. If we lose him, he could kill again. Exactly. And then you're still left with no probable cause, no evidence. What about trophies? What should I look for? Where? In his home? Ah, I see you're planning to keep up the professional contact. Maybe visit him under some pretense, but you won't have the freedom to move around. I might if someone else keeps him occupied. I'll bring another person with me. Locke leaned forward, his eyes widening with that familiar spark of excitement. What if you kept him busy and I took a look around? I'm the expert on this, Harry. You'd be better at the distraction. You could talk shop. I'd ask to use the restroom. I'd have a sharper eye for... Forget it, Dr. Locke. Listen to me, that isn't going to happen. It's too dangerous now. Do you want to help or not? Okay, I'm sorry again. The reason I get so energized by the idea of being inside this man's house, inside his mind, is that I believe someone on a cycle this long, over 7 months, would almost certainly keep trophies. They help feed his fantasy and recreate the killings, dulling the urge to act out physically. I understand. You've got a man with an unusually stretched-out cycle. trust me, during those months the impulses don't just go quiet. They're there, constantly. Remember the erotic mold I testified about? I remember. Right. Well, he needs to satisfy that mold to fulfill it. How does he last 6, 7, 8 months? The answer is trophies. They're reminders of past conquests, by which I mean kills. They help bring the fantasy back to life. It's not the real thing, not even close, but those reminders help widen the cycle, hold off the impulse to act. He knows the less he kills, the lower his chances of getting caught. If you're right about him, he's pushing 8 months into this cycle. That means he's right on the edge, fighting to keep control. Yet at the same time, we have this note, his strange need not to be overlooked, to stand up and say, "I'm better than the doll maker, I keep going." And if you don't believe me, check what I left in the concrete. The note shows serious unraveling, even as he's locked in this huge battle with his own impulses, 7 months plus. Bosch crushed his cigarette against the side of the trash can and dropped it in. He pulled out his notebook. The victim's clothing, both the doll-makers and the followers, was never found. Could those be the trophies he uses? They could be, but put the notebook away, Harry. It's simpler than that. Remember, this is a man who chose his victims after seeing them on video, so what better way to keep the fantasy alive than through videos? If you get a moment alone in that house, look for videos, Harry, and a camera. He filmed the killings, Bosch said. It wasn't a question, he was repeating it, steeling himself for what lay ahead with Mora. Of course we can't say for certain, Locke replied. Who knows, but I'd bet on it. You remember Wesley Dodd? Bosch shook his head. He was executed a couple years back in Washington, hanged, a real case of what goes around comes around. He was a child killer. Liked to hang kids in his closet on coat hangers. He also had a Polaroid camera he loved to use. After the arrest, police found a carefully kept photo album filled with Polaroids of the boys he'd killed hanging in the closet. He'd even labeled each picture with a caption. Truly sick stuff, but as twisted as it was, I guarantee that album saved other boys' lives. Absolutely. He could use it to feed his fantasy without ever having to act on it. Bosch nodded, grasping the implication. Somewhere in Mora's home there would be a video collection, or perhaps a hidden gallery of photos that would sicken most people for Mora. Though it was a lifeline, a way to keep the darkness at bay for stretches as long as 8 months. Consider Jeffrey Dahmer, Locke continued. Back in Milwaukee, he was another one with a camera, obsessed with photographing the dead, even dismembered parts. It helped him evade the police for years. His mistake was starting to keep the physical remains. A heavy silence followed, Bosch's mind flooding with grim memories of crime scenes he'd witnessed. He rubbed his eyes, a futile attempt to clear the visions. You know those old TV commercials for cameras? Locke mused. They called photos the gift that keeps on giving. So what does that make a videotape to someone like that? It's not just a gift, it's a whole private museum of horror. Before heading off campus, Bosch stopped at the Student Union bookstore. In the Psychology and Social Studies section, he found a stack of Locke's book on the adult entertainment industry. The copy on top was dog-eared from frequent browsing. Bosch took the one beneath it. At the register, when the student clerk opened the cover to find the price, the book fell open to a stark black-and-white photograph of a sexual act. The clerk's cheeks flushed, though not as deeply as Bosch felt his own burn. Sorry about that, he managed. It's fine, she said quickly, avoiding his eyes. I've seen the book before. Right. Are you teaching a course with it next semester? She asked. Bosch, too old to pass for a student, realized the only plausible reason for his purchase was if he were faculty. Explaining he was a detective would invite more questions than he wanted. Yes, he lied. Really. What's the class called? I might sign up. It's still in development. I'm finalizing the syllabus. What's your name?
I'll check the course catalogue. Locke. Dr. John Locke. Psychology. Oh, you're the author. I've heard of you. I'll look for it. Thanks.
Have a good day." She handed him his change. He thanked her and left. The book tucked in a bag by a little after 4, Bosch was back in the federal courthouse.
As they waited for Judge Keyes to dismiss the jury for the weekend, Belk leaned over and whispered that he'd called Chandler's office that afternoon, offering $50,000 to settle the case. "She told you to take a hike. She wasn't that diplomatic, actually." Bosch allowed himself a slight smile and glanced across at Chandler. She was whispering to Deborah Church, but seemed to sense his gaze. She stopped talking and looked directly at him. For a long, tense moment, they held each other's stare in a silent, almost childish contest of wills, broken only when the door to the judge's chambers opened and Judge Keyes strode to the bench. After the jury was buzzed in, the judge asked if there were any matters to discuss. Hearing none, he instructed the jurors to avoid media coverage of the trial and ordered everyone to return Monday morning at 9:30 to resume deliberations. On the escalator down to the lobby, Bosch stepped on just behind Chandler, who was a couple steps above Deborah Church. "Counselor?" he said quietly, so the widow wouldn't hear. Chandler turned on the step, steadying herself on the handrail. "The jury's deliberating. Nothing can change the case now," he said. "Norman Church himself could be waiting downstairs, and we couldn't tell them. So why not hand over the note? This trial might wrap up, but the investigation doesn't end here." Chandler offered no reply for the remainder of the dissent. In the lobby, she instructed Deborah Church to wait for her outside, then turned back to Bosch. "For the record, I'm still saying there is no note," she stated firmly. Bosch gave a slight smile. "We moved past that denial yesterday. You let something slip. I don't care about slips or what was said. Listen, if he had sent me something, it would just be a duplicate of what you already have. The man doesn't waste effort on new material for the same message." "Even a copy could be valuable," Bosch countered. "There's always the potential for prints, or the paper itself could lead somewhere." "Detective Bosch, be honest, how many usable prints did you ever pull from his other letters?" Bosch remained silent. "That's what I thought," she said. "Enjoy your weekend." She pushed through the exit door without looking back. After a moment, Bosch placed a cigarette between his lips and followed her out. Back in the conference room, Sheehan and Opelt were debriefing Rollenberger on their surveillance shift, with Edgar listening nearby. Edgar had a department ID photo of Mora on the table in front of him. "If anything's going to happen, it won't be in broad daylight," Sheehan was saying. "Maybe the night crew will have better luck." "All right," Rollenberger acknowledged. "Get something typed for the log, and you can head out. Just remember you're both on call tonight. If Mora shows any unusual activity, I need you back out there with Mayfield and Wyde immediately. It's all hands on deck." "Got it," Opelt said, settling in front of the requisitioned typewriter. As he began to type, Sheehan poured coffee from the Mr. Coffee machine that had materialized on the counter. Bosch mused that while Hans Rollenberger might not be the best street cop, he certainly knew how to organize an operations center. Bosch poured his own cup and joined Sheehan and Edgar at the table. "Catch me up," he said to Sheehan. "Sounds like a quiet day, pretty much." After your visit, he drove back out to the valley, made stops at several offices and warehouses in Canoga Park and Northridge, all adult film distributors. "We have the addresses." Never stayed more than 30 minutes anywhere. Then he returned to his office, did some paperwork, and went home. Bosch figured Mora was canvassing other producers, likely digging for more victims or information on the Mystery Man Gallery, had mentioned years before. He asked for and noted Mora's Sierra Bonita Avenue address. He wanted to caution Sheehan about nearly compromising the operation at the taco stand earlier, but decided to wait until Rollenberger wasn't present. "Anything new on your end?" Bosch asked Edgar. "Nothing on the survivor yet," Edgar replied. "I'm heading up to Sepulveda in 5 minutes. A lot of the girls work the rush hour up there. Maybe I'll spot her." After gathering the updates, Bosch briefed the room on his conversation with Mora and Locke's assessment of the information. Rollenberger let out a low whistle, impressed. The chief needs to hear this right away. He might want to intensify the surveillance. Mora's a cop, Bosch argued, a hint of frustration edging into his tone. The more people you put on him, the more likely he is to spot the tail. If he knows we're watching, this whole operation falls apart. Sometimes the best move is to do less, not more. Rollenberger considered this and nodded, though he added, "We still have to inform the chief. Everyone sit tight for a few minutes. I'll see if I can get in to see him a little early, and we'll decide our next steps from there." He gathered his papers and knocked on the door to Chief Irving's office. He pulled the door open and slipped out. "What a moron," Sheehan muttered once it was shut. "Probably off to give some mouth-to-ass CPR." The room broke into laughter. "Listen up, you two," Bosch said, pointing at Sheehan and Opelt. "Mora brought up your little taco stand rendezvous?" "Damn it," Opelt blurted out. "I think he actually fell for that kosher burrito story," Bosch said, grinning. "Right up until he took a bite. He couldn't wrap his head around why you'd drive all the way from Parker Center for one of those greasy disasters. He tossed half of his away. So if he spots you out there again, he'll connect the dots. Keep your heads down." "We will," Sheehan replied. That was all Opelt's bright idea, that kosher burrito nonsense. What was I supposed to do? The guy we're watching just strolls up to the car and goes, "What's going on, fellas?" I had to come up with something. The door swung open and Rollenberger returned. He walked to his spot, but remained standing, planting both hands on the table and leaning forward with a stern, almost divine authority, as if he'd just received commandments. "I've briefed the chief. He's impressed with our progress in just 24 hours. He's worried about losing Mora, especially with the psychologist indicating we're near the end of the cycle, but he agrees we shouldn't alter the surveillance. Adding another team doubles the risk. Mora will notice. I believe he's correct. Maintaining the status quo is our best move. Edgar tried to stifle a laugh, but it came out as a choked snort. Detective Edgar, is something amusing? No. I think I'm coming down with something. Please, continue. Very well. Proceed as planned. I'll update the other surveillance teams on Bosch's findings. Rector and Heikis have the midnight shift. Then the presidents take over at 8 tomorrow morning. The presidents were a pair of RHD partners named Johnson and Nixon. They hated the nickname, especially Nixon. "Sheehan, Opelt, you're back on tomorrow at 4. You've got Saturday night, so stay sharp. Bosch, Edgar, you're still on freelance duty. See what you can dig up. Keep your pagers on and your radios close. We might need to rally everyone at a moment's notice." "Overtime approved?" Edgar asked. "All weekend. But if you're on the clock, I expect to see results. We need workers on this job, not passengers." "All right, that's everything." Rollenberger finally sat down, scooting his chair in tightly. Bosch suspected it was to hide an erection. The guy seemed to get a real thrill out of playing taskmaster here. Everyone except Hans Off filed into the hallway toward the elevator.
"Who's hitting the bar tonight?" Sheehan asked. More like who isn't Opelt shot back. Bosch made it home by 7, having only nursed one beer at the code 7. The alcohol felt unappealing after overdoing it the previous night. He called Sylvia and told her there was still no verdict. He said he'd shower, change, and be at her place by 8. His hair was still slightly damp when she opened the door.
She pulled him inside immediately, and they held each other, kissing deeply in her entryway for a long moment. Only when she stepped back did he see she was wearing a sleek black dress with a deep neckline and a hem that stopped several inches above her knees. "How did it go today, with the closing arguments and everything?" "It was fine. Why are you so dressed up?" "Because I'm taking you out to dinner. I made reservations." She leaned in and kissed him again. "Harry, last night was the best night we've ever had. It's the best night I can remember with anyone, and not just because of the sex. Honestly, you and I have had better. There's always room for improvement.
How about a little practice before we go? She smiled and told him there wasn't time. They drove down through the valley and into Malibu Canyon to the Saddle Peak Lodge. It was a rustic old hunting lodge, and the menu was a vegetarian's worst nightmare. The menu was a carnivore's dream, featuring everything from venison to bison. They both ordered steaks, and Sylvia chose a bottle of Merlot. Bosch took slow sips of his wine, savouring the entire evening. Conversation was sparse, touching neither the case nor much else. They were content simply to look at one another. Back at her place, Sylvia adjusted the air conditioner to a cooler setting and expertly built a fire in the living room hearth. He watched, admiring her skill. Starting a lasting fire was a talent that had always eluded him. Despite the AC humming on a low setting, the room grew intensely warm. They made love on a blanket she laid before the fireplace, moving together with a relaxed, seamless rhythm. Later, he watched the firelight dance across the faint sheen of sweat on her skin. He kissed her there, resting his head to listen to the strong, steady beat of her heart, a counter-rhythm to his own. For a moment, he allowed himself to imagine a future where he would never have to let her go. He must have dozed off, because he awoke in darkness to a piercing sound, the room now chillingly cold. The fire had dwindled to faintly glowing embers. "Your pager," Sylvia murmured. He crawled to the heap of clothes near the sofa, fumbled through them to silence the device. "What time is it?" she asked, her voice thick with sleep. "I'm not sure. That's unsettling." I remember when she cut herself off. Bosch knew she had been about to share a memory of her late husband and had chosen to keep that past at bay. Yet the thought was now planted. Had she and her husband ever turned down the thermostat on a summer night, making love on this same blanket before the fire? "Aren't you going to call?" "Huh? Oh, yeah. Just trying to wake up," he mumbled. He pulled on his pants and moved to the kitchen, sliding the door shut to keep the light from disturbing her. Flipping the switch, he checked the whimsical wall clock, a decorative plate where vegetables stood in for numbers. The hand was halfway past the carrot. 1:30. They'd only been asleep for about an hour, though it had felt like a deep, timeless slumber. The number on the pager had an 880 area code he didn't recognize. Jerry Edgar answered on the first half ring. "Harry? Yeah. Sorry to bug you, man, especially since you're not at home." "It's fine. What's going on?" "I'm on Sepulveda, just south of Roscoe." "I found her, Harry." Bosch knew he meant the surviving witness. "What did she say? Did she look at Maura's photo?" No, I don't actually have her in custody. I'm watching her. She's working the street here, so why not pick her up? Because I'm solo, I could use some backup. If I try to take her alone, she might fight or bite. You know she's HIV positive? Bosch was silent, listening to the sound of passing cars through the phone line. "Hey, forget it," Edgar said. "I shouldn't have called. I just thought you'd want in on this. I'll call the Van Nuys watch commander and get a couple of patrol units out here. Have a good—" "Forget that. I'll be there. Give me 30 minutes. Have you been out there all night?" "Pretty much. Went home for dinner. Been looking everywhere. Just spotted her now." After hanging up, Bosch wondered if Edgar had genuinely just found her or was simply padding his overtime. He walked back into the living room. The light was on now, and Sylvia was no longer on the blanket. She had moved to her bed, tucked beneath the covers. "I have to go out," he said. "I figured that's what it was," she replied. Didn't seem very romantic, sleeping alone on the floor in front of a dead fireplace. "Are you upset?" "Of course not, Harry." He leaned over the bed to kiss her, and she placed her hand gently on the back of his neck. "I'll try to come back, okay?" "On your way out, could you turn the thermostat back up?" "I forgot to." Edgar was parked in front of a Winchell's Donuts shop, seemingly unaware of the ironic setting for their stakeout. Bosch parked behind him and got into the passenger seat. "How's it going, Harry?" "Where is she?"
Edgar pointed across the street, and about a block and a half up, at the corner of Roscoe and Sepulveda, a bus bench held 2 seated women, with 3 more standing close by.
"She's the one wearing the red shorts," Edgar said. "You certain?" Bosch asked. "Positive. I pulled right up to the light and got a good look. It's her. The complication is, if we walk over and try to grab her, we might start a brawl. All these women are working. The Sepulveda bus line stops service at 1 in the morning." Bosch watched as the woman in the red shorts and a tank top lifted her shirt for a passing car on Sepulveda. The vehicle slowed. The driver hesitated, then drove on.
"Has she had any customers?" "Just one, a few hours back. Took him into that alley behind the strip mall. Other than that, it's been dead. She's too rough-looking for your average picky client." Edgar chuckled. Bosch noted the slip. Edgar had been watching for hours. At least he didn't page me during the fire, Bosch thought. So if a confrontation is a bad idea, what's your play? I figure you drive up to Roscoe, take a left, and come into the alley from the rear park, and keep low. I'll stroll over, tell her I'm looking for action, and she'll walk me back. Then we grab her, but watch her mouth. She could be a spitter. All right, let's wrap this up. 10 minutes later, Bosch was slouched in the driver's seat, parked in the dim alley, when Edgar walked in from the street alone. What happened? She made me. Damn it, why didn't you just take her then? If she spotted you, she'll know I'm a cop if I try the same move 5 minutes later. Okay, fine, she didn't make me. Then what's the problem? She wouldn't go with me, asked if I had any brown sugar to trade. When I said no drugs, she told me she doesn't do colored dick. Can you believe that? I haven't been called colored since I was a kid in Chicago. Don't let it get to you. Wait here. I'll go, goddamn whore. Bosch got out and leaned over the car roof. Edgar, relax. She's a prostitute and an addict, for crying out loud. You really care what she thinks. Harry, you have no clue what it's like. You see how Rollenberger looks at me? I bet he counts the radios every time I leave the room. That German jerk. You're right. I don't know what it's like. He took off his jacket, tossed it into the car, and unbuttoned the top 3 buttons of his shirt. Be right back. You better duck down. If she sees a colored guy, she might not follow me into the alley. They used an interview room at the Van Nuys Detective Bureau, a place Bosch knew well from his early days on the robbery desk. It quickly became apparent that the man Edgar had seen Georgia Stern enter the alley with earlier was not a customer. He was a dealer she had likely gone there to fix. She might have traded sex for the hit, but that didn't make the dealer a John. Whoever he was, whatever the transaction, she was heavily under the influence when they brought her in, rendering her nearly useless. Her eyes were heavy-lidded and dilated, fixed on some distant point. Even in the small 10-by-10 room, she seemed to be staring a mile away. Her hair was dishevelled, the black roots now far longer than in Edgar's photo. A raw sore sat below her left ear, the kind addicts get from constant anxious rubbing. Her upper arms were as thin as the chair legs she sat on. Her deteriorated state was accentuated by an oversized T-shirt, its neckline sagging to expose her upper chest. Bosch could see the track marks on her neck veins from shooting heroin. Despite her emaciated frame, she still had surprisingly large, full breasts. Implants, he guessed. For a fleeting second, the image of the concrete blonde's desiccated body flashed in his mind, a stark and unsettling contrast. Georgia Stern? Bosch started. Georgia, do you understand why you're here? Can you recall our conversation in the car? I remember. Now, think back to that night over 4 years ago when a man tried to hurt you. A June night, the 17th. Does that ring a bell? She gave a slow, distant nod, and Bosch questioned whether she was truly following him. The doll-maker? Remember that name? He's dead. Correct. But we still need to ask you about him. You helped us with this sketch, right? Bosch spread out the composite drawing from the old files. It bore little resemblance to either Church or Mora, but given the doll-maker's history with disguises, it was plausible his copycat did the same. Still, Bosch hoped a distinctive feature, perhaps Mora's intense gaze, might trigger a memory. She stared at the drawing for a long moment. The police killed him, she stated. Got what was coming. Hearing someone, even her, affirm that the doll-maker deserved his fate gave Bosch a grim sense of validation. But he knew the truth she didn't. This wasn't about the doll-maker. We're going to show you some photographs, Jerry. You have the six-pack ready? Her head snapped up, and Bosch instantly recognized his error. She thought he meant beer, but in police parlance, a six-pack was a lineup of 6 mugshots, typically 5 officers and 1 suspect, hoping the witness picks the right one. This set, however, held photos of 6 cops, with Mora's placed second. Bosch arranged them on the table. She studied them, then let out a short laugh. "What is it?" Bosch asked. She tapped the 4th photo. "Pretty sure I slept with that one." Thought he was a cop. Bosch saw Edgar shake his head. The photo was of Arb Danforth, an undercover narcotics officer from Hollywood Division. If her memory was accurate, Danforth was likely crossing into the valley to coerce sex from sex workers, probably paying them with heroin stolen from evidence. This information should go to Internal Affairs, but both detectives exchanged a silent look, acknowledging they'd never file that report. Doing so would be career suicide, destroying any trust with fellow officers. Still, Bosch knew Danforth was married, and that this woman carried the AIDS virus. He resolved to send Danforth an anonymous note later, urging him to get tested. "What about the others, Georgia?" Bosch pressed. "Look at their eyes. Eyes stay the same, even with a disguise. Focus on the eyes." As she leaned in closer, Bosch glanced at Edgar, who gave another subtle head shake. This was going nowhere, and Bosch nodded in agreement. After a minute, her head jerked as she fought off drowsiness. "All right, Georgia. Nothing there, right?" "No." "You don't recognize him?" "No. He's dead." "Okay. He's dead. Stay here. We're going to step into the hall to talk. We'll be right back." Outside, they considered booking her for being under the influence and sending her to Sybil Brand Institute, hoping to question her again once she sobered up. Edgar was notably eager to handle the transport downtown, a move Bosch knew was less about compassion and more about padding his overtime pay, not about getting her into the facility's detox unit for real help. Empathy had no part in the equation. Chapter 26. Sylvia had drawn the bedroom's heavy curtains tight, keeping the room dark long past sunrise on Saturday morning. Waking alone in her bed, Bosch reached for his watch from the nightstand and saw it was already 11. Fragments of a dream lingered, but they slipped back into the shadows as he awoke, just out of reach. For nearly a quarter of an hour he lay still, trying to grasp the fading memory, but it had vanished completely. Every so often, the sounds of Sylvia moving through the house reached him, the soft whisk of a broom on the kitchen tiles, the gentle clatter of plates being put away. She was clearly trying to be quiet, but in the stillness every noise was distinct. He heard the back door open and the splash of water hitting the dry soil of the porch plants. It hadn't rained in over a month. At 11:20, the telephone rang, and Sylvia answered it almost immediately. Bosch felt his body tighten, certain the call was for him. He'd given Edgar this number when they parted ways at the Van Nuys station earlier. He waited for the bedroom door to open and for her to call him, but she never did. As he relaxed, he could catch fragments of her conversation. It sounded like she was talking to a student offering guidance. Then, after a while, her voice broke, and he thought he heard her crying. He got up, dressed quickly, and stepped out of the room, running a hand through his hair. She was at the kitchen table, the cordless phone pressed to her ear, her finger tracing aimless circles on the wood. He had been right. Tears were on her cheeks. "What is it?" he whispered. She raised a hand, asking for silence. He waited, watching her.
"I'll be there, Mrs. Fontenot. Just let me know the time and the address." "Yes, of course, I am so terribly sorry. Beatrice was such a remarkable young woman. I was truly proud of her. Oh, goodness." Her words dissolved into a sob as she ended the call. Bosch moved to her side, placing a hand on her shoulder. "A student? Beatrice Fontenot. What happened?" "She's gone." He bent down and held her as she wept. "This city she started, but didn't finish."
"She's the one who wrote that report on the day of the locust, the one I read to you?" Bosch remembered. Sylvia had mentioned she was worried about the girl. He searched for words, but none came. This city, somehow that said everything. They passed the day in a quiet, shared haze of small tasks. Bosch cleaned out the ashes from the fireplace, then joined Sylvia in the backyard garden. She was pulling weeds and cutting flowers for a bouquet to take to Mrs. Fontenot. They worked side by side, but Sylvia was mostly silent, offering only occasional sentences. She said it had been a drive-by shooting on Normandy Avenue the previous night. The girl was taken to Martin Luther King Jr. Hospital, where she was declared brain dead. In the morning, they turned off the machines and harvested her organs for donation. "It's strange calling it harvesting," Sylvia remarked flatly. "Makes it sound like a crop, like people are just growing on trees." In the middle of the afternoon, she went inside and made sandwiches, egg, salad, and tuna. She cut them in half, and they each had a portion of both. He prepared iced tea, adding slices of orange to the glasses. She mentioned that after the enormous steaks they'd eaten the previous evening, she never wanted to see beef again. It was the day's only stab at lightness, but neither of them smiled. Afterward, she left the dishes in the sink without rinsing them. Turning, she leaned against the counter and stared at the floor. "Mrs. Fontenot said the funeral will likely be next Wednesday. I think I'll arrange for the whole class to go rent a bus. That would be a kind gesture. Her family would appreciate it," he said. "Her 2 older brothers are dealers. She told me they sell crack." He said nothing. He knew that was likely the reason the girl was dead. Since the shaky truce between the Bloods and the Crips, the street-level drug trade in South Central had fractured, leading to chaotic turf disputes, a rash of drive-bys, and too many innocent casualties. "I think I'll ask her mother if I could read her book report aloud," Sylvia said quietly. "At the service, or maybe afterward, maybe they'd finally understand the weight of this loss. They likely already do." "I suppose so. Think you could try to rest for a bit?" "Yes, I should."
What about you? I've got a few things to handle. Need to make some calls, Sylvia. I'll have to head out this evening. I won't be gone long. I'll come back as soon as possible. I'll be fine, Harry. Good. He checked on her around 4 o'clock. She was deep in sleep, the pillow damp from tears. Moving quietly down the hall to a small study, he shut the door to avoid waking her. At the desk, he picked up the phone and dialed the detectives at the 77th Street Division.
When the homicide desk answered, a detective named Hanks came on the line. No first name offered, and Bosch didn't recognize the voice. After identifying himself, Bosch asked about the Fontenot investigation. "What's your interest, Bosch?" "Hollywood division, you said." "That's right, but it's personal. Mrs. Fontenot reached out to the girl's teacher this morning. The teacher's a friend. She's shaken up, and I'm just trying to get a clearer picture." "Look, I don't have time to comfort every worried civilian. I'm in the middle of a case. So you've got no leads. You ever worked the 7-7? No. Is this where you tell me how rough it is down here? Hey, screw you, Bosch. What I'm telling you is there are no witnesses south of Pico. We clear cases by luck, maybe a print. Or, if we're real lucky, the guy strolls in confessing. Want to guess how often that happens?" Bosch stayed silent. "Listen, the teacher isn't the only one upset, all right? This one's ugly. They're all ugly, but some are worse than others. 16-year-old girl home reading a book, watching her little brother drive by. Yeah, you got it. 12 rounds in the walls, an AK, 12 in the walls and 1 in the back of her head. She never saw it coming. No, she never knew. Probably took the first shot, never even ducked. The bullet was meant for one of the older brothers, wasn't it? Hanks paused. Bosch could hear a radio crackling in the squad room behind him. How'd you know that? The teacher tell you? The girl mentioned her brothers were dealing. Yeah, well, they were walking around MLK this morning, crying like choir boys. I'll look into it, Bosch. Anything else? Yeah, the book. What was she reading? The book. Yeah, it was called The Big Sleep. And that's what she got, man. Do me a favor, Hanks. What's that?
If you talk to reporters, leave the part about the book out. Why? Just leave it out. Bosch hung up. Sitting at the desk, he felt a sharp pang of shame earlier. When Sylvia first mentioned the girl, he'd caught himself doubting the authenticity of her schoolwork. After a few minutes wrestling with that thought, he lifted the phone again and called Irving's office. It was answered halfway through the first ring. Hello, this is Los Angeles Police Department Assistant Chief Irvin Irving's office. Lieutenant Hans Rollenberger speaking. How can I help you? Bosch figured Hans off must be expecting Irving himself to call, hence the overly formal greeting straight out of the manual one most cops ignored. He hung up without a word and redialed, letting the lieutenant run through the whole spiel again. It's Bosch, just checking in. Bosch, did you just call a moment ago? No. Why? Never mind. I'm here with Nixon and Johnson. They just arrived, and Sheehan and Opelt are with Mora now. Bosch noted how Rollenberger carefully avoided using the nicknames the presidents while they were in the room. Anything to report? Not much. He was at his place all morning, then headed up to the valley later to check a few more storage units. Nothing out of the ordinary. Current location? Back at home. And Edgar. Edgar was here. He went over to Sybil's to talk to the survivor. He found her last night, but she was too out of it to say anything. He's trying again now. Then, dropping his voice, he added, if she positively identifies Mora, do we act? Probably not wise. It's not solid enough. We just show our cards. My thoughts precisely, he said, raising his volume so the higher-ups would hear his clear authority. We stay tight on him, and we'll be right there when he makes his play. Let's hope. How's the coordination with the surveillance teams?
You getting live updates?
Absolutely. They're on the rovers, and I'm monitoring here. I know his every step. I'm sticking around late tonight. I've got a hunch.
About what?
I think tonight's the night, Bosch. Bosch gently woke Sylvia at 5, then spent a good half hour sitting on the edge of the bed, massaging the tension from her shoulders and neck. Afterward, she slipped into the shower. When she emerged into the living room, her eyes still held a trace of sleepiness. She wore a simple grey cotton T-shirt dress, her blonde hair pulled back into a loose ponytail. What time do you need to leave? Soon? She didn't press for details on where he was going or why, and he didn't volunteer them. You want me to fix you some soup or something, he offered. No, I'm okay. I don't think I'll be hungry tonight. The phone rang in the kitchen, and Harry answered. It was a reporter from the Times who had gotten the number from Mrs. Fontenot. The reporter wanted to speak with Sylvia about Beatrice. Regarding what? Bosch asked. Well, Mrs. Fontenot mentioned that Mrs. Moore had several kind things to say about her daughter. We're putting together a substantial feature on this, given what a wonderful young woman Beatrice was. I thought Mrs. Moore might want to contribute. Bosch asked her to hold and went to find Sylvia. He relayed the request, and Sylvia immediately said she wanted to talk about the girl. The call lasted 15 minutes while she was speaking. Bosch stepped out to his car, powered up the rover and tuned it to Simplex 5, the DWP frequency. He heard only static. He keyed the transmit button. Team 1? A few seconds of silence passed, and he was about to try again when Sheehan's voice crackled back. "Who's this? Bosch? What's up? How's our subject doing?" The next voice was Rollenberger's, cutting in over Sheehan's this. "Is team leader. Please use your assigned code designations while on the air." Bosch smirked. The guy was a real piece of work. "Leader of the team, what's my designation?" "You are Team 6. This is Team Leader, out." "Riragaha, that dream leader. Say again, say again." "Your last transmission, Team 5. What was that?" Rollenberger's voice was edged with frustration. Bosch was grinning now. He heard a faint clicking sound over the radio. Sheehan, keying his mic in silent approval. "I asked who was on my team, Team 6. You are operating solo at this time. Then, should I have a different code, Team Leader? Maybe Solo 6? Team 6, please keep this channel clear unless you are transmitting or receiving essential information. Rarogar." Bosch set the radio down for a moment and laughed, a tear forming in the corner of his eye. He realized he was laughing a bit too hard at something that was only mildly funny, probably just the release of the day's built-up tension. He picked the radio back up and called Sheehan. "Team 1, is the subject on the move?" "That's affirmative, Solo, Team 6. "Where is he?" "He's code 7 at Ling's Wings on Hollywood and Cherokee." So Mora was grabbing a bite at a fast food joint. Bosch knew that wouldn't buy him enough time for what he had in mind, especially being a good 30-minute drive from Hollywood. "Team 1, how's he looking? Is he settling in for the night?" "Looking good. It looked like he was heading out for a drive. I'll catch up with you later." "Raroga," he heard in response. When Harry stepped inside, he could see Sylvia had been crying, but her mood seemed lighter. Perhaps the worst of it was behind her now, he thought, that first raw wave of grief and anger. She was at the kitchen table with a mug of tea. "Would you like some, Harry?" "No, I'm all right. I need to head out soon." "Okay. What did you tell the reporter?" "I told her everything I could remember. I hope she writes a good piece." "They usually do." It was clear Hanks hadn't mentioned the book the girl had been reading. If he had, the reporter would have certainly brought it up to gauge Sylvia's reaction. Harry realized Sylvia's returning composure came from having talked about her daughter. He'd always been struck by how women needed to talk after a loss, as if to set the story straight about someone they loved. He'd seen it countless times delivering next-of-kin notifications. The pain was there, yes, but so was the need to speak. Standing there in Sylvia's kitchen, it hit him that the first time they'd met was on exactly such a grim errand. He'd told her about her husband's death right here in this room, and she had talked almost from that moment. Bosch felt something catch deep in his chest. "You going to be okay while I'm gone?" "I'll be fine, Harry. I'm feeling stronger. I'll try to get back as soon as I can, but I can't promise a time. Make sure you eat something." "Okay." At the door they embraced and kissed, and a powerful urge swept over him to stay, to just hold her and forget the outside world. He forced himself to pull away. "You're a good woman, Sylvia, better than I deserve." She reached up and gently placed her fingers over his lips. "Don't say that, Harry." Mora's place was on Sierra Linda, close to Sunset. Bosch parked half a block down and watched the house as dusk settled. The street was mostly craftsman bungalows with wide porches and dormer windows peeking from the roofs. He guessed it had been a good 10 years since the neighborhood lived up to its pretty name. Many houses showed neglect. The one beside Mora's was abandoned, windows boarded. Others had chain-link fences instead of fresh paint, a sign of hard choices. Nearly every window had bars, even the dormers up top. One driveway held a car up on cinder blocks. It was that kind of block you could count on a yard sale every weekend. Bosch had the radio on low beside him. The last update said Mora was at a bar near the boulevard called the Bullet. Bosch knew the place. He pictured it dim, a couple of neon beer signs, 2 pool tables, a TV mounted above the bar, not a spot for a quick drink. One drink at the Bullet never stayed, just one. Mora was likely settled in for the night. As the sky deepened to purple, no lights came on in Mora's windows. Bosch knew Mora was divorced, but he wasn't sure about a roommate. Staring at the dark house from his caprice, he doubted anyone else was there. "Team 1? Bosch said into the radio. "Team 1? This is 6. How's our boy doing, still nursing his drink? What's your plan tonight, 6? Just keeping an eye on the house. Give me a shout if you need anything, or if he decides to move." "Will do." He hoped Sheehan and Opelt read between the lines, and that Rollenberger didn't. He leaned over, opened the glove compartment, and took out his lockpick set. Tucking it into the left pocket of his raid jacket, he then turned the radio volume all the way down and slipped it into the other pocket of his windbreaker. He wore the jacket inside out to hide the bright yellow LAPD letters across the back. After locking his car and stepping onto the curb, a crackle from the police radio stopped him. He fumbled with his keys, unlocked the door, and slid back inside, turning up the volume. "Say again, 1. I didn't catch that." "The subject is on the move, heading west on Hollywood Boulevard." "Is he walking?" "Negative." Bosch muttered a curse under his breath. For the next 45 minutes, he remained in the driver's seat, listening to Sheehan's updates as Mora drove up and down Hollywood Boulevard with no apparent destination. This aimless driving didn't match the profile of the second killer, known as the Follower, who operated exclusively from hotel rooms to lure his victims. The behavior was a puzzling deviation. After a 10-minute silence, Sheehan's voice returned. "He's turning down toward the Strip." The Sunset Strip presented a new complication. While located in Los Angeles, its southern border touched West Hollywood, which fell under the Sheriff's Department. If Mora crossed that line and initiated any action, it would spark a jurisdictional headache. A bureaucrat like Hansoff lived in dread of such territorial disputes. "He's on Santa Monica Boulevard now." That was definitely West Hollywood. Bosch anticipated Rollenberger's imminent radio check, and he was right. "Team 1, this is Team Leader. Report the subject's activity." Honestly, if I didn't know this guy's background, I'd say he was just cruising through Boys Town. "Copy that, Team 1. Maintain surveillance, but avoid all contact. We're outside our jurisdiction. I'll notify the Sheriff's Watch Commander." Contact isn't part of the plan. 5 minutes drifted by. Bosch watched a neighbor walk a muscular guard dog down Sierra Linda. The man paused, allowing the dog to relieve itself on the scorched lawn of a vacant house. "We're clear," Sheehan reported. "Back in friendly territory, meaning they had re-entered Los Angeles city limits." 1. What's your location?" Bosch asked. "Still on Santa Monica, heading east?" He passed La Brea. Wait, now he's turning north on La Brea, might be heading home. Bosch slid down in his seat in case Mora's car appeared on the street. He listened as Sheehan reported the vice cop was now eastbound on Sunset, just past Sierra Linda, so Mora wasn't coming home. Bosch sat up straight. Another 5 minutes of radio silence passed. "He's pulling into the Dome." Sheehan finally said, "The Dome?" Bosch responded, "It's that movie theater on Sunset, just past Wilcox." He's parked, buying a ticket and heading inside. Guess he was just killing time until the show started. Bosch mentally mapped the area. The massive geodesic dome was a Hollywood landmark. Team 1, this is Team Leader, split up. One of you follows the subject inside, the other stays with the vehicle, out. Roger that. Team 1 out. The dome was about a 10-minute drive from Sierra Linda. Bosch calculated he had, at most, 90 minutes inside the house, unless Mora left the movie early. He quickly exited his car, crossed the street, and moved up the block to Mora's residence. The deep porch shrouded the front door in shadow. He knocked and waited, glancing across the street at a house with lights on downstairs and the faint blue glow of a television behind an upstairs curtain. No one answered. He stepped back, studying the front windows. He saw no security system decals or alarm tape on the glass. Peering between the bars and through the pane into what he assumed was the living room, he scanned the ceiling corners for the telltale glow of a motion sensor. As expected, there was none. Every cop knew a solid lock or a vicious dog, or better yet, both were the best defenses. He returned to the door, opened his kit, and retrieved a penlight. He had wrapped the end with black electrical tape, so when he switched it on, only a thin, focused beam escaped. He crouched low, examining the locks on the door. Mora had installed a deadbolt alongside a standard key entry knob. Bosch clamped the penlight between his teeth, directing its narrow beam onto the deadbolt. With a tension wrench and a hook pick in hand, he got to work. It was a decent lock, 12 pins deep, not a top-tier Medico, but a serviceable imitation. A full 10 minutes passed before he felt the satisfying turn of the cylinder. Sweat had begun to trickle from his hairline, burning his eyes. He tugged his shirt free from his waistband to mop his face, then dried his slick picks. A quick glance across the street showed the same quiet scene, the upstairs television still glowing. Returning to the knob, he was about to insert his tools when the sound of an approaching engine made him kill the light and duck behind the porch steps until it faded. Back at the door, he placed his palm on the knob and started to work the hook inside when he realized there was no resistance. He gave it a turn and the door swung inward. The knob hadn't been locked at all, of course, Bosch thought. The dead bolt was the real barrier. If someone defeated that, the knob lock was practically an afterthought. Why bother? He stood motionless in the dark entryway, waiting for his vision to adjust. Back in Vietnam, he could drop into one of Charlie's tunnels and have his night eyes in 15 seconds flat. Now it took longer, out of practice maybe, or just getting old. He lingered in the foyer for nearly a minute until the shadows began to resolve into shapes. Then he called out, his voice low but clear. "Hey, Ray, you home? Your door was unlocked. Hello?" Silence answered him. He knew Mora wouldn't keep a dog, not with the erratic hours of a cop's life. Bosch took a few cautious steps into the living room, scanning the dark outlines of furniture. He'd been in places like this before, even another officer's home, but the sensation never got old, that raw cocktail of exhilaration, jagged fear, and gut-level panic all swirling together. It felt like his center of gravity had dropped straight into his core. There was a strange, indescribable power in the act, something he could never fully explain to anyone else. For a heartbeat, panic surged, threatening to unravel his focus. A mental headline flashed. Cop on Trial caught in break-in, but he shoved it aside. To dwell on failure was to invite it. Spotting the staircase, he moved toward it. His instinct told him Mora would keep any trophies either in his bedroom or near a television, possibly both, instead of clearing the first floor. He'd start at the top. The second story held 2 bedrooms with a bathroom between them. The room on the right had been converted into a carpeted home gym, filled with chrome-plated equipment. A rowing machine, a stationary bike, and a contraption Bosch didn't recognize. A rack of free weights and a bench press stood against one wall, and opposite them stretched a floor-to-ceiling mirror. A spiderweb of cracks radiated from a point at face height in its center. For a moment Bosch studied his own fractured reflection and wondered if Mora had done the same. He checked his watch. 30 minutes had already slipped by since Mora entered the theater. He pulled out the radio.
"1. What's his status?"
"Still inside? How's it going on your end?" "Just hanging around. Give a shout if you need me. Anything good on TV over there?" "Not yet." Then Rollenberger's voice cut in, all business. "Teams 1 and 6, Let's keep the chatter down and restrict transmissions to pertinent information only. Team leader, out. Neither Bosch nor Sheehan bothered to reply. Bosch crossed the hallway into the other bedroom. This was clearly where Mora slept. The bed was unmade, and a chair by the window was draped with discarded clothes. Bosch peeled back some of the tape on his light to widen its beam. On the wall above the bed hung a portrait of Jesus, eyes downcast, his sacred heart exposed on his chest. Moving to the bedside table, Bosch let the light linger briefly on a framed photograph placed beside the alarm clock. The woman in the photograph was young and blonde, standing beside Mora. Bosch assumed this was the ex-wife. Her bleached hair confirmed she matched the physical profile of the victims. Was Mora reenacting her murder with each new killing? That, Bosch mused, was a question for Locke and the other psychologists to untangle. Next to the frame sat a religious card. He lifted it into his flashlight's beam, revealing the infant of Prague, a golden halo radiating from the small crowned figure. The nightstand drawer held an assortment of mundane items. A deck of cards, aspirin, reading glasses, condoms, not the brand linked to the doll-maker, and a slim telephone directory. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Bosch flipped through the book. Several women were listed by first name only, but none matched the names from the follower or doll-maker cases, which came as no surprise. After closing the drawer, he directed his light to the shelf below, where a stack of explicit magazines, nearly 2 feet high, was wedged. He estimated over 50 issues, their covers displaying every conceivable combination of partners. Flipping through a few, he noticed a distinct check mark in magic marker on each cover's top right corner, just as he'd seen Mora do at the office. The man was clearly taking his work home, or perhaps he'd brought them here for a different purpose altogether. A tight, uncomfortable heat crept into Bosch's gut as he looked at the pile, followed by a wave of unwarranted guilt. What does this say about me, he wondered. Am I just doing my job, or have I become the voyeur? He replaced the stack. He knew sifting through all those magazines for potential victims of the follower was impractical. Even if he found one, what would it prove? His attention shifted to a tall oak armoire against the far wall. Inside he found a television and a VCR with 320-minute videotapes stacked on top. The cabinet's top drawer yielded a 4th tape, while the bottom drawer was filled with commercial pornography. He slid a couple out, but again the volume was overwhelming for the time he had. The 4 blank-labeled tapes piqued his interest. Powering on the equipment, he found no tape inside the machine. He inserted one from the top of the TV static. He fast-forwarded through all 3 from that stack. Each was completely erased, consuming 15 minutes of his time. This was odd. People rarely bothered to fully erase home recordings. They usually just taped over them. Why would Mora take the effort? For a moment, Bosch considered taking one for analysis, but the risk of Mora noticing its absence was too great. The final tape from the drawer was not blank. It showed the interior of a house. A little girl played on the floor with a stuffed animal, a snow-blanketed yard visible through the window behind her. Then a man walked into the frame and hugged the child. Bosch's first thought was that it was Mora, but the man spoke, "Gabrielle, show Uncle Ray how much you like the horsey." The girl squeezed the plush horse and shouted, "Fanku Uggle Way!" Bosch switched off the VCR, returned the tape to the drawer, and then pulled both drawers completely out to check behind them. He found nothing else. He climbed onto the bed to get a better view of the armoire's top, but it was just as empty as the rest. After shutting off his equipment and carefully restoring the armoire to its original state, he checked his watch. Almost an hour had slipped away. The walk-in closet was meticulously organized, with clothes hanging neatly on both sides and 8 pairs of shoes lined up toe-to-wall along the back. Finding nothing of note, he moved back into the bedroom, giving a cursory glance under the bed and rifling through the bureau drawers, but they held no secrets. Returning downstairs, he scanned the living room, noting the absence of a television, a fact confirmed by the equally TV-free kitchen and dining area. A hallway led off the kitchen toward the rear of the house, an area that felt like a newer addition, possibly a converted garage. The ceiling bore air conditioning vents, and the pale pine flooring stood in stark contrast to the worn oak planks found elsewhere. The first door revealed a laundry room. A quick search of the cabinets above the washer and dryer yielded nothing. Next was a bathroom with fixtures noticeably newer than the one upstairs. The final door opened into a bedroom dominated by a four-poster bed with a pink coverlet. The faint scent of perfume hung in the air, giving the space a distinctly feminine, yet oddly uninhabited feel, like a room preserved for someone's return. He wondered if Mora had a daughter away at school, or if this was where an ex-wife had stayed before leaving for good. In the corner sat a TV and VCR on a cart. He opened the storage drawer beneath the VCR. It was empty save for a round metal object about the size of a hockey puck. Turning it over in his hand, he couldn't identify it. Perhaps a weight from the set upstairs, so he returned it and shut the drawer. The white dresser offered little more. The top drawer held women's underwear. The second contained a large makeup palette with an array of eye colors and brushes, plus a container of beige face powder. These were clearly for home use, too bulky for a purse, and unrelated to the victims. The bottom drawers were completely empty. Catching his own reflection in the bureau mirror, he saw the sweat on his face and felt the pressure of time. 60 minutes were gone. He opened the closet door and instantly recoiled, a bolt of fear seizing his chest as he threw himself sideways, gun drawn. "Ray, is that you?" Silence. He realized he was leaning against the light switch. Flicking it on, he swung into the doorway in a low-crouch weapon aimed at the figure he'd glimpsed. He quickly killed the light from outside. There, on a shelf above the clothing rod, sat a styrofoam ball topped with a long black wig. Letting out a held breath, he stepped fully inside. He studied the wig without touching it, his mind racing to fit this piece into the puzzle. To his right hung more sheer lingerie and delicate silk dresses. Below them, parked neatly against the wall, was a pair of red stiletto heels. On the opposite side, partially hidden behind clothes in dry cleaner bags, stood a camera tripod. His adrenaline spiked anew. He quickly lifted his gaze, scanning the boxes stacked on the shelves above the hanging clothes. One container was labeled with Japanese characters, and he cautiously lifted it from the shelf, struck by its unexpected weight. Inside, he discovered a professional-grade video camera linked by a thick cable to a separate recording deck. This wasn't some consumer electronics store purchase. It was the heavy-duty kind used by news teams, complete with a removable battery pack and a powerful light. The recorder itself had a small screen and editing buttons. Bosch found it odd that a vice officer would own such high-end gear. Maybe it was confiscated from some adult film operation and never logged into evidence. He pressed a button to open the tape compartment, but it was empty. After carefully repacking everything, he slid the box back into place, his mind nagged by a question. Why would someone with this camera have no tapes? A chilling thought occurred to him as he gave the closet a final scan. The cassettes he'd already found might have been recently wiped clean. If that were true, Mora could already be aware he was being watched. Checking his watch, he saw 70 minutes had passed. He was cutting it dangerously close. As he shut the closet and turned, his own reflection in the dresser mirror startled him. He spun toward the exit, and that's when he noticed them, a set of 5 studio lights mounted on a track high above the bedroom door, all angled downward. He didn't need to switch them on to know their target was the bed. He stared at the bed for a long second, the pieces clicking into a disturbing whole. Another glance at his watch confirmed what he already felt. It was past time to leave. He moved toward the door, but stopped, his eyes darting back to the television and VCR. He'd missed something. Dropping to his knees, he powered on the VCR, hit eject, and a cassette slid out. He shoved it back in and pressed rewind, then turned on the TV. Pulling out his radio, he called, "1, what's your status? Movies letting out now." "I'm watching for him," came the reply. That timeline felt off to Bosch. No mainstream movie was that short, and the Dome was a single-screen theatre. Mora would have entered after the film started, if he ever went in at all. A jolt of adrenaline shot through him. "You sure it's over, one? He hasn't even been inside for a full hour." "We're going in." Sheehan's voice crackled with panic over the radio. Then Bosch understood. "We're going in." Opelt hadn't followed Mora into the theatre. They'd acknowledged Rollenberger's order to split up, but they couldn't follow it. Mora had spotted Sheehan and Opelt the previous day at that burrito stand near Central Division. Sending one of them into a dark theatre to look for Mora was too risky. If Mora saw them first, the whole operation would blow up. Sheehan had just agreed with the lieutenant to avoid admitting their earlier mistake. The VCR finished rewinding with a solid click. Bosch froze, his finger hovering over the play button. They'd been made. Mora was a cop. He'd spotted the tail. The theatre was a diversion. He pressed play. This tape hadn't been erased. The image quality was sharper, more professional than what he'd seen in the booth at X-Marks, the spot a few nights back. It had the polished look of a commercial adult film. On the screen, centered on the four-poster bed, two men were engaged in sexual acts with a woman. Bosch watched for a few seconds, then hit fast forward. The figures on screen jerked into a sped-up, almost absurd dance, switching partners repeatedly in every possible combination. He returned the tape to its normal speed and studied the figures on the screen. The woman didn't match the profile of the follower at all. She was wearing a black wig, painfully thin and far too young. Legally, she wasn't even a woman. Bosch doubted she was more than 16. One of her partners appeared just as young, maybe the same age or even younger. It was hard to tell for sure. But he was absolutely certain about the third person. It was Ray Mora. Though his face was turned away from the camera, Bosch recognized him, and he could see the gold medal, the Holy Spirit, bouncing against his chest with the movement. He switched the television off. I'd forgotten all about that tape, hadn't I? Still kneeling on the floor, Bosch turned. Ray Mora was standing there, a gun leveled at his face. "Hey, Ray, thanks for the reminder. Don't mention it. Look, Ray, why don't you just—" "Don't look at me." "What?" I said, "Don't look at me. Turn around. Face the screen." Bosch obeyed, staring at the dark TVs in. "You're a lefty, right? Use your right hand. Take out your gun and slide it over here." Carefully, Bosch followed the instructions. He heard the soft scrape of Mora picking the weapon up from the floor. "You people actually think I'm the follower?" "I'm not going to lie to you, Ray. We were checking you out, that's all. But I know now we were wrong, you. The Kosher Burrito Brigade. Someone should teach them how to tail a suspect properly. They're clueless. Took me a minute, but I knew something was up after I spotted them. So we're wrong about you, right, Ray? You really have to ask Bosch after what you just watched? Yeah, you've got your head up your ass. Whose bright idea was it to look at me, Iman's, Leiby's? Iman and Leiby were the co-commanders of administrative vice. No, it was mine, my call. A heavy silence filled the room after his admission. Then maybe I should just blow your head off right here. Wouldn't that be within my rights?
Look, Ray.
Don't. Bosch stopped himself from turning and kept his eyes on the blank screen. You do that, Ray, and your life changes forever, you know that. It changed the second you broke in, Bosch. Why not just take it to the logical end cap, you, and vanish? Because you're a cop, Ray. Am I? Will I still be a cop if I let you walk? You going to kneel there and promise to make everything right for me? Ray, I don't know what to tell you. Those kids on the tape are underage, but I only know that because of an illegal search. You end this now, put the gun down, and we can figure something out. Yeah, Harry. Can everything just go back to the way it was? This badge is all I have. I can't just... Ray, shut up. Just shut up. I'm trying to think. Bosch could feel the heat of Mora's anger radiating against his back. You know my secret, Bosch. How the hell does that make you feel? Bosch had no reply. His mind was racing, scrambling for the next move, the right words, when he flinched at the sound of Sheehan's voice crackling from the rover in his pocket. We lost him. He's not in the theatre. There was a sharp urgency in Sheehan's tone. Bosch and Mora stayed silent, listening. What do you mean, Team 1? Rollenberger's voice cut in. Who's that? Mora asked. Rollenberger, RHD, Bosch answered. Sheehan's voice returned. The movie let out 10 minutes ago. People came out, but he didn't. I went in. He's gone. His car is still here, but he's gone. I thought one of you went inside. Rollenberger barked, his own voice tightening with panic. We did. We lost him, Sheehan said. Liar, Mora muttered. Another long silence hung in the air before he spoke again. Now they'll probably start hitting the motels. Looking for me because to them, I'm the follower. Yes, Bosch said. But they know I'm here, Ray. I should call in. As if on cue, Sheehan's voice came from the rover. Team 6? That's Sheehan, Ray. I'm 6. Call him. Be careful, Harry, the voice warned. Bosch carefully withdrew the radio from his pocket with his right hand, lifting it to his lips. He keyed the transmitter. 1. Any sign of him? Negative. He's gone. What's on the screen? Nothing worth watching. A dead night. Then you should get out here and lend a hand. Already moving, Bosch replied swiftly. What's your position? A different official voice crackled over the radio. Bosch, correction, Team 6. This is Team Leader. We need you to rendezvous. We're mobilizing the full task force to locate the suspect. All units converge at the dome parking structure. 10 minutes out? He lowered the radio. A whole task force. Mora's voice was flat. Bosch glanced down and gave a slow nod. Listen, Ray, that was all coded talk. They know I came to your place. If I'm not at the dome in 10, they'll come straight here. What's your play? I'm not sure, but I suppose that buys me at least 15 minutes to think it over, right?
Take all the time you need, Ray. Just don't make the wrong choice. Pretty sure I already did, Mora said, a trace of regret in his tone. Then he added, here's what I want. Take out the tape. Bosch ejected the cassette and held it up over his shoulder toward Mora. No, Harry, I want you to handle this. Open the bottom drawer. There's a magnet in there. So that's what the hockey puck was for. Bosch placed the tape on the stand beside the television and reached for the heavy magnet.
Hefting its weight, a fleeting thought crossed his mind, a desperate chance to spin and throw it before Mora could react. You'd be dead before you even turned, Mora said, reading the silence. You know what to do. Bosch passed the magnet slowly over the tape's surface. Let's test our work, Mora instructed. Put it back in. All right, Ray, whatever you say. Bosch slid the tape into the VCR and pressed play. The screen filled with rolling static, casting a pale, sickly glow over the room. He hit fast forward, but the grey noise continued uninterrupted. The evidence was gone. Good, Mora said. That should cover it. That was the last one. No evidence, Ray. You're clean. But you'll always know, and you'll tell them, won't you, Harry? You'll tell Internal Affairs. You'll tell everyone. I'll never be clean, so don't you dare say I will. Everybody will know. Bosch offered no reply. In the quiet, he thought he heard a faint groan from the old floorboards. When Mora spoke again, his voice was close, just behind his shoulder. Let me give you some advice, Harry. Nobody in this world is who they claim to be. Nobody. Not when they're alone behind a locked door. And nobody really knows anybody else, no matter how sure they are. The best you can hope for is to know yourself. And sometimes, when you finally do, when you see your true face, you have to look away. Silence hung for several seconds. Bosch kept his eyes fixed on the television, imagining shapes forming and dissolving in the electronic snow. The grey-blue light seemed to burn behind his eyes, the first throb of a headache beginning at his temples. He found himself hoping, almost absurdly, that he'd live long enough for that headache to fully arrive. "You were always decent to me, Harry. A noise from the hallway cut him off, followed by a shout. "Mora!" It was Sheehan's voice. Instantly, light flooded the room. Bosch heard the thunder of multiple footsteps on wood, then a yell from Mora and the solid thud of a body hitting the floor. Bosch released the transmit button on his rover and threw himself to the right, away from the line of fire. In that same fractured moment, a gunshot exploded across the room, its echo ringing louder than anything he could remember. Once Bosch cleared the rover channel, Rollenberger's voice came through almost instantly. "Bosch! Sheehan! Team 1! What is happening there?" "Report immediately." After a long pause, Bosch answered, his voice unnervingly calm. "This is 6 Team Leader. Be advised you should proceed to the subject's location." "His house?" "What? Were there shots fired?" "Team Leader, be advised to keep this channel open." Lieutenant Rollenberger's voice crackled over the radio, cancelling the operation. "All units disregard the call-out. Everyone is 10-7 until further notice. Unit 5. Are you available?" "5 here," Edgar answered. "5. Meet me at the subject's location. On my way." 6 out. Bosch switched off the rover before Rollenberger could say another word. It took the lieutenant 30 minutes to drive from the Parker Center command post to the house on Sierra Linda Drive. By the time he arrived, Edgar was already waiting, and a strategy had been formed. Bosch opened the front door just as Rollenberger reached it. The lieutenant stormed inside, his face flushed with a potent mix of fury and confusion.
"All right, Bosch. What in the world is happening? You had zero authority to cancel that call-out, to override my direct order. I believed the fewer people who knew, the better, Lieutenant. I contacted Edgar. I figured that would be sufficient to manage the situation, and it would limit the number of individuals who knew what, Bosch? Manage what? What is actually going on here?" Bosch studied him for a long moment before replying in a measured tone. "One of the officers under your command performed an illegal search of the suspect's home. He was caught in the act when the suspect slipped away from the surveillance detail you were overseeing. That's the situation." Rollenberger recoiled as if struck. "Have you lost your mind, Bosch? Where's the phone? I want to. You call Chief Irving right now, and you can kiss any future task force command goodbye. You can forget about a lot of things, period. That's ridiculous. I had no part in this. You went off on your own little freelance mission and got your hand stuck in the cookie jar. Where's Mora?" "He's upstairs in the room on the right, handcuffed to the weight machine." Rollenberger scanned the faces of the others in the living room. Sheehan, Opelt, Edgar. They all returned his gaze with blank, unreadable expressions. Bosch continued, "If you truly knew nothing about it, Lieutenant, you'll have to prove that. Every transmission on the Simplex 5 channel tonight is recorded on reel-to-reel at the City Communications Center. I stated I was inside the house, and you were listening. You even spoke to me several times. Bosch, you were talking in code. I didn't. I knew Noth." Suddenly, Rollenberger lunged wildly at Bosch, hands flying toward his throat. Bosch was prepared and reacted with more force, driving both palms hard into the man's chest and slamming him back against the hallway wall. A framed picture nearby slid from its hook and shattered on the floor. "Bosch, you idiot! You've completely ruined the bust now." Rollenberger gasped, slumped against the wall. "It was all ill." "There is no bust. He's the wrong man. At least I think he is, but we need to be certain. So do you want to help us search this place and figure out how to contain this disaster, or would you prefer to call the chief and explain how spectacularly you lost control of your command?"
Bosch stepped back, adding, "The phone's in the kitchen." The search of the house lasted over 4 hours. The 5 men worked methodically and in near total silence, scouring every room, drawer, and cabinet. The scant evidence they collected pertaining to Detective Ray Mora's hidden life was placed on the dining room table. Throughout, their unwilling host remained upstairs in the gym, cuffed to a chrome bar of the Nautilus machine. He was afforded fewer rights than a murderer arrested in his own home would receive. No phone call, no lawyer, no rights. This was the unspoken rule when cops investigated their own. Every officer knew the most egregious abuses of power often happened when the badge turned inward. Occasionally as they worked, they would hear Mora shout. He called for Bosch most frequently, sometimes for Rollenberger. But no one went to him until finally Sheehan and Opelt, worried the neighbors might hear and call the police, entered the room and gagged him with a bath towel and black electrical tape. The searchers' silence, however, wasn't for the neighbors' benefit. The detectives worked quietly because of the thick, palpable tension hanging among them, a silent storm in every room. Though Rollenberger's anger toward Bosch was clear, the real friction in the room stemmed from Sheehan and Opelt's botched surveillance, which had allowed Mora to find Bosch inside his home. Bosch's unauthorized entry into the house barely registered as an issue for anyone else. He'd had his own home invaded at least twice during prior internal affairs probes. It was an occupational hazard, as much a part of the job as the badge itself. Once the search was finished, the dining room table held a disturbing collection: stacks of pornographic magazines, commercial tapes, video equipment, a wig, women's clothing, and Mora's personal address book. The television, damaged by Mora's wild gunshot, completed the display. Rollenberger had calmed considerably over the hours, using the time to both search and reconsider his position. "All right," he announced as the 4 others gathered around the table to examine the hall. "What's our situation?" First question. "Are we convinced Mora is not our suspect?" Rollenberger's gaze swept the room and settled on Bosch. "What's your take?" "You heard my account. He denied it, and the footage on the last tape, before he forced me to erase it, doesn't match the follower's pattern. It looked entirely consensual, even if the teenagers with him were clearly minors. He isn't our guy." "Then what is he?" "A man with serious issues. I think working Vice for too long warped him, and he started producing his own material. Was he selling it? Unlikely. There's no evidence of that here. He didn't even bother to conceal his identity in the clip I saw. My sense is this was personal, not for profit. It came from something darker." When no one else spoke, Bosch pressed on. "My guess is he made our tail not long after we set up on him and started destroying evidence. Tonight he was probably just toying with us, trying to figure out what we had. He got rid of most of it, but if you assign someone to that address book, you'll likely connect the dots. Some entries only have first names. Track those down and you'll probably find some of the kids from his videos." Sheehan reached for the phone book. "Leave it." Rollenberger ordered, "If anyone pursues this, it will be internal affairs." "How can they?" Bosch asked. "What do you mean?" "It's all fruit of the poisoned tree. The search, everything, it's all illegal. We can't take any action against Mora, and we can't let him keep a badge either." Rollenberger snapped, his irritation returning. "The man belongs in jail." A tense silence followed, broken by Mora's hoarse, shouting voice from upstairs. He had managed to work the gag loose. "Bosch! Bosch! I want a deal! I'll give—" He broke into a fit of coughing. "I'll give him to you, Bosch! You hear me? Do you hear me?" Sheehan moved toward the staircase that began in the alcove just outside the dining room. "This time I'll fix it so tight the bastard chokes." "Hold on," Rollenberger commanded. Sheehan stopped at the archway. "What's he saying?" Rollenberger asked. "Who will he give?" He looked at Bosch, who simply shrugged. They waited. Rollenberger staring at the ceiling, but Mora fell silent. Bosch walked over to the table and picked up the address book. I think I might have an idea. The small room reeked of Mora's sweat. He sat on the floor, his hands cuffed behind him and secured to a piece of workout equipment. The towel that had been wrapped and taped over his mouth had slipped down to his neck, resembling a medical collar. The front was damp with spit. Bosch figured Mora had loosened it by working his jaw relentlessly. Bosch, get these off me. Not yet. Rollenberger stepped forward. Detective Mora, you have serious problems.
You're the one with problems, Mora spat back. All of this is illegal. How are you going to explain this? You know what I'm going to do? I'm hiring that shark money Chandler and taking the department for every penny they've got. $1 million sounds about right. You can't spend $1 million from a cell, Ray, Bosch cut in. He held up Mora's little black book, letting the vice cop get a good look. This gets delivered to Internal Affairs, and they'll build a case.
All these names and numbers, someone's bound to talk, probably someone underage. You think we're being hard on you? Wait until IAD takes over. They'll make a case, Ray, and they won't even need tonight's search. That part will just be your word against ours. A flicker of genuine fear in Mora's eyes told Bosch he'd hit a nerve. The names in that book terrified him. So, Bosch said, leaning against the wall, what kind of deal were you thinking, Ray? Mora's gaze darted from Rollenberger to Bosch and back again. You can actually make one? I have to hear it first, Rollenberger stated flatly. All right, here it is, Mora, said the bravado gone, replaced by a desperate edge. I walk and I give you the follower. I know who it is. Bosch felt immediate skepticism, but kept silent. Rollenberger glanced his way, and Bosch gave a single, subtle shake of his head. I'm serious, Mora insisted, his voice dropping.
That peeping Tom I mentioned? It wasn't a story. I got a positive ID today. It fits. I know exactly who he is. Now Bosch leaned in, folding his arms. He exchanged a quick, weighted look with Rollenberger. Who? Rollenberger demanded. What's the deal first? Mora shot back. Rollenberger stepped to the window, parting the curtains to stare into the dark, silently passing the baton. Bosch moved forward, squatting down in front of Mora's chair like a catcher waiting for a pitch.
Here's the deal. One time only. Take it, or let everything crash down around you. You give me the name, and you hand your badge to Lieutenant Rollenberger. You resign from the department, effective immediately. You agree never to sue the department or any of us personally. In exchange, you walk out of here. How do I know you'll hold up your end? You don't, and how do we know you'll hold up yours? I keep the book, Ray. You try to screw us, and it goes straight to IAD. Do we have a deal? Mora stared, the silence stretching out thick with the scent of stale cigarettes and fear. Finally, Bosch stood up and turned toward the door. Rollenberger moved that way too, his voice cold. Unhook him, Bosch. Take him to Parker Center. Book him for assault on an officer, unlawful sex with a minor pandering. Throw the book at him. We have a deal, Mora blurted out, the words tumbling over each other. But I've got no insurance here. Bosch turned back, his expression unreadable. That's right. You don't, the name? Mora looked from one detective to the other. Unhook me first. The name Mora. Rollenberger growled. This is it. It's Locke, the damn shrink. You idiots have been pointing fingers at me this whole time, and he's the one pulling the strings. The name hit Bosch like a physical blow, but in the same instant, pieces began snapping into a horrifying puzzle. Locke knew the doll-maker's patterns inside and out. He fit the follower's profile perfectly. He was the peeping Tom. Yeah, it was him. Got him ID'd by a studio producer today. He went around saying he was writing a book so he could get close to the girls. Then he killed them. Bosch. This whole time he's been playing therapist with you, he's been out there hunting. Rollenberger turned to Bosch, his face grim. What do you think? Bosch didn't answer. He was already out the door, taking the stairs 2 at a time and jogging to his car. Locke's book was on the back seat, right where he'd left it days before. As he grabbed it and headed back inside, he noticed the first faint etchings of dawn lightening the eastern sky. In Mora's dining room, Bosch slapped the book onto the table and flipped through the pages until he found the author's note. His eyes scanned the second paragraph. The material for this book was gathered over the course of 3 years from interviews with countless adult film performers, many of whom requested that they remain anonymous or be identified only by their stage names. The author wishes to thank them and the film producers who granted him access to the sets and production offices. The mystery man, right there in plain sight. Bosch considered Mora's point and saw the possibility that Locke was indeed the man Gallery had described when she called the tip line years ago. He opened the book to the index, scanning the list of names. Velvet Box was there, along with Holly Lear and Magna Cum Loudly. He mentally reviewed Locke's connection to the case. Locke fit the profile for the same reasons Mora had. He had one foot in the police investigation and another in the world he was writing about, just as he'd said himself. He had full access to details on the dollmaker killings while researching the psychology of women in the adult film industry. A surge of anger cut through Bosch's excitement. Mora had been correct. Locke had manipulated him, pushing the investigation toward an innocent man. If Locke was the follower, he had played Bosch like a fiddle. Rollenberger sent Sheehan and Opelt to stake out Locke's house immediately. "Don't mess this up," he ordered, his authority returning. He called for a task force meeting at noon on Sunday, just over 6 hours away, to discuss securing search warrants for Locke's home and office and to plan their next steps. As he left, Rollenberger looked at Bosch. "Go, release him. Then, Bosch, get some sleep. You'll need it. What about you? How are you going to deal with Irving on this?" Rollenberger was staring at Mora's gold detective shield in his hand. He closed his fist around it and slipped it into his jacket pocket.
"That's my concern, Bosch. Don't worry about it." After everyone else had gone, Bosch and Edgar went upstairs to the gym. Mora sat silently, refusing to look at them as they removed the handcuffs. They left without a word, leaving him alone with the towel still draped around his neck like a noose, staring at his shattered reflection in the mirror. Back at his car, Bosch lit a cigarette and checked his watch. It was 6:20 a.m. and he was too keyed up to go home. He got in and keyed the Rover.
"Frankie, you there?" "Yeah," Sheehan answered. "Anything, just arrived. No signs of life? Don't know if he's home? Garage door is shut?" "All right." An idea struck Bosch. He took the dust jacket off Locke's book, folded it, and put it in his pocket before starting the car. After a quick stop for coffee at a Winchell's, he arrived at the Sybil Brand Institute by 7. The early hour meant he needed the watch commander's approval to see Georgia Stern. She looked ill the moment she entered the interview room, sitting hunched over with her arms crossed tightly, as if holding herself together. "Remember me?" he asked. "Man, you got to get me out of here. I can't do that, but I can have them take you to the clinic. You can get methadone in your orange juice. I want out." "I'll get you to the clinic." She dropped her head in defeat, beginning a slow rocking motion. She seemed utterly pitiful to Bosch, but he pushed the feeling aside. There were bigger things at stake, and she was beyond saving. "Do you remember me?" he asked again. "From the other night?" She nodded. "You showed me pictures. I've got another one." He placed the book's dust jacket on the table. She studied Locke's photo for a long time. "Well, what? I've seen him. He talked to me once. About what? Making movies. I think he's an interviewer. An interviewer? I mean, like a writer. He said it was for a book. I told him not to use any of my names, but I never checked. Georgia, think hard. This is very important. Could it have been him who attacked you?" She shook her head. "The doll maker is dead. I know that. But someone else hurt you. Look at this picture. Was it him? She studied the photo, then shrugged. I don't remember. Everyone said it was the doll-maker. So after he died, I stopped thinking about what the man who attacked me looked like. Bosch leaned back, frustrated. Noticing his shift in mood, she asked quietly, Are you still going to help me get into the clinic? Yeah. Should I tell them you're HIV positive? What? AIDS? Why would you say that? Because last time Van Nuys Weiss picked you up, you had AZT in your bag. She gave a thin smile. That's just for protection. A friend of mine who's sick gave me the bottle. I filled it with cornstarch. If some guy tries to tell me he's my pimp now, I show him the pills and say, I've got the virus. They always back off. Nobody wants a girl with AIDS, bad for business. Bosch looked at her differently then. Maybe there was hope for her after all. She had the sharp instincts of a survivor. The detective bureau at Hollywood Station was empty, not unusual for 9 on a Sunday morning. After grabbing a coffee from the watch office while the sergeant was distracted, Bosch went to the homicide desk and tried calling Sylvia. No answer. He pictured her out in the garden, maybe missing the ring, or out getting the Sunday paper to read about Beatrice Fontenot. He didn't know what to do next. Checking in with Sheehan on the Rover, he heard there'd been no movement at Locke's house. Think we should go knock? Sheehan asked, not really expecting a reply. Bosch didn't give one, but it sparked an idea. He'd go to Locke's place himself, feel him out, mention Mora's name and watch his reaction, see if Locke might point the finger at the vice cop as the follower. Tossing his empty cup, Bosch noticed something in his mail slot. He retrieved 3 pink message slips and a plain white envelope. The messages, 2 from TV reporters, 1 from a prosecutor about another case, all from Friday, went onto his spike for later. Then he picked up the envelope. A cold ripple traced his spine. Only his name was on the outside, but the handwriting was unmistakable. He dropped it on the desk, fumbled in his drawer for rubber gloves, and carefully opened the follower's note. Long after the body stops stinking, of me you'll be thinking, for taking your precious blonde off your bloody hands. I'll make her my dolly, after I've had my sweet jolly, and maybe I'll leave then, for other soft lands. No air for her to swallow. After me dare you not follow her last word, my gosh, a sound like Bosch. He bolted from the station, nearly knocking over the duty sergeant in the watch commander's office. Get Detective Jerry Edgar on the Rover now, he shouted. He'll know what it's about. Getting to the freeway felt like wading through glue. Bosch could almost feel his blood pressure climbing, his skin tightening around his eyes, his face growing warm. Some Sunday morning event at the Hollywood Bowl had traffic on Highland backed up all the way to Fountain. He tried cutting through side streets, but so was everyone else headed to the bowl. He was already mired in the traffic before he remembered the magnetic light and siren sitting on the passenger seat. Working homicide had dulled the urgency of a Code 3 run, and the habit had slipped his mind. Slapping the light onto the roof and triggering the whale, he watched the sea of cars begin to part, a forgotten ease returning. He had just merged onto the Hollywood freeway, pushing north through the Cahuenga Pass at a dangerous speed, when the radio on the seat crackled to life. Harry Bosch, you there? Yeah, Jerry, listen. Call the sheriff's station in Valencia. Tell them to get a unit to Sylvia's house, Code 3. They need to confirm she's secure. He rattled off her address, his voice tight. Do it now, then come back to me. Okay, but what's? Make the call now. A few tense minutes later, Edgar's voice returned. They're rolling. What's going on? I'm en route. I need you to go to the division. There's a note on my desk from our poet. Secure it. Then call Rollenberger and Irving. Fill them in. Fill them in on what, Harry? Bosch jerked the wheel, his tires scraping the center divider as a sedan drifted into his lane. He was moving too fast, a steady 90 for the siren to be effective. The note's another verse, he says. He's taking the blonde off my hands. Sylvia. Her line's dead, but maybe we're not too late. I don't think I was meant to find that note until Monday. I'm on it. Just stay cool, man. Stay cool.
Right.
Locke's warning echoed in his head, the follower's rage, his need for payback over the dollmaker case. Please, not Sylvia. The thought was a weight he couldn't bear. He keyed the radio again. Team 1, status. Sheehan here. We're at the location. Go in. If he's there, bring him in. No questions. You certain? Bring him in. A single sheriff's cruiser sat parked in front of Sylvia's house. As Bosch skidded to a stop, he saw a uniformed deputy posted on the front step, his back to the door. The posture was all wrong. It looked like guarding a perimeter, like preserving a scene. Pushing out of his car, a sudden sharp pain lanced through his chest. He froze, waiting for it to subside, then sprinted across the lawn, his badge already in hand. Lapd, what's the situation? Place is locked up tight. I checked all points of entry. No answer. Appears vacant. Bosch shouldered past him, fumbling with his key. He burst inside, moving room to room, in a frantic sweep, looking for any overt sign of struggle. There was nothing. The deputy was correct. The house was empty. The garage held only shadows where Sylvia's jeep should have been. Driven by a gnawing dread, he conducted a second, more thorough search, yanking open closets, peering under beds. He found only stillness. The deputy was waiting in the living room when Bosch emerged. Am I clear? I was pulled off a domestic that sounded a lot more urgent than a false alarm. Bosch caught the irritation in his tone and gave a curt nod of dismissal. Following him out, he grabbed the rover from his car. Edgar, you copy? What did you find, Harry? Edgar's voice was thick with apprehension. Nothing. No sign of her. No sign of anything. I'm at the station. You want me to issue a bolo? Bosch provided Sylvia's description and her vehicle details for the Be on the Lookout alert. Put it out. I'll wait here a while. Keep me updated. Team 1, report. Team 1, Sheehan responded. We made contact. Residence is empty. We're holding position. If he shows up, we'll take him in. Bosch remained in the living room, arms folded tightly across his chest, for over an hour. He finally understood why Georgia Stern had held herself that same way at Sybil Brand. There was a strange protective comfort in it. The heavy silence of the house, however, was grating on his nerves. His eyes were fixed on the portable phone resting on the coffee table, willing it to ring, when he heard the distinct sound of a key scraping into the front door lock. He sprang up and was already moving toward the entryway when the door swung open and a man stepped inside. It wasn't locked. It wasn't anyone Bosch recognized, yet the stranger had a key. Without a second thought, Bosch surged forward, slamming the man back against the door as he tried to close it. Where is she? Bosch shouted. What? What's happening? The man cried out in panic. Where is she? She couldn't make it. I'm just here to watch the place for her. She's got another open house in Newhall. Please, let me go. Bosch pieced it together, just as the pager on his belt emitted its sharp, urgent tone. He took a step back. You're with the real estate office? I work for the agent. What are you doing here? Nobody's supposed to be in the house. Bosch yanked the pager from his belt. The display showed his own home number. I need to make a call. He turned and walked back to the living room. Over his shoulder he heard the man mutter, Yeah, you do that. What in the world is going on here? Bosch quickly dialed the number. Sylvia answered after the first ring. Are you all right? Yes, Harry. Where are you? I'm at your place. Where have you been? I picked up a pie from Marie Callender's and took it along with some flowers I cut from the garden over to the Fontenau's. I just felt like doing something kind. Sylvia, listen to me carefully. Is the door locked? What? I'm not sure. Put the phone down and go check. Make sure the sliding door to the porch is locked too, and the door to the carport. I'll wait. Harry, what is this about? Go do it right now." She returned a minute later, her voice small and shaky. "Okay, everything's locked. Good. Now listen, I'm coming there right now. It'll take me about half an hour until I get there, no matter who comes to the door. Do not answer it and do not make a sound. Do you understand? You're frightening me, Harry." "I know I am. Do you understand what I said?" "Yes." "Good." Bosch paused, thinking. What else could he tell her?
"Sylvia, after we hang up, I want you to go to the closet near the front door. On the top shelf, there's a white box. Bring it down and take out the gun. The bullets are in the red box in the cabinet above the kitchen sink. The red box, not the blue one. Load the gun." "I can't do that. What are you saying to me?" "Yes, you can, Sylvia. Load the gun, then wait for me. If anyone comes through that door and it isn't me, you protect yourself." She was silent on the other end. "I'm on my way."
"I love you."
While Bosch was speeding south on the freeway, Edgar came over the radio to report that Sheehan and Opelt still had no visual on Locke. Units had been sent to USC, but Locke wasn't in his office either. They're going to maintain surveillance on both locations. I'm working on a warrant for the house now, but I don't think we have probable cause. Bosch knew Edgar was probably right. Mora's identification of Locke as the man lurking around adult film sets, coupled with the names of 3 victims in his book, wasn't enough for a search warrant. He told Edgar he had located Sylvia and was en route to her. After signing off, it struck him that her spontaneous trip to deliver the pie might have inadvertently saved her life. He saw a grim, symbiotic balance in it. A life taken, a life spared. Before unlocking her door, he announced his presence loudly, then turned the key and stepped into Sylvia's trembling embrace. He held her close and spoke into the radio. "We're secure here," before switching it off. They sat together on the couch, and Bosch recounted everything that had happened since they'd last seen each other. He could see in her eyes that knowing the full truth frightened her more than the uncertainty had. She explained, her voice steadier now, that she had needed to leave because the realtor was conducting an open house and the constant stream of strangers had become unbearable. That was the reason she had driven to Bosch's place after leaving the Fontenots. He admitted he'd completely forgotten about the scheduled open house. "You might want to find yourself a new real estate agent after this," he offered. They shared a quiet laugh, letting some of the built-up pressure ease. "I'm sorry," he said again. "You never should have been pulled into any of this." A comfortable silence settled between them for a few moments. She rested her head against his shoulder, the weight of the day evident in her posture. "How do you do it, Harry? You face the worst of humanity, the most terrible acts, day after day. What keeps you coming back?" He considered the question, knowing there was no simple answer and that she wasn't really looking for one.
"I don't want to stay here," he finally said. "We can head back to my place around 4.
"Let's just leave now," she replied. Their 2-room suite at the Lowe's Hotel in Santa Monica offered a panoramic view of the Pacific Ocean stretching beyond the wide sandy beach. It was the kind of upscale room that provided plush terrycloth robes and gold foil chocolates placed on the pillows. The entrance was off the 4th-floor landing of a 5-story atrium, featuring a massive glass wall designed to capture the entire sunset. A private balcony held 2 chaise lounges and a small table, where they had a late lunch delivered by room service. Bosch had brought the Rover with him but kept it powered down. He would check in as the search for Locke continued, but for today he was officially off the clock. He had already called in, speaking first with Edgar and then with Irving. He told them he would remain with Sylvia, though it seemed increasingly unlikely the follower would make a move now. His presence wasn't strictly necessary anyway. The task force was in a holding pattern, waiting for Locke to appear or for a new break in the case. Irving had relayed that the university presidents had contacted the dean of the psychology department at USC, who then reached out to one of Locke's graduate assistants. The assistant reported that Locke mentioned on Friday he would be in Las Vegas for the weekend, staying at the Stardust. Since he had no Monday classes, he wasn't expected back on campus until Tuesday. But we checked the Stardust, Irving said. Locke had a reservation but never actually checked in. What about the search warrant? Bosch asked. 3 judges have turned us down so far. You know, it's a weak case when a judge won't just rubber stamp a warrant for us. We need to let this simmer a bit longer. For now, we'll maintain surveillance on his house and his office. I'd prefer to keep it that way until he surfaces, and we can question him directly. Bosch detected the skepticism in Irving's tone. He wondered how Rollenberger had justified the investigative leap from Mora to Locke as the primary suspect. You think we're off track? He heard a trace of his own doubt creeping into the question. I'm not sure, Irving continued. We traced the note.
Partially, it was left at the front desk sometime Saturday night. The desk officer stepped away for coffee around 9, got delayed by the watch commander, and when he returned, it was just sitting there on the counter. He had a patrol officer drop it in your mailbox. The only thing it confirms for certain is that we were wrong about Mora. The point is, we could be wrong again. Right now, all we have are instincts. Good instincts, I'll grant you, but that's it. I want to proceed with a bit more caution this time. The unspoken translation was clear. Your hunch on Mora sent us down the wrong path. We're being more careful now. Bosch understood perfectly. What if the Vegas trip was just a cover? The note talked about moving on. Maybe Locke is running. Maybe, should we issue a bolo, get an arrest warrant? I think we're going to wait until at least Tuesday, Detective. Give him a chance to come back. It's just 2 more days. It was obvious Irving wanted to sit tight, to let events dictate his next moves. Okay, Bosch said, I'll check in later. They napped in the king-sized bed until well after dark. When they woke, Bosch switched on the television news, scanning the channels to see if any of the chaos from the last 24 hours had managed to leak to the press. The ocean outside was now a vast, dark expanse. The rhythmic sound of the waves, a steady reminder of the world continuing on, indifferent to their temporary refuge. The television was on, but Harry Bosch wasn't really watching. He was flipping through channels until a familiar face on the news made him stop. It was a story about Beatrice Fontenot. A photo of the 16-year-old girl filled part of the screen, her hair in neat cornrows. The news anchor explained that police had identified a suspect, a drug dealer who was a rival of Beatrice's older brothers. The bullets fired at the Fontenot home were meant for them. The report said, but one had struck the honor student from Grant High in the head instead. Her funeral was planned for later in the week. Bosch turned the TV off and looked over at Sylvia. She was leaning against the wall, propped up by 2 pillows. They had shared a quiet room service dinner in the suite's front room, the silence between them heavy. Afterward they took turns in the shower. Standing under the hot, stinging spray, Bosch made a decision. He had to let go of everything he was carrying. He had to tell her everything. He trusted her, and he believed she wanted to know all of him. Keeping these secrets was a risk to what they had. Telling her felt like the only way forward, the only way to truly be with her. Later, they sat in their hotel bathrobes. Sylvia was in the chair by the sliding glass door, while Bosch stood near the bed. Through the glass, he could see the full moon painting a shimmering silver path across the dark Pacific. He was searching for the right words when she spoke first. She had been flipping through a glossy hotel magazine, the kind that lists attractions no local would ever visit. She closed it and set it aside. "Harry," she said, not quite meeting his eyes, "I want you to go home." He sank onto the edge of the bed, elbows on his knees, and ran his hands through his damp hair. "What do you mean? Too much death," she said softly. "Sylvia, I've done nothing but think this whole weekend, Harry. I'm exhausted by it. But I know we need some time apart. I have to sort things out, your life. It's just... 2 days ago you said the problem was that I kept things from you." He countered, frustration edging his voice.
Now you're saying you don't want to know? I'm not talking about you, she insisted, her voice tightening. I'm talking about what you do for a living. He shook his head. It's the same thing, Sylvia. You should know that by now. Look, it's been a terrible couple of days. I just need some time to decide if we are right for me, for us. I'm thinking about you too, Harry. I'm not even sure I'm the right person for you. I am, he said, the words simple and sure. Please don't, she whispered, her composure cracking. Don't make this harder. I don't want to hurt you. I would never ask you to change. I know you, and I don't think you could, even if you wanted to. So what I have to decide is whether I can live with it. Live with you. I do love you, Harry, but I need time. He could see the tears in her eyes, reflected in the dark window. He wanted to go to her, to hold her, but he stayed where he was. He felt responsible for that pain. A long, heavy silence stretched between them. She looked down at her hands, folded in her lap. He stared out at the ocean, where a lone fishing boat was cutting across the moon's brilliant reflection on the water, heading toward the distant Channel Islands. Say something to me, she finally said, her voice barely audible. I'll do whatever you want, he replied. You know that. I'm going to go into the bathroom. You should get dressed and leave. Sylvia, at least let me know you're safe, he said, a last quiet plea. Let me sleep in the other room tonight. In the morning we'll sort this out. I'll go then. No, we both know that's not true. Locke is long gone, Harry, running scared. I'll be fine. I'll take a cab to campus tomorrow. Just give me a little space to decide. Yes, to decide. She stood and moved past him toward the bathroom, his outstretched arm meeting only empty air. After the door clicked shut, he heard the rustle of tissues, then the muffled sound of her crying. Just go, Harry, she said, her voice strained. Please. The faucet turned on, a clear signal she didn't want to hear a reply. Sitting there in the plush hotel robe, Bosch felt utterly ridiculous. He tore it off in a frustrated motion, the fabric giving way with a sharp rip. That night, he pulled a blanket from the trunk of his caprice and made a makeshift bed on the cool sand, a good distance from the hotel lights. Sleep never came. He sat with his back to the rhythmic crash of the Pacific, his gaze fixed on the fourth-floor balcony with its drawn curtains adjacent to the atrium. Through the glass wall, he could also monitor her door for any approach. The beach air held a biting chill, but he didn't need the ocean breeze to keep him alert. A deep, gnawing dread was more than enough. Monday morning found Bosch slipping into the courtroom 10 minutes late. He'd waited to ensure Sylvia caught her cab safely before heading home to change into his same Friday suit. Rushing in, he noticed Judge Keyes was absent from the bench, and Chandler's seat at the plaintiff's table was empty. Only Church's widow sat there, poised in a silent, prayerful stance. Harry slid in beside Belk. "What's going on? We were waiting for you and Chandler. Now we're just waiting for her." The judge was not amused. Bosch watched as the judge's clerk rose, knocked on the chamber's door, and leaned in. He caught the tail end of her report. "Detective Bosch is here. Miss Chandler's office still can't locate her." A tight, cold fist clenched in his chest. A sheen of sweat broke out on his skin. How could he have been so blind? He dropped his face into his hands. "I need to make a call," he muttered. Standing, Belk began to turn, likely to object, but was cut off by the chamber's door swinging open. Judge Keyes strode out. "Remain seated," he commanded. Taking the bench, the judge instructed the clerk to bring in the jury. Bosch sat back down. "We will proceed in Miss Chandler's absence. Her tardiness will be addressed separately." The jury entered. The judge inquired if anyone had scheduling conflicts or other issues. The room stayed silent. "Very well. You may return to your deliberations. The marshal will see to lunch arrangements. For the record, Miss Chandler has a conflicting appointment this morning. You are to draw no inference from her absence. Thank you." As they filed out, the judge ordered the present parties to remain within a 15-minute radius and told the clerk to continue trying to reach Chandler. Then he retreated to his chambers. Bosch was out of his seat and through the courtroom doors in an instant. He found a payphone, dialed communications, and, after identifying himself, requested an urgent DMV lookup for Honey Chandler. He waited, receiver pressed to his ear. For the address, his rover was useless until he cleared the courthouse garage. Once on Los Angeles Street, the signal returned. He reached Edgar, who had his unit on. Bosch relayed the Brentwood address on Carmelina Street he'd just obtained. "Meet me there. On my way." He drove down to 3rd, through the tunnel, and onto the Harbor Freeway. Just as he merged onto the Santa Monica Freeway, his pager buzzed insistently against his hip. He glanced at the unfamiliar number on his phone while navigating the freeway. Taking the next exit, he pulled into the parking lot of a Korean market in Koreatown, spotting an old payphone mounted on the outside wall. He dropped in coins and dialed. "Courtroom 4, a woman's voice answered. "This is Detective Bosch. Did someone page me?" "Yes, we did. The jury has reached a verdict. You need to return to the courthouse immediately." "What? I just left." "How could they?" "It happens, Detective Bosch. They likely came to a decision on Friday and took the weekend to sit with it. Honestly, it gets them out of another day of jury duty." The line went dead. Back in his car, he grabbed the radio.
Edgar, you copy barely? What's up? I have to turn back. They've got a verdict. Can you handle a check for me? Sure thing. What's the address? It's Chandler's place. She's a blonde. She didn't show in court today. Got it. I'm on it. Bosch never imagined he'd actually be hoping to see Honey Chandler seated at the plaintiff's table, but in that moment he was. Her chair was empty. Instead, a man Harry didn't recognize was sitting beside the widow.
As Bosch moved to the defense table, he noticed a few reporters, Bremer among them, already settled in the gallery. "Who's that?" he muttered to Belk, nodding toward the stranger. "Dan Daly." Keyes pulled him from the hallway to sit with the plaintiff for the verdict. "Chandler's gone off the grid. They can't locate her. Did anyone try her house?" "I don't know. I assume they called. Why do you care? You should be focused on this verdict."
Right on cue, Judge Keyes entered and took the bench. He gave a nod to the clerk, who signaled for the jury. As the 12 jurors filed in, not a single one met Bosch's eye, though nearly all of them glanced curiously at the man beside Deborah Church. "Once again, ladies and gentlemen," the judge began, "a scheduling conflict has prevented Miss Chandler from attending. Mr. Daly, a capable attorney, has kindly agreed to sit in. The marshal informs me you have reached a verdict." Several jurors nodded. Bosch finally caught one man looking directly at him, but the gaze quickly shifted away. His heart hammered in his chest. Was it the impending verdict, Chandler's mysterious absence, or the unsettling cocktail of both? "May I have the verdict forms, please?" The foreman passed a slim stack of papers to the marshal, who handed them to the clerk, who then passed them to the judge. The agonizingly slow procession felt like a bad dream. The judge took his time, settling a pair of reading glasses on his nose and meticulously reviewing the documents. Finally, he handed them back to the clerk. "Publish the verdict," he instructed. The clerk scanned the paper silently, then began to read aloud. "In the matter before this court, on the question of whether defendant Hieronymus Bosch deprived Norman Church of his civil rights regarding protection from unlawful search and seizure, we find for the plaintiff." Bosch remained perfectly still. He looked across the room and saw every juror now staring at him. His eyes shifted to Deborah Church. He watched her clutch the arm of the stranger beside her, a triumphant smile spreading across her face as she turned it toward him. Belk grabbed his arm. "Stay calm," he whispered. "It's the damages that matter," the clerk continued. "The jury hereby awards to the plaintiff, in compensatory damages, the sum of $1. Beside him, Belk couldn't suppress a quiet, gleeful yes.
In the matter of punitive damages, the clerk read on, "The jury awards the plaintiff the sum of $1. This time, Belk's celebratory whisper was loud enough to carry into the gallery. Bosch kept his eyes on Deborah Church. The triumph evaporated from her smile, her eyes going flat and hollow. The whole scene felt surreal to Bosch, as if he were watching a poorly staged play from the wings, yet he was undeniably one of the actors on stage. The verdict itself meant almost nothing. He was merely an observer of the reactions swirling around him. Judge Keyes launched into his speech thanking the jury, extolling their constitutional duty and the pride they should feel in their service as Americans. Harry Bosch tuned out the noise and simply sat there. Sylvia came to his mind, and he wished he could tell her everything. The judge banged the gavel, and the jury filed out for the final time. As the judge left the bench, Bosch thought he caught an annoyed expression on his face. "Harry," Belk said, clapping him on the shoulder, "it's a damn good verdict." "Is it? I'm not so sure. Look, it's a mixed bag, but the jury basically confirmed what we already acknowledged."
"We said you made mistakes going in like that, and you'd already been reprimanded by the department. Legally, they decided you shouldn't have kicked down the door, but by awarding only $2, they were saying they believed your story. Church made that furtive move, and Church was the doll-maker." He gave Bosch's back another pat, probably waiting for a thank you that never came. "What about Chandler?" Bosch asked. "Well, that's the tricky part. The jury found for the plaintiff, so we'll have to cover her legal fees. She'll probably ask for around 180, maybe 200,000. We'll likely settle for about 90. It's not bad, Harry, really. It isn't. I have to go." Bosch stood and pushed through a crowd of people and reporters to exit the courtroom. He hurried to the escalator, fumbling to pull the last cigarette from his pack. Bremer jumped onto the step behind him, notebook already open.
"Congratulations, Harry," he said.
Bosch glanced at him. The reporter seemed genuine. "For what, they just called me some kind of constitutional thug. Yeah, but you walk away only $2 lighter. That's not bad. Yeah, well, any comment for the record? I'm guessing constitutional thug was off the record, right? Yeah, I'd appreciate that. Tell you what, let me think it over. I've got to go, but I'll call you later. Why don't you head back up and talk to Belk?
He needs to see his name in the paper." Outside, he lit the cigarette and pulled the rover from his pocket. "Edgar, you there?" "Here." "How's it looking? Better get out here, Harry. Everybody's rolling on it." Bosch tossed the cigarette into an ash can and headed out. They hadn't done a great job containing the scene. By the time Bosch reached the house on Carmelina, one news helicopter was already circling overhead, and 2 news vans were on the ground. It wouldn't be long before it turned into a full circus. The case had 2 big draws, the follower and Honey Chandler. Bosch had to park 2 houses away because official cars and vans clogged both sides of the street. Parking control officers were just starting to lay down flares and close the street to traffic. The property was cordoned off by yellow police tape. Bosch signed an attendance log held by a uniformed officer at the tape and ducked underneath. It was a 2-story Bauhaus-style home built into a hillside. Standing outside, Bosch knew the floor-to-ceiling windows upstairs would offer sweeping views of the city below. He counted 2 chimneys. It was a nice house in a nice neighborhood, filled with lawyers and UCLA professors. Not anymore, he thought. He wished he had a cigarette as he headed inside. Edgar was standing just inside the door in a tiled entryway, talking on a mobile phone. It sounded like he was telling the media relations unit to send people out to handle the press. He saw Bosch and pointed up the stairs. The staircase was right off the entry, and Bosch went up. A wide hallway passed 4 doorways upstairs. A group of detectives milled around outside the farthest door, occasionally glancing inside at something. Bosch walked over. In a way, Bosch had trained his mind to operate almost like that of a psychopath. He practiced the psychology of objectification at a death scene. Dead people weren't people. They were objects. He had to look at bodies as corpses, as evidence. It was the only way to deal with it and get the job done. It was the only way to survive. But of course, this was always easier said or thought about than done. The air in the hallway felt thick and still, carrying a faint metallic scent that made the back of his throat tighten. He took a slow breath, steeling himself before he stepped forward to look inside the room. Harry Bosch's steps felt heavy, each one a reminder of the past. He'd been part of the original doll-maker task force, and the memory of those final 6 victims, seen exactly as they were found, never left him. Objectifying the scene was a detective's tool, but with these women, it never worked. Something in their helplessness broke through every professional barrier. Knowing they came from the streets only made it worse. The killer's torture seemed like a cruel final chapter in lives already filled with hardship. Now, staring down at Honey Chandler's brutalized body, no mental trick could shield him. The horror seared itself into him, raw and permanent. For the first time in all his years working homicide, he wanted to shut his eyes and simply walk away. He didn't, of course. He remained standing among the other detectives, their gazes detached, their postures almost casual. It struck him grimly. How they resembled a gathering of serial killers themselves, a twisted echo of that bridge game at San Quentin Locke had mentioned, a foursome of psychopaths tallying up kills instead of cards. Chandler lay on her back, arms outstretched. Thick, garish makeup caked her face, masking much of the bruising that spread upward from her neck. A leather strap, cut from a purse, spilled on the floor, was knotted tightly around her throat. The knot on the right side, suggesting a left-handed assailant. As with the earlier cases, the killer had taken his restraints and gag with him. But this scene was different. Bosch could see the follower was improvising, no longer hiding behind the doll-maker's signature. Chandler's body was a map of fresh cruelty. Cigarette burns and bite marks littered her skin, some still seeping, others purpled with bruise. Clear signs that torture happened while she was still alive. Rolling through the room, Lieutenant Rollenberger was already directing the photographer on angles. Nixon and Johnson were there too. It hit Bosch then, as it must have hit Chandler in her final moments. Her last indignity was this very exposure. Her uncovered body left on display for hours, scrutinized by men who had openly despised her in life. Nixon caught sight of Bosch in the hallway and stepped out. "Harry, what tipped you off? She missed a court appearance today. Seemed worth checking on. Guess she was the blonde. Wish I'd seen it sooner." "Yeah. Any time of death yet?" Coroner's tech puts it at least 48 hours back. Bosch gave a slow nod. That meant she was gone before he'd even found the note. It offered a sliver of grim relief. "Anything on lock?" "Nothing. You and Johnson are lead on this. Hands off assigned us. Edgar found her, but he's primary on last week's case. I know it was your call, but with court and everything. Don't worry about it. What do you need from me? You tell me. What do you want to do?" "I want to stay out of that room. I didn't like her, but I respected her, you know." "I think so. Yeah, this one's ugly. You notice he's changing, the biting, the burns. I saw anything else new? Not that we can tell. I'll take a look through the rest of the house. Is it clear? Haven't dusted yet. Just did a walk through used gloves, and let me know what you find." Bosch moved to an equipment box along the hall wall and pulled a pair of plastic gloves from a dispenser. As he did, Irving passed him on the stairs without a word, their eyes meeting only for a fractured second. Down in the entryway, he spotted 2 deputy chiefs posted on the front steps. They weren't there to work, just to stand where the cameras would catch them, looking solemn and concerned for the evening news. Bosch noticed the crowd of reporters and camera operators swelling behind the police line. He moved through the living room and located Chandler's home office. a compact space with floor-to-ceiling bookshelves lining 2 walls. A single window offered a view of the growing commotion outside. After pulling on gloves, he started searching the desk drawers. The contents were disorganized, papers spilling from folders, items tossed haphazardly, a clear sign someone had already been through it. This wasn't the meticulous order Chandler maintained at the plaintiff's table. Lifting the desk blotter revealed nothing. 2 volumes sat on the desktop, Black's Law Dictionary and the California Penal Code. Flipping through each yielded no hidden note. Leaning back in the leather chair, Bosch scanned the shelves. A methodical search would take hours with no guarantee of success. Then his eyes caught a familiar sight, the cracked green spine of the marble faun on a high shelf near the window, the same book Chandler had quoted during her closing argument. He stood, retrieved it, and found the note folded inside, along with its envelope. His suspicion was confirmed. The note itself was a photocopy, identical to the one left at the station the day opening statements began. The envelope, however, told a different story. It hadn't been hand-delivered. It bore a postmark from Van Nuys, cancelled the Saturday before the trial. Tracing it would be futile, and any fingerprints would be hopelessly contaminated by postal workers. As evidence, it was nearly worthless. Carrying the items carefully by the corners, Bosch left the office. He needed evidence bags from a tech, so he headed upstairs. Passing the bedroom doorway, he saw the coroner's team preparing a body bag on a gurney. The very public end of Honey Chandler's story was unfolding. Bosch turned away, unwilling to watch. Edgar approached after reading the note, which a tech was now tagging. He sent her the same thing. Why bother? Probably to ensure we couldn't ignore it if we sat on our copy. He knew she'd raise hers in court. But if she had this all along, why subpoena ours? She could have just used this one. Maybe she thought our copy carried more weight. Forcing the police to hand it over gives it legitimacy for a jury. If she presented her own, the defense could have it tossed. Just a theory. Edgar gave a slow nod. By the way, Bosch asked, how was the entry when you arrived? Front door was unlocked. No forced entry, no scratches on the lock, so he was let in. She didn't go to him. Something's shifting. He's biting, burning, slipping up. Something's getting under his skin. Why target her instead of sticking to his usual pattern from the sex ads? Too bad our prime suspect is Locke. Be nice to ask him what his game is. A voice shouted from below. Detective Harry Bosch. Harry Bosch. Bosch walked with a stair rail and looked down. A young patrol officer from the scene log was standing in the foyer, looking up. There's a man at the tape insisting on coming in. Says he's a psychiatrist who's been consulting with you. Bosch exchanged a glance with Edgar, a silent question hanging between them, before looking back down at the officer. What's his name? The patrolman asked, glancing at his clipboard. John Locke from the University of Southern California. Let him through. Bosch descended the stairs and motioned for Edgar to follow. I'll take him into the office, notify hands off, and meet us there inside. Bosch gestured for Locke to take the seat behind the desk, choosing to remain standing himself. Through the window behind the psychologist, he watched the media assembling for a briefing. Don't touch anything, Bosch said. Why are you here? I came as soon as I heard the news, Locke replied. But I thought you had a suspect under watch. We did. It was the wrong person. How did you find out? It's all over the radio. I was driving in when I heard it and came straight here. They didn't give the exact address, but once I reached Carmelina Street, it wasn't difficult to spot. Just follow the news helicopters. Edgar entered quietly and closed the door. Detective Jerry Edgar. This is Dr. John Locke. Edgar gave a brief nod, but kept his distance, leaning against the door. Where have you been? We've been trying to locate you since yesterday. Las Vegas. Las Vegas? What were you doing there? Why does anyone go to Vegas? To gamble? I'm also considering a book project about the legal brothels in the towns north of the city. But aren't we wasting time? I'd like to see the body in place. Then I could offer some insight. The body's already been moved, Edgar stated. It is? Damn. Maybe I could still examine the scene and... We have too many people up there right now, Bosch interrupted. Maybe later. What's your take on bite marks? Cigarette burns? Is that what you found this time? Also, it wasn't some woman from the tabloids, Edgar added. He came to her. She didn't come to him. He's evolving rapidly. This suggests a complete psychological breakdown, or perhaps some external pressure is forcing his hand. Such as? Bosch pressed. I don't know.
We tried calling you in Vegas. You never checked in. Oh, at the Stardust. Well, on my way into town, I saw the new MGM Grand had just opened and decided to see if they had a room. They did. I was staying there. Was anyone with you? Bosch asked. The entire time? Edgar added. A look of confusion crossed Locke's face. What is this about? Then, understanding dawned. He shook his head. Harry, are you serious? No. Are you showing up like this?
I think you. Hold on, don't answer that. You know what? It's probably best if you understand your rights before we continue. Jerry, do you have a card? Edgar retrieved his wallet and produced a white plastic card printed with the Miranda warning. He began reading it aloud to Locke. Both detectives knew the warning by heart, but a departmental memo advised reading directly from the card to prevent any legal challenges later.
As Edgar read, Bosch looked out the window at the crowd of reporters gathered around a deputy chief. He noticed Bremer was there now, but the deputy chief's words seemed unimportant. The reporter wasn't taking notes, just standing aside and smoking a cigarette, likely waiting for real information from higher-ups. Am I under arrest? Locke asked when Edgar finished. Not yet, said Edgar. We just need to clarify a few things, Bosch said. I deeply resent this. I understand. Now, do you want to explain this trip to Vegas? Was anyone with you? From 6 o'clock Friday evening until I got out of my car down the block 10 minutes ago, there has been someone with me every single minute except when I was in the bathroom. This is absurd. And who is this person? A friend of mine. Her name is Melissa Mencken. Bosch recalled the young woman named Melissa from Locke's front office. The child psychology major from your office? The blonde... Locke confirmed it, though his voice was heavy with reluctance. And she'll back up your story completely? Same room, same hotel the whole time? Absolutely. She'll confirm everything. We were just driving back when we heard the news on KFWB. She's waiting for me in the car right now. Go ask her yourself. What's she driving? A blue Jaguar. Listen, Harry, you go talk to her and get this straightened out. If you keep quiet about me being with a student, I won't say a word about this. This questioning session. This isn't an interrogation, Doctor. Trust me, you'd know if it was. Bosch gave a nod to Edgar, who slipped out to locate the Jaguar alone with Locke. Bosch pulled a chair from against the wall and sat facing the desk, the silence stretching between them. What became of that suspect you were tailing, Harry? We handled it. What does that? Never mind. They waited in the quiet for nearly 5 minutes, until Edgar reappeared at the door, signaling Bosch to step out. It checks out, Harry. I spoke with the girl and her story matches. There were credit card receipts in the car too. They'd checked into the MGM Grand on Saturday at 3 in the afternoon. Found a gas receipt from Victorville with a timestamp 9 Saturday morning. Victorville's about an hour out, right? Puts them on the road when Chandler was hit. Plus, the girl says they spent Friday night together at his place in the hills. We can dig deeper, but it looks legit. Well, Bosch let the thought hang. Why don't you head up and let everyone know he's in the clear? I still want him to take a look around upstairs, if he's willing. You got it. Returning to the study, Bosch resumed his seat. Locke watched him intently. "Well, she's too frightened, Locke. She's not playing along. She's telling the truth."
Locke's face flushed with anger. "What the hell are you talking about?" he shouted. Now it was Bosch's turn to study him. The shock and raw fear on Locke's face were unmistakably genuine. Bosch was certain now, and felt a strange, grim satisfaction at having put him through the ringer. "You're clear, Dr. Locke. Just had to be sure. I guess criminals only return to the scene of the crime in the movies." Locke took a deep, shuddering breath and looked down at his hands. To Bosch, he looked like a man who had just swerved to avoid a head-on collision and needed a moment to collect himself by the side of the road. "Damn it, Bosch. For a minute there, I was having nightmares, you understand?" Bosch nodded. He understood nightmares all too well. Edgar's upstairs smoothing things over. "He's asking the lieutenant if you can come up and give your take on the scene. If you still want to—" "Fine," Locke said, but the earlier energy was gone. They sat in another stretch of silence. Bosch reached for his cigarettes, found the pack empty, and tucked it back into his pocket to avoid leaving false evidence behind. He had nothing more to say to Locke and instead gazed past him out the window at the activity on the street. The media crowd had thinned after the briefing. Now, a few television reporters were filming their segments with the so-called death house in the background. Bosch could see Bremer across the street, interviewing neighbors and scribbling furiously in his notebook. Edgar returned. "We're ready for him upstairs." Still staring out the window, Bosch said, "Jerry, can you take him up? I just remembered something I need to handle." Locke stood and looked at both detectives. "Screw both of you," he said, the words sharp, but his tone already shifting. "There, I had to get that out. Now let's forget it and get to work." He moved toward Edgar, but Bosch stopped him at the door. "Dr. Locke." Locke turned back. "When we catch this guy, he's going to want to gloat, isn't he?" Locke considered it for a moment. "Yes," he said, finally. "He'll be immensely pleased with himself, with what he's done." For Harry Bosch, staying silent when he had something to say was the real challenge. He knew the urge to boast would be strong. After they departed, he remained at the window a while longer before finally rising. As he stepped outside, reporters who recognized him surged against the police tape, shouting questions. He ducked under the barrier, stating he had no comment and that Chief Irving would be out shortly. This held them off for the moment, and he began walking toward his car. He was familiar with Bremer's tactics. The reporter preferred to let the media pack swarm first, then approach alone afterward to get his story. Bosch's hunch was correct. Bremer appeared at his vehicle. "Leaving already, Harry? Just need to grab something. Bad scene inside? Is this on or off the record?" "Your call," Bosch opened the car door. "Off the record. Yes, it's bad. On the record, no comment." He leaned in, pretending to search the glove compartment without success. "What's the press calling this one? Since the doll maker is already taken." He straightened up. "The follower, that's off the record too. Check with Irving. Catchy." "Yeah, figured you'd like that." Bosch pulled an empty cigarette pack from his pocket, crumpled it, tossed it into the car, and shut the door. "Got a smoke?" "Sure." Bremer produced a soft pack of Marlboros from his jacket, shook one loose for Bosch, and lit it with a Zippo using his left hand. "Hell of a town we've got here, Harry." "Yeah." This city. Later that evening at 7:30, Bosch was parked in his Caprice behind St. Vibiana's downtown. His vantage point offered a view half a block up 2nd Street to the Spring Street corner, though the Times building itself was out of sight. It didn't matter. He knew any Times employee without executive parking would have to cross that intersection to reach the staff garages further down Spring. He was waiting for Bremer. After leaving the scene at Honey Chandler's, Bosch had gone home, caught 2 hours of fitful sleep, and then paced his hillside house, turning the case over in his mind. Bremer fit the profile perfectly. A little too perfectly.
He'd even called Locke, asking a few more general questions about the follower's psychology, without mentioning the reporter's name. He told no one, thinking 3 strikes and you're out. He formulated a plan, stopped by Hollywood Division to fuel the caprice and gather what he needed, and now he waited. A steady stream of homeless individuals moved down 2nd Street, drawn toward the Los Angeles Mission, a few blocks away for the evening meal and a cot. Many carried their worldly possessions in bags or shopping carts. Bosch kept his eyes fixed on the corner, but his mind wandered. He thought of Sylvia, wondering what she was doing and thinking right then. He hoped her decision wouldn't take long, because he could feel his own defensive instincts already kicking in, starting to catalogue the potential benefits of her not returning. She made you weak, he told himself. Hadn't his first thought at the follower's note been of her? She created a vulnerability. Maybe she wasn't compatible with the singular mission of his life. Maybe it was better to let her go. His pulse jumped when he spotted Bremer step onto the corner and turn toward the parking garages. A building then blocked his view. Bosch quickly started the engine, pulled onto 2nd, and drove up to Spring. Down the block, he watched as Bremer used a card key to enter the newer garage, then waited for the automatic door to close. A blue Toyota Celica emerged from the garage 5 minutes later, slowing as the driver scanned the traffic on Spring Street. Bosch recognized Bremer clearly behind the wheel. The Celica turned onto Spring, and Bosch followed. Bremer drove west on Beverly Boulevard into Hollywood, making a single stop at a Vons supermarket. He emerged 15 minutes later carrying 1 bag of groceries, then continued to a neighborhood of modest single-family homes just north of Paramount Studios. He turned down the side of a small stucco house and parked inside a detached rear garage. Bosch pulled over to the curb a house away and waited. The entire neighborhood was a patchwork of 3 basic house designs, a classic post-World War II development thrown up quickly for returning GIs back then. The homes were affordable on a sergeant's salary. Now you'd need a general's pay to buy in. The 1980s had seen to that. An occupying army of young professionals had claimed the streets. Every lawn displayed a small metal sign from one of several home security companies, each bearing the same stark warning, armed response. To Bosch, it felt like the city's epitaph. Sometimes he thought they should replace the Hollywood sign up on the hill with those 2 grim words. Bosch waited for a light to come on inside, or for Bremer to appear out front to check his mail. After 5 minutes of neither, he stepped out of his car and moved toward the driveway, his hand instinctively brushing the side of his sport coat to feel the weight of his holstered Smith & Wesson. The driveway was dark in the shadowy recess of the open garage. He could just make out the faint red glow of the Celica's taillights. But there was no sign of Bremer himself. A 6-foot wooden fence ran along the right side of the drive, separating the properties. Blooms of bougainvillea spilled over the top, and Bosch could hear the muffled laugh track of a television from the neighboring house. Walking between the fence and the side of Bremer's house toward that dark garage mouth, Bosch felt completely exposed. Drawing his weapon wouldn't help here. It would only escalate a situation he didn't yet understand. He kept to the side nearest the house, approaching until he stood just outside the pool of darkness, under a rusted basketball hoop with a bent rim. "Bremer?" he called out. The only answer was the soft ticking of the car's cooling engine. Then, from behind him, came the faint scrape of a shoe on concrete. Bosch turned. Bremer stood there, still holding his grocery bag. "What are you doing?" Bosch asked. "I think that's my line," Bremer replied, his voice flat. "You never called?" "So I came by." "Called about what?" "You wanted a comment on the verdict." "You were supposed to call me, remember? Doesn't matter now. The story's already put to bed. Besides, the verdict got buried by the other news today, in case you missed it. The story on the follower, and yes, Irving used that name on the record, is leading the front page." Bosch took a couple of steps closer. Then, How come you're not at the Red Wind? I thought you always went for a celebratory drink when you landed the front page. Holding the grocery bag in the crook of his arm, Bremer reached into his coat pocket. Bosch tensed but heard the jingle of keys. Didn't feel like it tonight. I actually kind of liked Honey Chandler, you know. What's your real play here, Harry? I spotted you tailing me. You going to invite me in? We could have that beer, toast your front page story. You guys call it 1A, right?
Yeah, Bremer said, a hint of pride breaking through. This one's going above the fold too, above the fold. I like the sound of that. They stood staring at each other in the dim light. So, about that beer. Sure, Bremer said after a beat. He turned, walked to the back door, and unlocked it. Reaching inside, he flipped switches, flooding a small porch and the kitchen beyond with light. He then stepped back and gestured with his arm. After you!
Bosch followed the man into the living room, but didn't sit. He moved to the front window, parting the heavy curtain to scan the quiet street. No one was out there. No one had seen him arrive. A sudden, sharp doubt pricked at him. Had this been a terrible error? His hand brushed the cold, black-painted coils of the old radiator beneath the sill. The room itself was styled in a stark, modern palette of charcoal and slate. He finally settled onto a sleek black leather sofa, his mind racing. If he arrested Bremer here, he could conduct a fast initial sweep of the place. Finding anything suspicious would be enough to return with a warrant. Bremer, a seasoned reporter who covered police beats, would know that law inside and out, so why had he opened the door? The doubt deepened, gnawing at Bosch's confidence in his entire approach. Bremer returned with 2 bottles of beer, no glasses, and took a seat in a matching armchair to Bosch's right. Harry studied his bottle, watching a single bubble rise and pop at the neck. He lifted it above the fold. Above the fold, Bremer echoed flatly, without a smile. He took a drink and set his bottle on the coffee table. Bosch took a large, icy gulp, the cold aching in a molar. He held the liquid in his mouth, his thoughts turning to the case files. Neither the doll-maker nor the follower had ever used drugs to subdue their victims. His eyes met Bremer's. He swallowed the beer, a smooth welcome burned down his throat. Leaning forward, elbows on his knees, bottle in hand, he fixed the reporter with a stare. Conversations with the profiler, Locke, echoed in his head. This killer wouldn't be driven by guilt. He lacked a conscience entirely. The only way in was through his ego, through flattering his monstrous pride. Bosch felt his resolve solidify, his earlier uncertainty burning away into a focused intensity. He stared a hole through the man. "What is it?" Bremer asked, his voice low. "Tell me you did it for the copy," Bosch said, his tone dripping with a cynical, almost theatrical understanding. "For the front-page bylines, for the book deal, to get that bestseller. I could almost respect that kind of ruthless ambition. But for God's sake, don't stand there and tell me you're the pathetic, broken creep the department psychiatrist described. Even a monster can have standards. What in the world are you talking about?" "Cut the act, Bremer. It's you. I know it's you. You think I'd waste my evening here on a hunch. The follower? You're accusing me of being the follower. Have you lost your mind? Have you?" Bosch shot back. "That's the real question, isn't it?" Bremer fell into a prolonged silence, his gaze turning inward as if processing some immense calculation. When his eyes refocused on Bosch, they were cold and decided. "I think you should leave, Harry. It's painfully obvious the pressure of this investigation has gotten to you, and I think you're the one unraveling, Bremer. You've gotten sloppy, made mistakes. A whole string of them in a sudden. Violent motion, Bremer launched himself across the space, his shoulder driving into Bosch's chest and slamming him back against the couch cushions. The air exploded from Bosch's lungs. Pinned and helpless, he could only watch as Bremer's hands scrabbled under his sport coat, found the holster, and yanked the service weapon free. Bremer rolled back, flicking off the safety and levelling the pistol at Bosch's face. For nearly a full minute, the only sound was their ragged breathing. They simply stared, one man armed, the other exposed. "I'll admit to one thing, Harry," Bremer finally said, a strange curiosity in his voice. "You have my attention. But before this conversation proceeds, there's a necessary formality." A surge of grim anticipation washed through Bosch. He fought to keep it off his face, instead widening his eyes in feigned terror at the gun barrel. Bremer leaned in, his free hand patting down Bosch's chest, moving with invasive thoroughness to his waist and around his sides, searching for a wire. He found nothing. "Apologies for the intimacy," Bremer said, straightening up, the gun never wavering. "So we're both in the same boat, then. Neither of us trusts the other." Bremer straightened up, took a step back, and settled into his chair. "Let's be clear about the situation here. I'm holding all the cards. So you're going to answer me. What mistakes? What exactly did I do wrong? Spell it out for me, Harry, or I'll put the first bullet in your leg." Bosch let the silence hang between them, stretching it out as he considered his next move. "All right," he said at last. "Let's start at the beginning. 4 years back, you were the reporter covering the doll-maker story from day one. Your articles are what pushed the department to create the task force. You had access to suspect profiles. You likely saw the autopsy reports. You had sources, me, probably half the detectives on the task force, people in the coroner's office. My point is, you knew the doll-maker's methods inside and out, down to the smallest detail, like the mark on the toenail. And later, after he was dead, you used all that in your book." "Yeah, I knew. That doesn't prove anything, Bosch. A lot of people knew." "Oh, it's Bosch now, is it? No more Harry? Have I suddenly become worthless in your eyes? Or does having that gun make you feel like we're not on equal footing anymore? Go to hell, Bosch. You're reaching. You've got nothing. What else have you got? Honestly, this is perfect. It'll make a great chapter in the book I write about the follower." "What else have I got? I've got the concrete blonde, and I've got the concrete. Did you realize you dropped your cigarettes while you were pouring that concrete? Remember that? You were driving home, wanted a smoke, reached into your pocket, and they were gone. Just like with Becky Kaminsky, they were right there waiting for us. Marlboro's soft pack. That's your brand, Bremer. That's your first mistake. Plenty of people smoke those. Good luck convincing a district attorney with that. Plenty of people are left-handed too. Like you, like the follower, and like me, but there's more. You want to hear it?" Bremer looked away toward the window and said nothing. Maybe it was a trick, Bosch thought, to get him to make a move for the gun. "Hey, Bremer!" he nearly shouted. "There's more." Bremer's face snapped back to meet Bosch's stare. "After the verdict today, you told me I should be happy because it would only leave the city $2 short. But the other night, when we had a drink, you gave me the whole breakdown, how Chandler could charge the city $100 grand or more if she won even $1 from the jury. Remember that? So it makes me think that when you said today the verdict would only cost $2, you knew it would only cost $2 because you knew Chandler was dead and couldn't collect. You knew that because you killed her. That's mistake number 2. Bremer shook his head as if dealing with a naive child. His aim with the gun drifted down toward Bosch's torso. "Listen, I was just trying to make you feel better today, okay? I didn't know if she was alive or dead. No jury is going to make that kind of leap." A brilliant smile spread across Bosch's face. "So now at least you've got me past the DA's office and all the way to a jury. I guess my story is getting better, isn't it?" Bremer offered a cold smile in return and raised the gun again. "Is that it, Bosch? Is that all you've got?" "I saved the best for last." He lit a cigarette, never breaking eye contact. "You remember what you did to Chandler before you killed her, how you tortured her. You must remember that. You bit her, you burned her, Well, everyone at that house today was wondering why the follower was changing his pattern, adding all these new elements, breaking the mold. Locke, the psychiatrist, he was the most confused of all. You really messed with his head, man.
I have to admit, I kinda like that about you, Bremer. But you see, he didn't know what I knew. He let that statement linger, knowing Bremer would take the bait. And what did you know, Sherlock? Bosch smiled. He was in complete control now. I knew why you did that to her. It was simple. You wanted that note returned, didn't you? Yet she refused to reveal its location. She understood her fate was sealed either way. So she held on to it. Everything you did to her, she kept, and she never gave you the satisfaction. That woman had real courage, and in the final tally, she defeated you. Bremer. She's the one who ultimately trapped you, not me. What note? Bremer managed after a lengthy pause, his voice thin. The one you overlooked. You missed it during your search. It's a large house to comb through, particularly with a deceased woman in the bed. That would be difficult to explain if an unexpected visitor arrived. But no need to worry. I located it. I have it now. Pity you don't read Hawthorne. It was resting right there in his collection. A real shame. But as I said, she outmaneuvered you. Perhaps justice finds a way occasionally. Bremer offered no clever retort. Bosch observed him, feeling the momentum building. He was nearly there. She retained the envelope as well, in case you were curious. I discovered that too. And it got me thinking, why would he torment her for that note when it was merely a duplicate of the one delivered to me? It was just a photocopy. Then it clicked. You didn't want the note itself. You wanted the envelope. Bremer lowered his gaze to his hands. How am I doing? Am I losing you? I have no clue, Bremer said, looking up again. You sound completely unhinged from where I'm standing. Well, I only need to make sense to the district attorney, correct? And what I'll explain to him is that the poem on that note was a direct response to the story you wrote, the one published in the paper on Monday when the trial began. But the postmark on the envelope was from the previous Saturday. There's the contradiction. How could the follower compose a poem referencing a newspaper article 2 days before it was printed? The answer is obvious. He, the follower, had advanced knowledge of the article. He authored that article. That also clarifies how you knew about the note for your follow-up story. You were your own source, Bremer, and that is mistake number 3. 3 strikes, and you're out. The silence that followed was so profound, Bosch could hear the faint hiss from Bremer's beer bottle. You're overlooking something, Bosch, Bremer finally said. I'm the one holding the gun. Now, who else have you shared this deranged theory with? Just to tie up the loose ends, Bosch continued. The new poem you left for me this past weekend was merely a diversion. You wanted the psychiatrist and everyone else to believe you killed Chandler as some twisted favor to me or due to psychotic nonsense, correct? Bremer remained silent. That way, no one would discern the real motive behind targeting her. To retrieve the note and the envelope, Hell, being a reporter she recognized, she probably invited you in when you knocked. Similar to you inviting me in here tonight. Familiarity can be dangerously misleading, Bremer. Bremer said nothing. Answer one question for me, Bremer. I've been curious, why did you hand-deliver one note but mail the other? I get it, as a reporter, you could blend in at the station, drop it on a desk, and no one would recall. But why mail it to her? Clearly, that was the error, that's why you returned and killed her. But why make that mistake? The reporter stared at Bosch for an extended moment. Then he glanced down at the gun, as if to reassure himself of his control and his eventual escape from this situation. The weapon was a potent lure. Bosch knew he had him. The story was scheduled to run that Saturday. That was the plan. But some incompetent editor held it and ran it on Monday.
I had already mailed the letter before I saw the paper that Saturday. That was my only misstep. But you're the one who made the critical error.
Oh, really?
And what's that? Coming here alone. Now it was Bosch's turn to fall silent. Why come here alone, Bosch? Is this how you handled the doll-maker? You went alone so you could execute him in cold blood. Bosch considered for a moment. That's a fair question. Well, that was your second mistake, assuming I was as insignificant an adversary as him. He was nothing. You decided he deserved to die, and so he died. Now it's your turn. Bosch's voice was flat.
Hand over the gun, Bremer. A wild laugh escaped the reporter.
You actually think? How many were there? How many women did you bury out in that desert?
A sickening pride flashed in Bremer's eyes. Plenty? Enough to satisfy my particular requirements. I want a number. Where are they? You'll never know, Bosch. That's going to be your agony, your final torment, living with that question and losing.
Bremer raised the weapon, aiming it squarely at Bosch's chest, and squeezed the trigger. The dry, metallic click echoed in the quiet room. He fired again and again, each futile attempt widening the panic in his stare. Bosch reached down to his sock, retrieving the spare magazine, fully loaded with 15 hollow-point rounds. He clenched the cartridge in his fist and exploded from the couch, driving his knuckles into the reporter's jaw.
The force sent Bremer and his chair crashing backward onto the floor, the empty Smith & Wesson clattering away. Bosch scooped it up, ejected the spent clip, and slammed the live one home. Get up! Get the hell up right now! Bremer staggered to his feet, rubbing his jaw. So is this it, another notch for the legendary gunslinger? That's entirely your decision, Bremer. What does that mean? It means I want nothing more than to put a bullet in your brain. But for me to do that, you have to make the first move, just like with the doll-maker. He chose his play, now you choose yours. Bosch, listen! I don't want to die. Everything I said, it was just a game, a mind game. You're making a huge mistake. Let's just go downtown, get this all straightened out. Please, just take me to county. Please. Did they beg like that when you had that strap around their necks? Huh? Did you make them plead for their lives, or did you make them beg for death?
What about Chandler? When it was finally over, did she ask you to finish it? Just arrest me, take me to county. Then get your fat ass against that wall and put your hands behind your back. Bremer complied. Bosch stubbed his cigarette out in a tabletop ashtray and moved behind him. As the handcuffs snapped shut, Bremer's shoulders slumped with a palpable, almost pathetic relief. He began twisting his wrists deliberately against the metal. "See that?" he hissed. "You see these marks?
You kill me now, and they'll know it was an execution. I'm not some dumb animal like Church for you to slaughter." "No, you're not," Bosch conceded, his tone dripping with a sudden icy sarcasm. "You're the smart one. You know every angle, don't you? The master manipulator always 10 steps ahead. Every single one. Take me in. I'll be out on bail before your shift ends tomorrow. You know what you've got. The wild theories of a disgraced cop. Even a federal jury said you go too far. This won't stick. You've got nothing." Bosch spun him around, their faces close enough to share the stale scent of beer. "You did it, and you really think you're going to walk away from this, don't you?" Bremer met his gaze, and that vile gleam of triumph returned. Locke had been right. The man couldn't help but gloat, even now. "Yes," he whispered, the words strange and guttural. "I'm the one, and yes, I will walk. You wait and see. And when I'm out there, you'll think of me every single night for the rest of your miserable life." Bosch gave a slow nod. "But I never said that, Bosch. It'll be your word against mine. A rogue cop. They'd never let you near a witness stand. They couldn't risk it." Bosch leaned in even closer, a cold smile touching his lips. "Then I guess it's a real good thing I recorded the whole thing." He walked to the old radiator, reached between the iron coils,
and pulled out a microcassette recorder. He held it up in his open palm. Bremer's eyes transformed from smugness to pure, unadulterated rage. He'd been played. He'd been conned. "That tape is inadmissible," he screamed. "That's entrapment. You never rid me my rights." "I haven't been informed of my rights," Bremer protested. "I'm informing you now," Bosch replied calmly. "You weren't under arrest until this moment. I wasn't required to read you your rights until I placed you under arrest. You're familiar with police procedure." Bosch allowed himself a small, satisfied smile, savouring the moment. "Let's go, Bremer," he said finally, when he'd had enough of his own victory. The irony wasn't lost on Bosch when he picked up the morning paper on Tuesday. There, above the fold, was Bremer's own detailed story about the murder of Honey Chandler. Bosch had booked the reporter into county jail on a no-bail hold just before midnight, deliberately keeping it quiet. The news hadn't broken in time for the final edition, so the paper had unknowingly published a front-page account of a homicide written by the killer himself. Bosch appreciated the dark humour of it, a faint smile touching his lips as he scanned the article. The only person Bosch had notified was Assistant Chief Irving. He'd had communications patch him through, and in a lengthy phone call he meticulously walked Irving through every step of the investigation, laying out each piece of evidence that led to the arrest. Irving offered no congratulations, nor did he reprimand Bosch for making the arrest solo. Both men understood that such reactions would come later, depending on whether the charges would hold. It was an unspoken agreement by 9 a.m. Bosch was seated across from a filing deputy at the district attorney's office in the downtown criminal courts building. For the second time in 8 hours, he meticulously recounted the events, then played the recording of his conversation with Bremer. The deputy DA, a young man named Chap Newell, who looked barely 3 years out of law school, took notes on a yellow legal pad as he listened. He frequently furrowed his brow or shook his head. The audio quality was poor. The voices in Bremer's living room had bounced off the old iron radiator, leaving a tinny, echoing distortion on the tape. Still, the crucial words were audible. Bosch remained silent, simply observing. Because the arrest hadn't yet made headlines or the morning news, it hadn't drawn the attention of a senior attorney. It had landed on Newell's desk through routine rotation. When the tape finished, Newell made a few more notes, perhaps to appear more decisive, then looked up at Bosch. "You haven't mentioned what was found in his residence." "I didn't find anything during my initial search last night," Bosch said. "A team is there now with a warrant, conducting a thorough search." "Well, I hope they turned something up." "Why? You've got the case right there on that tape. And it is a strong case, Detective, truly impressive work." "Coming from you, that's high praise," Bosch said, his tone flat. Newell studied him, eyes narrowing slightly, unsure how to take the comment. But what? There's no question we can file with this. There's substantial material here. Then what's the issue? I'm looking at it from a defense attorney's perspective. What do we really have? A series of coincidences. He's left-handed. He smokes. He possessed non-public knowledge about the dollmaker case. But those aren't hard evidence. They could apply to numerous individuals. Bosch struck a match and lit a cigarette. "Please don't." Newell began, then sighed as Bosch exhaled a cloud of smoke across the desk. "Never mind. What about the note and the postmark?" Bosch pressed. "That's compelling. But it's complicated and difficult for a jury to easily grasp. A skilled lawyer could paint it as just another coincidence. He could muddy the waters, is what I'm saying. And the tape, Newell. We have a confession on tape. What more do you need? But during that so-called confession, he retracts it. Not by the end, he doesn't. Look, I'm not planning to use the tape. What are you talking about? You know exactly what I'm talking about. He made those statements before you advised him of his rights. It raises the spectre of entrapment. There is no entrapment, Bosch said, his voice hardening. He knew I was a police officer. He knew his rights. advised or not. He had a gun pointed at me. Those statements were made freely. I advised him upon formal arrest.
But he searched you for a wire, Newell countered, leaning forward. He was actively trying to avoid being recorded. A defense will argue you deliberately provoked those statements before the formal arrest to circumvent procedure. It's a vulnerability. The young attorney's earlier tentative demeanour had vanished, replaced by a pointed, almost sarcastic clarity. He wasn't just processing paperwork, he was picking the case apart, and he seemed to relish pointing out its flaws to the seasoned detective sitting across from him. That's a pretty clear sign. He didn't want to be recorded, and he made his worst statement after you had him in cuffs, but before you read him his rights. That could be a problem. You planned to use the recording. Newell stared at him for a long moment, a flush of red creeping up his young neck and into his cheeks. You don't get to tell me what I'm going to use, Bosch. Even if we did, it would likely end up with the State Appeals Court. If Bremer gets a decent lawyer, that's exactly where it'll go. We might win at the superior court level. Half those judges used to work for the DA. But once it gets to the appeals court or the state Supreme Court in San Francisco, it's a coin toss. Is that what you want to wait years and have it thrown out then? Or do you want to build this thing right from the start? Bosch leaned in, his anger sharpening his focus on the junior attorney. We're still working other leads. We're not finished. More evidence is coming. But we have to charge him now or cut him loose. We've got 48 hours from last night to file. If we don't file immediately with a no-bail hold, he'll lawyer up, get a bail hearing, and a judge won't keep him locked up if you haven't even filed a charge. So file on him now. We'll get you all the evidence you need to back it up. Newell nodded slowly, as if in agreement, but his words said otherwise. Here's the thing. I prefer to have the complete package, everything we can gather, before I file a case. That way we know our strategy from day one. We know if we're looking at a plea deal or taking it all the way to trial. Bosch stood up and walked to the open office door. He stepped into the hallway, glancing at the plastic nameplate on the wall. Then he returned. Bosch, what are you doing? It's funny.
I thought you were a filing deputy. I didn't realize you were a trial deputy too.
Newell dropped his pencil onto his legal pad. The redness in his face deepened, spreading to his forehead.
Look, I am a filing deputy, but part of my job is to ensure we have the strongest possible case from the beginning. I could file on every case that walks through that door, but that's not the point. The point is to have solid, credible evidence, a lot of it, cases that don't blow up in our faces.
So I push, Bosch, How old are you? What? How old? 26. What does that have to do with... Listen to me, you little prick. Don't you ever call me by my last name again. I was working cases like this before you cracked your first law book, and I'll be working them long after you've moved your convertible Saab and your self-important act to some fancy Century City firm. You can call me Detective or Detective Bosch. You can even call me Harry.
But don't you ever call me just Bosch again, do you understand? Newell's mouth had fallen open. Do you understand? Sure. Another thing. We will get more evidence and we'll get it as soon as possible. But in the meantime, you're going to file one count of first-degree murder on Bremer with a no-bail hold, because we are going to make sure right from the start, Mr. Newell, that this piece of garbage never sees daylight again.
Then, when we have more, if you're still on this case, you'll file additional counts linking the deaths. You will not waste a single second worrying about some perfect package to hand off to a trial attorney. The trial attorney will make those calls, because we both know you're really just a clerk who files what's brought to him. If you knew enough to even sit second chair at a trial, you wouldn't be here. Any questions? No, he said quickly. No, what? No questions. No Detective Bosch. Bosch returned to Irving's conference room and spent the remainder of the morning drafting a search warrant application to obtain hair, blood, saliva, and a dental impression from Bremer. Before heading to the courthouse, he joined a quick task force briefing where each member provided updates. Edgar reported that his visit to Sybil Brand had yielded little. Georgia Stern, still in custody, viewed a photograph of Bremer, but could neither confirm nor deny he was her assailant. Sheehan, alongside Opelt, had shown Bremer's mugshot to the manager of the storage facility near Bing's. The manager offered a hesitant, non-committal response, suggesting Bremer might have rented a unit 2 years prior, but refusing to swear to it. "The guy's a coward," Sheehan remarked. "My gut says he recognized him, but was too frightened to commit. We'll press him again tomorrow." Over the rover, Rollenberger checked in with the team at Bremer's residence. They reported no progress, no tapes, no bodies, nothing of significance. Nixon suggested pursuing a warrant to excavate the yard, possibly beneath the foundation. "We might consider that," Rollenberger responded via radio. "For now, keep searching." Deed then reported that he and Mayfield were being stonewalled by the Times' legal team and had not yet gained access to Bremer's desk in the newsroom. Rollenberger added that Heikis and Rector were unavailable, busy tracing Bremer's background. He concluded by announcing Irving's scheduled 5 o'clock press conference to address the media, requesting any new developments be reported beforehand. "That's all," Rollenberger said. Bosch stood to leave. The medical clinic on the high-power floor of the county jail felt like a scene from a Gothic horror novel. Each bed was fitted with chains, and iron rings were bolted to the dingy, off-yellow tile walls for restraining patients. The caged lights overhead added to the grim atmosphere, a precaution against inmates weaponizing the bulbs. Bosch and Edgar watched from the doorway of a bay containing 6 beds as a doctor administered sodium pentothal to Bremer, who lay on the 6th bed. The injection was meant to lower his resistance after he refused to comply with the court-ordered collection of dental molds and bodily samples. As the drug took hold, the doctor used clamps to keep Bremer's mouth open, pressing small squares of clay against his upper and lower front teeth to create impressions. Once finished, the clamps were removed, and Bremer appeared to drift into a heavy slumber. "If we asked him something now, he'd tell the truth, wouldn't he?" Edgar whispered.
"That's truth serum they gave him, right?" "Supposedly," Bosch replied. "But anything he said would probably get the whole case tossed out of court." The little grey clay blocks, now bearing tooth marks, were sealed in plastic cases and handed to Edgar. The doctor then drew blood, swabbed the inside of Bremer's mouth, and clipped hair samples from his head, chest, and pubic area. Each sample was placed in an envelope and stored in a small cardboard box, the kind typically used for fast food chicken nuggets. Bosch took the box, and they parted ways, Bosch heading to the coroner's office to meet with Amado, the analyst, while Edgar drove to Cal State Northridge to consult the forensic archaeologist who had assisted with the concrete blonde reconstruction. By 4:45, nearly everyone had regrouped in the conference room, waiting for Edgar and preparing to watch Irving's press conference. The afternoon had passed without any significant breakthroughs. "Where do you figure he hid it all, Harry?" Nixon asked, pouring a fresh cup of coffee. "Hard to say," Bosch replied. "My guess is a storage unit on the outskirts of town. If he's got tapes, he's not letting those go easily. He'll have a dead drop somewhere. We'll track it down."
"What about the other victims?"
"They're still out there, somewhere beneath the city. Finding them now is a matter of pure chance." "Or Bremer decides to talk," Irving said, stepping into the room. There was a palpable sense of relief in the air. Even with the day's sluggish pace, every single person there was convinced they had their man. That conviction gave their work a renewed sense of purpose, making them want to linger over their coffee. For once, even Irving seemed inclined to stay. At 5 minutes to 5, as Irving was reviewing the day's typed reports one last time before the press conference, Edgar's voice crackled over the rover. Rollenberger grabbed a handset. "Go ahead, Team 5. Is Harry there?" "Affirmative, Team 5. Team 6 is present. What's your status?"
We've got the confirmation. It's a definitive match between the suspect's dental impressions and the marks on the victim. Copy that. Team 5. The conference room erupted in a chorus of cheers, backslapping and high fives. "He's finished," Nixon declared. Irving gathered his papers and moved toward the hallway door, determined to be punctual. As he passed Bosch near the doorway, he leaned in. "We're solid gold, Bosch. Good work." Bosch offered a silent nod in return. Several hours later, Bosch found himself back at the county jail. Lockdown had begun, so the deputies wouldn't bring Bremer out. Instead, Bosch had to enter the high-security module monitored by remote cameras. He walked down the row of cells to 636 and peered through the small wired window set into the solid steel door. Bremer was on keep-away status, alone in the cell. He didn't notice Bosch at first. He was lying on the bottom bunk, staring blankly at the ceiling, hands clasped behind his head. Bosch recognized that vacant, withdrawn look from the night before. It was as if the man had checked out entirely. Bosch leaned close to the screen. "Bremer, you ever play bridge?" Bremer shifted only his eyes toward the sound. "What? I asked if you play bridge. The card game. What the hell do you want, Bosch?" "I just stopped by to deliver an update. They added 3 more charges to the one from this morning. All linked. You've now got the concrete blonde, plus the 2 earlier ones we pinned on the doll maker. Oh, and an attempted murder charge for the survivor. Oh, well, what's the difference?"
"You get one. You get them all. I just need to beat the Chandler case and the rest topple like dominoes." Except that plan just went up in smoke. "We've got your teeth, Bremer. It's as good as a fingerprint, and we've got more. I just came from the coroner. They matched your pubic hair to samples from victims 7 and 11, the ones we gave to the doll maker. You should think about making a deal, Bremer. Tell us where the others are, and they might let you keep breathing."
"That's why I asked about bridge. What about it?" "Well, word is there are some guys up at San Quentin who run a serious bridge game. They're always looking for new players. You'll probably get along with them famously. Lots in common. Why don't you just leave me alone, Bosch?" "I will, but just so we're clear, those guys are on death row. Don't sweat it, though. Once you get there, you'll have plenty of time for cards. What's the average wait these days?" 8, maybe 10 years before they flip the switch. Not too bad, unless, of course, you decide to talk and cut a deal. "There is no deal, Bosch. Get out. I'm going, believe me. It feels good to be able to walk out of here. I'll see you then, all right, in about 8 or 10 years. I'll be there, Bremer. When they strap you in, I'll be watching through the glass when the gas starts to rise, and then I'll walk out and tell every reporter exactly how you died. I'll let them know you went out kicking and screaming, that you weren't much of a man in the end. Go to hell, Bosch. Yeah, go to hell. I'll see you then, Bremer." After Bremer's court appearance on Tuesday morning, Bosch was granted the rest of the week off, using up the mountain of overtime he'd accumulated on the case. He filled the days puttering around his house, tackling small projects and trying to relax. He tore out the old splintered railing on his back porch and replaced it with fresh, weather-treated oak planks. While he was at the hardware store picking up the lumber, he also grabbed some new, thick cushions for the porch chairs and the chaise lounge. He found himself reading the sports section of the newspaper again, tracking the shifting team standings and player stats. Every so often he'd skim one of the many articles the paper ran about what was now being called, across the country, the follower case. But it didn't really grip him. He already knew too much. The only part that held any interest was the new information trickling out about Bremer's past. The newspaper had dispatched a reporter to Texas, where Bremer was raised in a suburb outside Austin. The resulting story was pieced together from old juvenile court records and neighborhood rumors. He was brought up by his mother in a single-parent home, his father a traveling blues musician. He might see once or twice a year if he was lucky, Former neighbours described the mother as a harsh disciplinarian, downright cruel to her son. The worst concrete incident the reporter uncovered was that Bremer, at 13, was suspected, but never charged in the arson of a neighbour's tool shed. Neighbours said his mother punished him as if he'd been convicted, confining him to their small house for the entire rest of that summer. Around that same time, the neighbourhood started having pets go missing, though nobody pointed a finger at the young Bremer. At least, not until now. Now, it seemed, everyone on that old street was eager to blame him for every misfortune that had ever happened there. A year after the fire, Bremer's mother died from complications of alcoholism, and the boy was sent to a state-run boys' farm. There, the young residents wore white shirts, blue ties and blazers to class, even during blistering heat waves. The article noted he worked on one of the farm's student newspapers, sparking the journalism career that eventually landed him in Los Angeles. This history was all fodder for people like Locke to dissect, to use as kindling for theories about how the boy created the monster. Reading it just made Bosch feel a profound sadness. He couldn't help but stare for a long time at the photograph the paper had unearthed of the mother. In it, she stood in front of the sun-bleached door of a ranch-style house, her hand resting on a young Bremer's shoulder. She had bleached blonde hair, a provocatively curvy figure, and wore what Bosch thought was far too much makeup. Aside from the Bremer pieces, the story he found himself returning to was in the Metro section of Thursday's paper. It covered the burial of Beatrice Fontenot. Sylvia was quoted, and the article described how the Grant High teacher had read some of the girls' schoolwork during the memorial service. There was a photo from the service, but Sylvia wasn't in it. It showed Beatrice's mother's stoic, tear-streaked face at the graveside. Bosch kept that page on the table beside the chaise lounge, reading the story over again each time he sat down. When the walls of the house started to feel too close, he'd take his car and just drive. He'd head down out of the hills and cut across the San Fernando Valley with no destination in mind. He once drove for 40 minutes just to get a hamburger from an in-out stand. Having been raised in this city, he took a certain comfort in knowing its streets, in driving its endless grid of intersections, just to feel connected to its pulse. On one of these aimless drives, he found himself near the old precinct where he'd worked his first homicide, the memory surfacing with a sharp, unexpected clarity that made him grip the wheel a little tighter before finally heading for home. Twice that week, his route took him past Grant High, once on Thursday and again early Friday. He scanned the classroom windows each time, hoping for a glimpse of Sylvia, but she was never there. The sight of the school made his chest ache, a hollow, persistent pain. He understood this was as close as he could get to her now. The next step had to be hers. Returning home Friday afternoon, the blinking red light on his answering machine sent a sudden, foolish surge of hope straight to his throat. Maybe she'd seen his car, maybe she knew how much this hurt. The message, however, was just from Edgar asking him to call back. He waited a while, then dialed. "Harry, you're missing the whole show over here," Edgar said when he picked up. "What's that?" "We had People magazine sniffing around yesterday. I'll keep an eye out for your glamour shot." "Funny. No, seriously, we've got major movement. All that media noise finally paid off." A woman who runs a storage facility in Culver City said she recognized Bremer's photo, that he rented a unit under the name Woodward. "We got a warrant and hit it first thing this morning." And Locke's theory was dead on. The guy videotaped it all. We found the tapes, his little collection of souvenirs. Christ. Exactly. Any lingering doubt is gone. 7 tapes and the camera itself. Looks like he didn't record the first 2, the ones we originally pinned on the doll maker. But we've got 7 others, including Chandler and Maggie Come Loudly. The bastard documented everything. It's bad, Harry.
They're working on formal IDs for the other 5 women on the tapes, but it lines up with the list Mora compiled gallery and the other 4 from the adult film scene. What else was in there? The whole arsenal. We've got handcuffs, leather straps, gags, a knife, and a Glock 9mm. His complete murder kit. We figure he used the gun for control. That explains why Chandler's place showed no signs of a fight. He'd probably hold them at gunpoint until he could restrain them. From what's on the tapes, it seems all the killings happened in a back bedroom at Bremer's own house. Chandler was the exception, of course. She died in her own home. Those videos, Harry. I couldn't sit through them. Bosch could picture it. The imagined scenes caused a strange physical reaction, a sudden flutter deep in his chest, as if his heart had come unmoored and was now beating wildly against his ribs, a trapped bird desperate for escape. "So where does it stand?" he finally asked. "The DA's office has everything. The big news is Bremer's talking now. He's making a deal." "Yeah." Once he heard we had the tapes and the rest of the evidence, he instructed his lawyer to cut one. He'll get life without the possibility of parole. In exchange, he leads us to the burial sites and submits to a full psychological workup, lets the experts poke around in his head. My personal vote was to just squash him like a bug, but I guess they're thinking about closure for the families and the whole study of evil angle. Bosch was quiet for a moment. Bremer would live. The initial thought was jarring, but as he considered it, he found he could accept the arrangement. What had haunted him most was the idea of those women remaining lost forever, abandoned in that dark, silent void. That was the very reason he'd gone to see Bremer in jail after the arrest. Whether their families grieved for them or not, they deserved to be found. It wasn't a bad trade, he decided. Bremer would breathe, but he wouldn't have a life. In some ways, facing decades in a concrete box might be a harsher fate than the chamber. There was a kind of rough justice in that. "Anyway," Edgar continued, "figured you'd want to know." "Yeah, I did. It's a strange damn feeling, you know, that it was Bremer. It's weirder than if it had been Mora, a reporter, for God's sake. And hell, I actually knew the guy." "A lot of us did," Bosch replied, a dry, cynical edge creeping into his tone. It was funny, in a way that wasn't funny at all. All those press conferences, all those earnest questions. I guess we never really know the person standing next to us. We just see the costume they're wearing for the day. Yeah, take it easy, Harry. Later, as the sun began to dip, he stood on his back deck, his hands gripping the smooth new oak railing. He gazed out into the canyon pass, his thoughts circling back to the concept of a black heart, a core of pure malice whose rhythm was so powerful it could dictate the pulse of an entire city. He understood now with a grim and final clarity that this dark cadence would forever be the underlying beat to his own life, a soundtrack he could never switch off. Bremer was gone, locked away for good. But Bosch understood the cycle wouldn't end with him. There was always another and another after that. The darkness never travelled alone. He lit a cigarette, deliberately pushing aside the final stark image of Honey Chandler to replace it with the memory of her commanding a courtroom. That was how he would choose to remember her. Her anger had possessed a fierce, almost beautiful clarity, like the intense blue at the base of a match flame just before it consumes itself. He could admire that quality even when it was aimed squarely at him. His thoughts drifted to the statue on the courthouse steps, the name still eluding him. A concrete blonde, Chandler had said. He wondered what her final thoughts on justice had been in her last moments. He knew deep down that justice was meaningless without hope. Did she cling to any at the end? He believed she had, like that pure blue flame fading to embers. It was still present, still burning. That was what had given her the strength to defeat Bremer. He didn't notice Sylvia until she was already on the porch. Looking up, seeing her there,
He felt an immediate pull to go to her, but restrained himself. She wore blue jeans and the dark denim shirt he'd given her for her birthday, a detail he chose to interpret as hopeful. She'd likely come straight from the school where she taught, the weekend having just begun. "I called your office," she said. "They said you were off today. I wanted to check on you. I've been following the case in the papers." "I'm all right," Bosch replied. "How are you holding up?" "I'm fine. How are we doing?" A faint smile touched her lips.
That sounds like one of those bumper stickers. How's my driving? Harry, I don't know how we are. I guess that's the whole point of me being here. An uncomfortable quiet settled between them as her gaze swept across the porch and out toward the pass. Bosch stubbed out his cigarette in an old coffee can by the door. "You got new cushions. I did. Harry, you need to understand why I needed space. It's just, I do understand. Please, let me finish."
"I've practiced this enough. I'd like to actually say it. It's going to be incredibly difficult for me, for us, if we move forward. Our pasts, the things we haven't said, and especially your work, what you carry home with you." She paused, and Bosch waited, knowing there was more. "I don't need to tell you, but I've lived this before with someone I loved. I watched it unravel, and you know how that ended. There was so much pain. So you have to see why I needed to step back and really look at this. At us." He nodded, but she wasn't looking at him, and that avoidance worried him more than her words. He found he couldn't speak, unsure of what to offer. "You live a hard life, Harry. A cop's life yet. With all the weight you carry, I still see something truly noble in you." Now her eyes met his. "I do love you, Harry. I want to try to keep that alive because it's one of the best parts of my life. One of the best things I know. I know it will be hard. But maybe that's what makes it worth fighting for. Who can say?" He went to her then. "Who can say?" he echoed. They held each other tightly, his face against hers, breathing in the familiar scent of her hair and skin. He cradled the back of her neck as if it were delicate porcelain. After a long moment, they parted only to settle together on the chaise lounge. They sat in a comfortable silence, simply holding one another as the light began to fail, painting the sky over the San Gabriel Mountains in streaks of red and purple. Bosch was aware of the secrets he still kept, but they could wait, for now he was granted a reprieve from that isolating darkness. "What do you think about getting out of the city this weekend?" he asked after a while. "We could drive up to Lone Pine, get a cabin for tomorrow night." "That sounds perfect." "I could. We could make it work." A short while later she mentioned, "We might not even get a cabin, Harry. There aren't many, and they're often reserved by Friday." "I already have one held," he replied. She spun to look at him directly, a knowing grin spreading across her face. "Oh, so you were sure all along. You were just biding your time, waiting for me to return. No restless evenings, no real shock." He didn't return her smile. Instead, he shook his head gently and gazed for a long moment at the fading glow on the western face of the San Gabriel Mountains. The quiet between them felt heavy, like the dusk settling over the hills. "I wasn't sure, Sylvia," he said softly. "I only hoped